In this video, I'm going to be giving you a full-length step-by-step tutorial showing you how to set up a profitable Shopify dropshipping business from scratch using Meta Ads. I'll start off the tutorial by giving you a complete case study on a Shopify dropshipping store that has done over 600k in revenue. I'll be showing you the store design, best selling products, all of the back-end systems used, the store's themes and apps, and the winning ad campaigns and ad creatives for this store. We'll then move on to the practical step-by-step lessons where I'll walk you through choosing a niche for your store and finding winning products in that niche. I'll show you how to set up your store from scratch, including choosing your store's fonts and colors, designing a logo, making your store look completely branded so that it matches your niche, importing products, optimizing your product titles and descriptions, editing your product images, setting up all of the necessary pages for your store, such as a contact us page, order tracking page, and policy pages. I'll also be showing you how to add an AI chatbot to your store to automate customer service, how to optimize your products for search engines, and how to set up all of your store settings, including currencies, shipping rates, taxes, accepting payments, and more. Once you've got your store set up, I'll be walking you through how to create captivating and engaging ad creatives that sell. I'll show you how to write ad scripts, how to find footage for your ads, and how to edit your ad creatives so that they're unique and optimized to achieve sales. I'll then show you how to set up your ad campaigns for Facebook and Instagram, also known as Meta Ads. I'll guide you through creating a Facebook page and Instagram account for your store and how to connect these to your Shopify store along with your Facebook pixel so you can start tracking data with your ad campaigns. I'll be showing you the exact steps you need to take to get your ad campaigns up and running and show you how to read all of the data and metrics for your ad campaigns to ensure that they're profitable. I'll show you how to scale your ad campaigns once you start making consistent sales. Next up, I'll walk you through how to fulfill your store's orders and automate the entire fulfillment process, as well as showing you how to deal with customer returns, refunds, and automating your store's customer service. Last but not least, I'll be showing you how you can private label your store's products so you can print your logos on your store's products and have custom packaging for your products so you can build a real legitimate long-term e-commerce business. So if you've always wanted to have your own online business, quit the 9-to-5 and start making money with e-commerce and dropshipping, this is going to be the tutorial for you. Now, before we move on, I do just want to mention my private dropshipping community, Dropship Discovery. If you join my private community, you can work with me personally and I will help you to scale your dropshipping stores. You'll get access to me via a private one-on-one chat where you can ask me any question you have regarding building and scaling your stores. I run weekly Q&A live calls, so you've got support every step of the way, and you also get access to the Slack group with all of my private community members, allowing you to be part of a group of individuals all working towards a similar goal of growing their dropshipping business, just like I've done with my student Pedro, who has managed to scale his stores to consistent and profitable $500 days.
My name is Pedro Sierra. I've been in e-commerce for about a year now, and like most people starting out, I didn't want to pay for courses or mentorship because I thought I could teach myself everything on YouTube. I was able to get some sales, but I wasn't profitable and I couldn't scale anything to the point I'm doing right now using Elliott strategies. And this is about a month since joining Elliott's Dropship Discovery group. Almost 18,000 in sales, about 5,000 or 6,000 profit on this, and expect more going into the fourth quarter. Elliott just doesn't give you advice and leave. He works with you directly to optimize your store, your landing page, connect you with private suppliers to lower your cost of goods and shipping. You get weekly meetings, modules that are perfect for beginners, real hands-on support, and it's not just another payment, it's an investment. So anyone who's serious about this should join his group because this is possible for anyone.
So if you're interested in working with me one-on-one to scale your dropshipping stores, check out the link in the description to my private community, Dropship Discovery. And now let's move on to the next part of the tutorial. So welcome to the Dropship Discovery case study on a dropshipping store that has done over 680k in revenue. I hope you're excited to dive into a behind the scenes of a successful dropshipping store before you jump into the practical step-by-step lessons and start setting up your very own successful dropshipping store. In this case study, I will be showing you everything I'll be showing you the store design, all of the best selling products, all of the ad strategies and marketing tactics, and all of the themes and apps that we used to run the store. So without wasting any more time, let's get straight into it. So here we are on the Shopify dashboard of this dropshipping store. And as you can see, it has done over $1 million in revenue, but this is Australian dollars. So if we just go over to Google and you convert this over, this is around 680,000 US dollars. Now I am just going to refresh this for any of you skeptics out there before we actually go and dive in and have a look at the store design and all of the other things that I will be showing you. So as you can see, all of the numbers do stay the same for this store's analytics. So I'm sure you're pretty excited to actually see the front end of the store. So I will just go over to the homepage of the store. And as you can see, this store is called Hooks and Ladders, and it is a very simple drinking game. So it's a very simple one product store. If we actually go over to the product page, as you can see, it's this simple drinking game. So people play against each other where they have to hook these hooks onto this hook, and whoever loses at the end has to take a shot. So it has been marketed as a drinking game. As you can see, the store does also have a bundle that has been added to the store, but I'm going to get into that in a moment. The first thing I do want to go over is the store strategy. So with this store strategy, it originally started as a niche store where multiple products were being tested on this store. And when I say a niche store, I do mean a store that only has a specific category of products. So a general store, you can sell any different type of product. A niche store only sells products from one specific category. So it could be a pet store or a dog store. It could be a mother and baby store. It could be a sports store, a golf store. It could be homeware and kitchen. So think of those as a niche store. And in my personal opinion, this is the best strategy that you can use to be successful with dropshipping, because niche stores allow you to test multiple products at once as opposed to a one product store, but they look a little bit more branded and professional in comparison to a general store where you're just selling all different types of products. So think of this store originally. So when you have a look at it right now, if we go back over to the product page, you can see it's just a one product store now. And that's because originally it was being ran as a niche store around geeky gadgets and games. So think of it as a geeky gadgets and games niche store, and kind of similar to this website here, Dude, I Want That. This is what it was modeled upon. This isn't a dropshipping store, but it does sell all different types of geeky gadgets and games. So like I say, it was kind of modeled on something similar to this, and it was selling geeky gadgets and games. And then this product actually started to do really well. It started to pick up for a month and get consistent sales. So then the store was converted into a one product store. And basically the store was completely built around this entire product. And that is how it was scaled to this amount of revenue. Now, if we do just go over the store design, it is very simple. So we will just go back to the homepage. Like I say, it has just been centered around this single product, which was doing well on the original niche store selling geeky gadgets and games. So the store was then transitioned around this particular product. As you can see, some custom images. We do have some custom content here as well of people playing with the game. So all of this custom content was created using friends and family. So it was super easy to go and set up this custom content once the product had showed some promise. So if we go and have a look, the homepage, it's super simple. It's basically the product page. We do just have a hero image at the top here, but really no one is really going to the homepage. When you're running ads, we are sending all of the customers to the product page. So it doesn't really matter too much about the homepage as long as it looks clean and professional. You can see we have some reviews of the product here with some images. If they click on load more, we have some more reviews. So we can click on that. You can see quite a few different reviews. And then down the bottom, just a simple footer with all of the policies, also the contact information and an order tracking page, and then some links to social media, and they can also go and change the currency. So the main audience that this store was being targeted towards was Australia and New Zealand, but we did also add the United States dollars as well if anybody from the US wanted to purchase the product. So now let's go and have a look at some of the other pages. We have an order tracking page, we have a simple contact us page, and now if we go over to the product page, I did very briefly show you this, but it's very simple. So we do just have the name up here. we have a bundle. So this allowed the store to increase the average order value. So you can see the main product is 40 Australian dollars, but the bundle is 65 Australian dollars. So they can purchase these branded shot glasses and also a carry bag for the game. And when I go over suppliers, I'll show you how these products were actually branded. So eventually this product was white labeled, which basically just means that the supplier put the logo on it for us before shipping it out to customers. So they completely white labeled it for us, but I'll be showing you how you can do that. I'll be showing you the suppliers in the next couple of lessons, and I'll also be showing you how you can do that in the practical step-by-step lessons as well. If we scroll down, you can see we have the specs, we have the assembly instructions. So if we actually go over to this page, there was a custom video created for this product just to show customers how to actually assemble the product. So a few little things like this where you're creating custom content, you're just going above and beyond compared to your competitors. This can really help you set your store apart, doing little things like this, creating custom content. Then we have shipping and returns and links to the refund and shipping policy. Wholesale, nobody actually really ever purchased in wholesale, but it's always handy if you do want to try and get some wholesale purchases. Then we just have some simple icons. Again, a simple GIF of people playing with the product and a breakdown of how the product actually works. So how do you actually use the game? How do you play the game? Then if we scroll down, we do have some more information about the product, some FAQs, very simple FAQs, and some reviews. So if we have a look at some of the FAQs, how do I land a hook? Landing the hook onto that pesky ring is all about the touch. Gently release the ring slightly to the side of the hook to get a nice rounded swing, giving you the best chance to landing the ring. So as you can see, there was a lot of thought about what type of questions customers might ask before purchasing the product. And then again, if we just scroll down, you can see we have the footer also on the product page. So the product page is very simple. You don't need to create anything outlandish or have a super unique design for your dropshipping stores to succeed. Now, if we go back into the backend analytics, I can show you some more analytics. So 340,000 store sessions. The conversion rate is pretty high, so almost close to 6%, and that's pretty high. And the reason behind that is because the audience for this store was completely perfect. So just bear this in mind. You want to get the right marketing angle and the right audience for this store. So if we just scroll down a little bit, you can see that most of the customers for this store came from Australia and New Zealand. And in Australia and New Zealand, they have a massive drinking culture. So that's why this product was completely centered around drinking. If we just go back to the product page, you can see it has been marketed as a drinking game. And when I show you some of the Facebook ads, you'll easily be able to see how this product was marketed as a drinking game. But as you can see it here, they are just going and playing and having a few drinks on the side here as part of the GIF. But in the ad, it makes it much clearer how this product has been marketed as a drinking game. So like I say, the reason why the conversion rate is so high is because with this store, we were able to find the exact audience and market it towards them. So just bear that in mind when we come to the product research modules later on in the practical step-by-step lessons. You always want to think about the marketing angle of the product and the audience that you are going to market your product towards. So like I say, Australia and New Zealand do have a big drinking culture, so it was very easy to market this product as a drinking game. If we have a look at some of the other analytics, the average order value was just under 50 Australian dollars. Like I say, we were able to boost this by offering that bundle deal. So some people purchased the bundle, some people purchased the product on its own, but the bundle really helped to actually boost the average order value overall. And having a higher average order value basically means that you can have more profits for your product. Now, if you scroll down, you can see the top selling products. So we had this original one, Hooks and Ladders Finished Wood, and then the Hooks and Ladders Drinking Game, which is the current one. So if we just go over to the products, you can see that the original Finished Wood one is out of stock now. And now we are currently selling this one, Hooks and Ladders Drinking Game. It's essentially the same game, just a different color wood. So you can see the original one, the Finished Wood one, was selling very well. But like I say, it's pretty much the same game, just a different color wood. We've already had a look at the sessions by location. Of course, sessions by device is mainly mobile. So if we just go over here, you can see almost 80% of it is coming from mobile. So you'll always want to make sure that your store is optimized for mobile. And in the practical step-by-step lessons, we'll be showing you how to do that. But as you can see, most of the sessions have come from mobile for this store. Now, if you have a look at the sessions by social source, they are coming all from Facebook and Instagram. So in the next lesson, I will be diving deep into the Meta Ads Manager and showing you all of the ads that were ran. But basically, this complete store was only ran using Facebook and Instagram ads. We tried a little bit of TikTok ads as well, but that didn't really work out. So pretty much 99% of the revenue has been generated using Facebook and Instagram ads. Now they just call them Meta Ads, but just to make it easier for you to remember that they're Facebook and Instagram ads. You can see some direct traffic as well, but that is also mostly coming probably from Facebook and Instagram. And then if you scroll down, you can just have a look at some of the landing pages, some of the orders that have been fulfilled. Now, like I mentioned, I do really want to just drill this home about the marketing angle and the audiences. Because if we do have a look at Temu, you can get pretty much the same product here. It's probably a cheaper quality version of the product, but it's essentially a very similar product for a much cheaper price. But the way they've marketed the product is not as strong. So as you can see, they're pretty much marketing it for parties, for kids. They've got bar, drink, home, all different types of things. They don't have a strong marketing angle for the product. Now, if we actually go over to the Ads Manager, and I just go and choose, let's just choose from the beginning of January 22. So I will show you when I did start this store in the next lesson, but let's just go from January 22 to December 22 and hit update. And we can go and have a look at one of my best selling ads. So let's just go for this campaign here. Let's click on the actual campaigns and we'll go to the best selling ad. So if I just click on view charts, and I can actually show you the best selling ad for this product. So let's just wait for this to load and we can scroll down. I am going to just hit play now.
Feels it? Feel the heat. Feel the heat. Finishing strong. Put the pressure on for the win. The pressure. Again.
So as you can see, the best selling ad is very simple, but it's all about the feeling that you're creating with the customer and with your main marketing angle. So as I mentioned, our main marketing angle was to sell this as a drinking game, and the vibe and the feeling that we've created with this ad illustrates exactly that. So they're on the deck, it's the summer, they're having a few drinks, they're playing the game, they're having fun, and that's the exact feeling that we want the customer to feel when they see the ad. That's what's going to push them to make that impulse purchase. So just bear this in mind around your ads. You really want to have a strong marketing angle, and you want to think about the feeling and emotions that you want your customers to feel when they see your ad. So with this particular ad, like I say, it reminds them of having a good time. It reminds them of the summer, sitting, playing games with their friends and having a few drinks. And this is what's going to push them to actually go and purchase the product. Whereas with Temu, they don't really have that strong marketing angle that's going to evoke those emotions with potential customers. This ad is what's doing that. And with Facebook, you are trying to get impulse buys. So people are seeing it, you're playing on their emotions, you're making them feel those emotions, and that's why they're going to want to purchase the product. So a few key takeaways from this lesson are to think of your main marketing angle. So in this instance, the product was a drinking game. Now, in the practical step-by-step lessons, you will be creating a niche store with multiple different products. So for every product that you research, you will always want to think of a main marketing angle for that product. For some products, the main marketing angle is very obvious. So if a product solves back pain, well, the main marketing angle is very simple. It solves back pain. But for other products, it won't be as obvious. So in our instance, we had to be a little bit clever about it and market this as a drinking game. You do also want to think of your main audience. So who's actually going to be interested in the product? And like I say, when you go and create your own store using the practical step-by-step lessons, you will need to think about different audiences for different products, and you can tie those in with the marketing angle. So the marketing angle was a drinking game. Because Australia and New Zealand have a big drinking culture, we tied these two together. Thirdly, You do want to have good branding and good creatives. This is what's going to help you evoke those emotions with the audiences, and this will help you to push them to make impulse buys. That's what works with Facebook and with dropshipping. You're trying to push the customers to make an impulse buy and purchase the product on the spot, to make them think it's a really good deal, they really want the product and they need to purchase it right now. And finally, you do want to increase your average order value with bundles and offers. So again, having a look at the product page, you can see this bundle where we offer the shot glasses and the carry bag as a bundle, and increasing your average order value will help you to increase your overall profits. So that is it for this first lesson in the case study. In the next lesson, I'll be breaking down all of the key milestones for this store, having a look at all of the audiences and ads that were tested on Meta Ads, and having a look at the profits for this store. So in this lesson, I am going to give you a complete breakdown of all of the revenue for this store, and I will also dive deeper into the ads account and have a look at some of the different audiences that were targeted and some of the different ads that were used. So as you can see, here is where the store initially started, July 2021, and it was slowly scaled up towards Q4, towards the end of 2021. Now, because I was originally running this store from a niche store, running this product from a niche store, I was still running the ads from a separate ads account at this point. So in October 2021, I created a dedicated ads account for this specific store. So I don't have the ads account for July, August, and September of this store. So I'm just going to say that the initial phase for this store is between October 21 and December 21, which is Q4 of October 2021. So I was kind of trying to rush to get to Q4 with this product. It had shown some initial promise, firstly on the original niche store. Then when I transferred it over to this store, it was still showing some good promise. As you can see, August 2021, 1K in sales, and then in September, 11K in sales. So it was still showing some good promise. So like I say, we were trying to sort of rush through to get to Q4 and get this product to some decent sales and some decent revenue in Q4. But there was still quite a lot of testing to do at this point in terms of audiences and creatives. But if we just go over to the ads account, we can have a look at this initial phase. So October 2021 through to December 2021. And you can see the ad spend, 23,000. Now, if we go over to the campaigns, you can see the results. So this one here, this conversion campaign, got 1,300 purchases. And then there was also a conversion campaign for New Zealand. So these two campaigns were essentially the same, except for one was for Australia and one was for New Zealand. I also did do an engagement campaign for New Zealand just to boost the engagement of the ad. So you can see only $40 spent on that engagement campaign. So these were the two main campaigns in that initial phase for this product. So I'll just dive deeper into these campaigns. So if we actually click on this first conversion campaign that got a large bulk of the website purchases, you can have a look at how I actually broke down these campaigns. So I had two ad sets, and they were both interest targeting campaigns. So one was targeting games and one was targeting college. So if we click on edit on this particular campaign, I can show you the exact interests. So if we just scroll down, like I say, this campaign was targeting Australia only, as you can see, and the interests were games and board games. So I'd actually stacked the interests for this particular ad set. I don't really do that anymore because it can become kind of difficult to see which interest is actually performing because you've stacked two interests into one ad set. So generally I only choose one interest now going forward, but at this time I was testing out different things. And as you can see, I had excluded the dropshipping interest. So anybody that was interested in dropshipping wouldn't see the ad. Now the audience size was pretty medium, so just around 10 million. So not massive, but not super small either. Now I did also have this other ad set. So if we click on edit on this one, and this was the college ad set. So these were two interests that I thought might match up with the particular product, games and board games because it was a game product, and college because they do a lot of drinking at university and college, especially in Australia. So if we just scroll down, as you can see, this was the university interest, And again, the drop shipping interest was excluded. Now the audience size for this ad set was much smaller, so around 2 million, not that big, but still enough to find some customers. So this was the initial campaign. If we just go back to campaigns, this was the initial conversion campaign. So this was being run in October. So if we just go over to October and hit update, you can see this was the first campaign that we started with for this product whilst trying to scale in Q4. If we actually have a look through November, so let's go over to November, that's when the New Zealand campaign was actually introduced throughout November. So we basically just replicated the Australian campaign and we just changed the country. So if I go and choose, let's go for October through to December and hit update. And now I'll just go and select the New Zealand campaign. We'll go over to the ad sets. And as you can see, it's the exact same ad sets, except for targeting New Zealand rather than Australia. So if we click on edit, we can scroll down and you can see the target location is New Zealand, but it is the same interests. And then that is the same for the college ad set. In New Zealand, the audience is much smaller, but we were still able to get some sales. So if we just go over to the college ad set and we hit edit, and we can simply scroll down with this particular ad set. And as you can see, university, higher education, and excluding dropshipping. For this particular audience, it was quite small, but again, sales were still able to be achieved. So don't worry too much about the audience size. If something is doing well, you can always try and replicate it for another country. Although the culture in Australia and New Zealand is quite similar. So that was the thought process behind running a very similar ad set just to a different country, because they are very similar countries. Now, if we actually have a look at the best performing ad during this period, so you can see we will just select both of these campaigns and we will go over to the ads. As a matter of fact, let me go back to the ad set, just make sure all of the ad sets are selected. And now you can see all of the ads. So essentially we had two ad creatives during this time period, one for the Australian market and one for the New Zealand market. And we were using the same ad creative for each ad set. So essentially for the game ad set and for the college ad set, the same ad creative was being run. But as you can see, one creative was targeting the Australian market and one creative was targeting the New Zealand market. So if we click on view charts, I believe this is the New Zealand one. So let's just scroll down and I will just go and put this on mute and you can go and have a look at the ads. So you can see New Zealand is going crazy over this new drinking game, hooks and ladders. Move the shot glass each time you land a hook. The loser takes the shot. Make parties a lot more fun and exciting. No setup required, so you can take hooks and ladders wherever you live. Join thousands of satisfied customers in New Zealand. I am just going to play it again so you can hear the music a little bit. So as you can see, it is a very basic ad. If we have a look at the ad copy, it's very simple and concise. Have an absolute blast at your next gathering with the game that is taking New Zealand by storm. So the ad copy was very specific towards targeting the country. Go head to head with mates at gatherings. Great conversation piece for any home. Must have at parties, holidays, the beach, and more. So the ad copy is super simple. If we have a look at the Australian version of the ad, it is pretty much identical. So let's just go to the Australian version of the ad. I will just scroll down. If we have a look at the ad copy, you can see it's pretty much identical. We have just changed New Zealand to Australia. And as you can see, it says Australia is going crazy over this game. It's essentially the exact same ad. We have just swapped out Australia for New Zealand to make it more personalized for that market. Same music, same clips, same captions, same everything. We have just changed where it said New Zealand to Australia. Now, of course, this was the original ad that we started with. So as you can see, thousands of satisfied customers in Australia. We were originally targeting Australia. So then we just duplicated that campaign and recreated the ad for New Zealand. Now that was the initial phase, which done fairly well. So as you can see, some pretty good website purchases with both of these campaigns. And the cost per purchase was very cheap. $10 and $11. Now, this is Australian dollars. Just bear that in mind. So that is very cheap during this period. However, during this period, if we actually just go over to the analytics, So we'll just scroll all the way back to 2021, and I will just show you how much revenue was brought in during this period in total. So we're just going to go from October to over here like this. So you can see 71,631 during this period here. So if we actually have a look at the breakdown of this initial phase, you can see this is how much we brought in. 71,631 Australian dollars was brought in on this store. In US dollars, that's 46,150. The cost of goods around this time was slightly more expensive. So we did manage to get the cost of goods down in the next phase, which I will show you. But overall, the cost of goods was around this. All of these numbers have been rounded up, so they are slightly more conservative. You do have the ad spend. So if we go over to the ads account, just over 23,000 Australian dollars. So as you can see, that's here. In US dollars, that's around just under 15,000. And then the processing fees and Shopify fees were around 1,900 Australian dollars, which is just over 1,200 US dollars. So during this first 3 months of Q4 for 2021, the total profit, even though it looks like a lot, right? It's 71,000 in revenue. The total profit was only $1,000. Now, don't be alarmed. You might be thinking, well, that's terrible, but that's okay, because now you're going to see in the next year how the store makes a huge amount of profit based on this. Because like I said, in this initial phase, this was really the testing period for Q4. We were just trying to rush things through in Q4 just to show a proof of concept that this product could achieve a good amount of sales. It got over 1,700 sales. So now was the time over the next period, which was 2022, where we could actually test this product further, test more audiences, test more creatives, and prepare for Q4 of 2022. So now we're going to go over to 2022, and this is basically the second phase of the store. So let's go over to 2022, and we will just hit apply. And as you can see, during this second period, the store done over 700,000 in revenue in Australian dollars. Now, if you actually have a look, January, February, March, April, May, and June and July sort of were kind of slow months. So for the first 6 months of the year, it was pretty slow. Now, I was running another store at this point. I was running my shoe store, if you have seen that case study on my YouTube channel. So there was a lot of time and effort being put into that store as well. But this store was still being prepared for Q4 of 2022. So a lot of testing was going on as well. Now, of course, the first couple of months of any year are always going to be fairly slow in e-commerce because Q4 is so crazy and manic, and you try to achieve so many sales in Q4 that Q1, quarter one, the first 3 months of any e-commerce store, depending on which industry in, but generally they will be fairly slow. So as you can see, January, February, March, fairly slow. The same with April and May and June. Now, if we actually have a look, I'm just going to pick one of these random months. And during this time period here, like I say, different creatives and different audiences were being tested in preparation for Q4. It had already been proven that this product could work in Q4 in the first initial phase. So now it was time to test out different creatives and different audiences to see if it could be scaled in Q4 2022. Now, this is something to bear in mind. You do need to have some patience with your dropshipping stores. I know you probably see a lot of gurus online and they're scaling their stores to 100K a month within 30 days. But those are mostly the outliers. They're the exception to the rule. It can take time to test different audiences, to get new creatives, to test different creatives, to test new copy, to create new campaigns. So you always just want to be preparing, and the best time when you can actually sell for your e-commerce and dropshipping stores will always be in Q4. Of course, you want to try and sell all year round, but most of the time you will be preparing for Q4 because this is where you can make a bulk of your sales for the year. So I'll just pick a random month. Let's just pick May 2022. We will just come over to the ads manager, and I am just going to go and choose May 2022. So let's go to May 2022. We can just unselect all of the campaigns. And now we can simply have a look at which campaigns performed the best. So you can see here, this one is called Australia Final Attempt. So this is a final attempt at testing this particular campaign. So if we just go and we'll just go and choose this. We'll go over to ad sets. And now we can go and have a look at these ad sets for this test campaign. So you can see for this particular ad set, it was Australia combined interests. So if I just go and hit edit, and then I can simply scroll down, and you can go and have a look. So this one was combined interests. So a few more interests had been added. So for the first initial phase, the games interest and the university interest were in separate ad sets. Now we had combined them. So you've got university, parties, games, and alcoholic beverages all in one campaign. The audience was slightly larger. Like I say, I don't really do this anymore because it becomes hard to see which interest is the one that's actually bringing you in sales. So most of the time I will always separate out my interests. Now, if we come over to the second ad set here and we click edit, this is a broad campaign. So we're testing out broad campaigns as well. So if we scroll down, you can see the audience is much bigger. And if we scroll down, you can see it's basically just Australia, all genders, and no interests. So that's what a broad campaign is. When you create a broad campaign, you are basically just letting Facebook find the ideal customers for you. Now in 2024 going forward, Facebook's algorithm and AI is much more advanced. It has much more data. So broad ad sets can work very well depending on the product. If you have a very niche specific product, for example, a golf product, it's very easy to target with interest targeting. But if you have a product, for example, an anxiety relief product or a back pain product, it can be worth testing a broad campaign because there isn't really a specific interest that you can target for back pain, for example. So this is one thing I really want you to keep in mind from this lesson. You need to be testing different audiences and different creatives throughout the year until you find that best performing audience that is bringing you in the most sales, and until you find that best performing ad creative that is bringing you in the most sales. So like I say, during May, we were testing out different things. Sometimes they didn't work, they weren't really profitable, but we were mostly breaking even during these months. So we weren't really making a loss, so it was totally fine. So now if we go over to one of the bigger months, so let's just go, for example, let's have a look at August, which is where it started to scale slowly. So we can just go and have a look at August. I will go and choose August 2022 and hit update, and we will just get rid of all of these selected campaigns. We'll come back to campaigns now. So as you can see here, August 2022, we were testing creatives. So in May, we were testing different audiences. So we were testing stacked interests for Australia. We were also testing broad ad sets for Australia as well. And now we are testing different creatives. So if we just go and select this, and we can go over to the ads, and you can see there are loads of different creatives in here. So this is how I was testing different creatives. Firstly, I'm testing the audiences. And then if I can see an audience is doing fairly well, then I'll test all of the creatives to that audience. So again, this is a great takeaway for you to bear in mind. Test the audiences first. So when I say audience, I mean different countries, different interests, different demographics, but mostly different countries and different interests. And once you find one that is getting some traction, it is bringing you in some sales, then you can test loads of different creatives towards that audience. So as you can see in here, we have quite a few different creatives. We've got this TikTok style ad. So let's actually have a look at which one achieved the most sales. So we can see this ad here, which I did show you in the previous lesson. This is the best selling ad. This is just a very simple ad that we tested out to quite a few different audiences, and this ad creative always performed the best. So I'll just go and play it for you again. So this is that very simple ad creative that I showed you in the last lesson that is the best selling ad creative. It has been custom made. It doesn't have any captions. It doesn't have any background music, a very simple ad creative. So like I mentioned in the previous lesson, when it comes to ad creatives, it is all about the emotions that you evoke with your customers. So this is the type of feeling that they want to feel when they are purchasing the product. So we actually go and have a look at some of the other ad creatives that we tested during this time. Let's have a look at some of the ones that didn't perform so well. So for example, this multi-video ad for Father's Day. If we click on view charts, and if I just scroll down on this ad and I hit play, and this particular ad was marketed as a Father's Day product. So as you can see, this New Zealand drinking game is the absolute best gift for your dad on Father's Day. Now this ad didn't actually perform very well, so obviously people didn't think that this would be a good product for Father's Day. But the main message I'm trying to get across to you is you need to be testing different ad creatives and different audiences, especially if a product has shown some promise. So this product achieved 1,500 sales in that initial phase that I showed you. So we knew it had promise, and that's why we wanted to constantly test new creatives and new audiences. So we can now close this. We'll just show you one more, this TikTok style ad. So if I just click on view charts, and I can simply now just scroll down, and we can have a look at this TikTok style ad.
TikTok made me buy this. It's an awesome kiwi drinking game that is now a must-have at all my parties. Move the shot up the ladder each time you land the hook until you reach the edge, and the loser has to take the shot. 50% off sale now with free shipping NC-wide. TikTok made me buy.
Now, I actually thought that this was a pretty good ad, but of course it didn't perform very well. It only achieved 5 sales. So now that we've done our ad creative testing, we could see that this was the one that was bringing in the most sales. So if we just go back to the campaigns, we can actually just go and select the rest of the year. So we'll just go from January all the way through to the end of August, which was mostly the testing phase for this period, getting ready for Q4 2022. And if we just go to website purchases, let's get rid of selected. You can see there are a number of different campaigns that all done fairly well. They all achieved a decent amount of website purchases. But if we actually go and click on a few of these, so let's just click on these first 3. And now if we just go over to ads, you can see that the main ad creative, if we just come over to results, that was doing well was that simple ad creative that I just showed you. So if you have a look, 1, 2, 3, 4. So all of these 4 ads are exactly the same. And as you can see, they achieved the most website purchases if you combine all of those website purchases together. The second best ad creative was this NZ one, which had the captions over that I showed you during the initial phase. So that was the second best ad creative, but this was the main ad creative that was achieving sales during that testing phase coming up to Q4 2022. So now imagine it's Q4 2022. So we will just come over to Q4 2022. So we'll go to October. As a matter of fact, we'll go from September through to December and just hit apply. And as you can see, this is where a bulk of the revenue for this store came in. So September 22K, then October 83K, then November 345K, massive month, and then December 293K. Now I will go over why December had less revenue than November in a moment, because there's an important lesson to learn behind that. But let's just go over to the ads for this time period as well. So we are just going to come over to the ads September all the way through to December. So Q4, where the most revenue was achieved. If we just go over to the campaigns, let's get rid of all of the selected campaigns. We will go to results. And as you can see, that creative testing campaign from August was the main campaign that brought in a bulk of the revenue for Q4. And then we also had the same one for New Zealand. So like I showed you during the initial phase, these 2 campaigns were essentially the same ad sets, same ads, but one was targeting Australia and one was targeting New Zealand. We then duplicated that for the UK. You can see it got a few sales, but the cost per purchase was quite high for the UK. So this campaign was never quite profitable. And we also tried to duplicate it for Canada as well. But as you can see, it didn't really work that well. And there also was a retargeting campaign. So people that had viewed the ad but didn't make a purchase, then we made a retargeting campaign with different creatives, and we were able to convert 475 more purchases. But as you can see, this was that main testing campaign. So we have been preparing for Q4 all the way from July, August time. So that's another key lesson that you need to take away. You need to be preparing for Q4 in the middle of the year, testing new creatives, testing audiences, so then you can begin to scale once you get to Q4. You're not starting from scratch. Once you hit Q4, you're ready to go and start scaling. So if we actually just go and choose 2 of these campaigns, these best performing campaigns, we'll go over to the ad sets, and then we'll show you some of the best performing ad sets. So 2 of the best performing ad sets were actually broad ad sets, not interest targeting. So remember I mentioned broad ad sets earlier, where you're not adding any interests to the ad set and you're just letting Facebook do its thing and find the customers for you. So if we just go and hit edit on this first one, we can simply scroll down And as you can see, it was just Australia and completely broad demographics. So broad age, broad genders, and no interest targeting. If we have a look at the second one over here, we can click edit on this one. And if I scroll down on this particular ad set, it is exactly the same except for it was for New Zealand. So those were the two best performing ad sets with no interests, just completely broad, one for Australia and one for New Zealand, and these achieved the most sales. Now, if we come back to the campaigns, I can just close this and let's get rid of this. Let's have a look at the UK one. So we can choose the UK campaign. We will go over to the ad set, and it was the same for the UK, a completely broad UK ad set. Now, if we actually go and choose this and we go over to the ads, and now we can simply go and click on view charts. And if you have a look at the ad that we targeted towards the UK, it's the exact same ad. We've just tailored the ad copy and changed Australia and New Zealand to the UK. So have an absolute blast at your next party with the game that is taking the UK by storm. And it's the exact same ad. So that's another thing that you need to keep in mind. You do need to tailor your ad copy depending on the audience, depending on the country. Don't just simply write one single ad copy and try and push it to all different audiences. You need to tailor your ad copy depending on who you're targeting. So this did achieve a fair amount of sales, but like I say, it wasn't very profitable because the cost per purchase was slightly too high. So it was mostly breaking even during this period. So now you can just verify which ad performed the best during this period. So if we just go back to the campaigns, we will choose these two top performing campaigns. We can come over to the ads, and as you can see, it is this ad again. The same one that I've just shown you is the one that has been performing the best. So as you can see, with all of the sales, all the top 4 ads, these are all the same ad that I just showed you. That custom ad that was created, it doesn't have any captions, no background music, a very simple ad, but it evokes the right emotion for this particular product that we want customers to feel and make that impulse purchase. So that was the second phase where this product was scaled very highly. Now, if we do have a look at December, I will just go over to December because like I say, I think there's an important lesson to learn here for some new dropshippers, and that is that, as you can see here, we massively dropped off around the 12th of December. And that is because you need to scale your stores down towards the middle of December, because if you push your products all the way up until Christmas Eve, your products won't get there in time due to the delivery times, and then you'll get a massive amount of refunds because customers won't want the product anymore because it has arrived after Christmas. So as you can see, the revenue did drop off quite drastically from the 12th onwards. And like I say, that's because of the delivery times. If you have a look at November, let's go to November. This was a massive scaling month. So when it comes to Q4 with dropshipping, November is really going to be your biggest month where you're really pushing your products, because it's going to give you enough time for your products to get to your customers in time for Christmas. And you can still push it towards the earlier weeks of December. So I think that's a really important lesson to remember. Now, of course, like I mentioned, if we go over to 2023, this is the next phase. And in the beginning of any year, it is usually quite slow, especially when you've had such a massive month in November and December. So let's just go over to 2023, and I will just go and show you. This is basically the final phase of this particular store. I haven't really been running it throughout 2024. I've been focusing on some other projects. So this is pretty much the final phase of this product. But before we go over that final phase, I do want to show you the second year profits for this particular store. So the store revenue for the second year was 776,400 Australian dollars. So as a matter of fact, let's just go back so I can just verify that with you. So let's go all the way back to the beginning of 2022, and we will go all the way to the end of 2022 and hit apply. So now in the second year, as you can see, 76,400 Australian dollars, which in US dollars is just over 500K. There was a new supplier being used in 2022, which was quite a lot cheaper than the original supplier for the initial phase. So the cost of goods was just over 200,000 US dollars. The ad spend, so we will go over to the ad spend for 2022. So let's go to the beginning of 2022, all the way through to the end of 2022. and we will just hit apply so you can see the complete ad spend. So let's just go back over to campaigns. So as you can see, just over 220,000 in ad spend. So if we come back over here, that in US dollars is 144,000. And then the processing fees was just under 10K US dollars. So the profit for 2022 was just over 120,000 US dollars for this store. If you average that out over a month, it's just over $10,300. So as I mentioned to you before, you do need to be a little bit patient when it comes to scaling your stores. You can't just be super aggressive and scale them as soon as you see some initial promise. It does take some time to work out the right audience, to test new creatives and start to scale from there. And you can reinvest the profits from previous months so that you can continue scaling. So it's kind of like a snowball effect. You make some profits, you reinvest those profits back in ads, and you continue to scale that way. So let's go to the final phase of this store, 2023. We will just go and have a look at the revenue for this particular year. So I'll just hit apply. And of course, it wasn't as good as the previous year. This product had, of course, achieved a very high amount of sales in 2022. So it was going to be hard to re-achieve that again with the same product. So January was a very quiet month. The first 3 months, again, as you can see, were fairly quiet. And we were basically just doing the same thing that we'd done the previous year, testing new audiences, testing new creatives. I was working on other stores as well during this time period. But as you can see, during Q4, it done very well again in November and in December. So not as well as the previous year, but still fairly decent, 200,000 in Australian dollars. So pretty good. So if we just go and pick one of these random months again, let's just go and pick September 2023, for example. So we'll come over to the ad campaigns and we will come to September 2023 and hit update. And we can have a look at which campaigns were doing the best. So this one here was a November 2023 campaign. So we were basically preparing it for November in September. So if we actually just go and have a look at this campaign, we can come over to the ad sets. Let's go to the results. And if we just go and click on edit, and this ad set was basically the same as the previous ad sets that had done well. So it was a broad ad set targeting Australia. We just created a new campaign for the new year. If we do go over to the ads, we can see that we were testing out a new ad. So if we just click on view charts, and we can just have a look at that new creative that we were testing. So let me just put the volume up a little bit and hit play. As you can see, there was some new custom footage created for this particular ad creative, and new copy was being tested. So have an absolute blast at your next party with the game that is taking Australia by storm. So it was very similar to the original copy. All of this bit was exactly the same, just the initial headline was slightly different. Now, if we actually go and have a look, let's go and pick another month. So we just chose September. October, not much was spent. And now if we just come over to November 2023, you can see the scaling had begun again for Q4. Now, I think we were pretty lazy during this time period. We weren't testing as many new audiences and as many new creatives throughout the year because there were other projects and other stores to work on. But if we just go back to the campaigns and we just go and have a look at November, for example, and we just hit update, you can see that we basically just used the same campaigns from last year's Q4. We knew that they had worked well in last year's Q4, so we just started running them again for Q4 2023. Now, this is the really great thing about dropshipping. If you do find an audience and a creative that works well, you can pretty much rinse it a couple of times to bring in a good amount of revenue. But it's all about testing audiences and creatives first in order to find that winning audience and creative. So like I mentioned, these were the same campaigns that achieved a high amount of revenue in Q4 2022, and they were just turned back on and used again for Q4 2023. So again, if we go and choose both of these campaigns, we can go and have a look at the same ad sets. So they were just broad ad sets again with a high amount of website purchases. As you can see, the cost per purchase was still very low, so a good profit was still able to be achieved. And if we go over to the actual ads, it's the same ad creative. So if we just go to results, it's the same simple ad creative that has been used for Q4 2023 as well. And if we just go and have a look at December 2023, we can hit update. And as you can see, again, it's the same ad creative. It's the same ad sets, those broad ad sets for Australia and for New Zealand. In this particular instance, Australia did actually work better in 2023. So if we just go and click on edit, I believe this is the Australian ad set. So let's just scroll down. As you can see, yes, this is the Australian ad set. The New Zealand one still performed fairly well, but like I say, it's the same campaigns from 2022 that have performed again for Q4 in 2023 and were able to still achieve a decent amount in revenue for this particular store. So let's have a look at the profit breakdown for this store in 2023. As you can see, the store revenue, 204,000, as you can see here. So that's around 130,000 US dollars. The cost of goods had come down a little bit again by using that same supplier from 2022. So around 57,000 on the cost of goods. The ad spend was just over 63,000 Australian dollars. So if we just come over to 2023, so let's just come to 2023 and we will just go and choose the entire year so I can show you the entire ad spend. So just over 63,000 Australian dollars, which is around 40,000 US dollars. And the processing fees and Shopify fees were around 2,600. So for the third and final year of this store, the profit was just over 30,000 US dollars, or just under 31,000, which is around $2,500 per month on average for 2023. And if you have a look at the total profit for the store over the 3-year period that it has been run, you can see that the total profit with all of these years added is just over 150,000 US dollars. So if you divide that by 3 years, that's around 52,000 US dollars per year on average, which is pretty decent considering that you can work for yourself. You can work from anywhere. You don't have to go into an office. You can live on your own terms and all of those types of things. This is a pretty decent wage. Now, the last things I do want to go over as part of this lesson are the key takeaways from this lesson. I hope I have drilled them into your head now from this entire lesson. But the main thing is you need to test lots of different audiences. This store, we tested multiple different countries, Australia, New Zealand, UK, and Canada. So don't be afraid to test different countries and make sure that you're tailoring your creatives and your ad copy towards those countries. Don't just write some generic ad copy and create a generic ad. Tailor your creatives and your copy towards the countries that you're targeting. We also tested multiple different audiences and ad sets. So interest targeting like college, games, alcoholic beverages, and those types of things. And also broad ad sets as well. So where you are just targeting a country and letting Facebook find the customers for you. You also want to test lots of different creatives. So with this particular store, 14 creatives have been tested. Obviously that main creative was the winning one, but that's how you find a winning ad creative, by testing lots of new creatives. You can find that one that consistently performs across all audiences, and that is going to be the creative that is going to achieve a bulk amount of sales for you. Now, I've just put in a final key takeaway here. Once you find a winning audience, so for this store's particular instance, the winning audience was Australia and New Zealand. Some of the interest targeting worked okay in the initial phase, but generally the broad ad sets worked better. So like I say, the winning audience was a broad ad set towards Australia and New Zealand. And once you find a winning creative, that creative that I showed you that has worked really well, you can combine these to scale your store, and then you can continue to scale it a number of different times. And the last key takeaway is that you need to be preparing for Q4 with your stores as early as you possibly can. So as you saw in 2022, the testing phase for Q4 2022 actually began in July. So those are the main milestones for this store that I wanted to cover in this lesson. Now don't worry, I will be going over in more detail what actually makes a winning ad creative, because I know I showed you a few winning ad creatives in this lesson, but you probably still have some questions about what actually makes a winning ad creative. So I will be covering those in the practical step-by-step lessons. But for the next lesson, I want to show you all of the apps and themes that were used on this store. So in this lesson, I'm going to be showing you all of the themes and apps that were used on this store. So we will start by looking at the themes. So if we just head over to online store, the current theme that is being used for this store is the Dawn theme. And that is just the default free Shopify theme. So just bear that in mind. You don't need to have any extravagant themes or anything like that when you are creating your stores. You can just start with a basic theme and it can do pretty well. Now there are of course some themes that have additional features that you can use, but like I say, if you're on a tight budget, you can always just start with the default themes. So if we just scroll down, you can see I've got a few different themes that have been used, mostly the Dawn theme, and that has been updated over the years. We did originally start with the Debut theme. This was one of the original free Shopify themes from a couple of years ago. Now it's the Dawn theme, which is the default one. But back in the days, Debut was the free default theme. So if we just click on the three dots, we can click on Preview to have a look at what the store originally looked like. It pretty much looked very similar to what it currently looks like. We've just added a few extra things. So if we actually go over to the product page, you can see it doesn't look as nice. It doesn't look as clean and professional. As we scroll down, we've still got the reviews, some links to Instagram, and some FAQs, very similar to what it currently looks like. So if I just go and close this, we can see what it currently looks like. And we'll just open up the Debut theme. If we go and click over to the product page, you can see it does look much more clean and professional now with the GIF, and everything else is pretty much very similar. It's just a kind of different layout, a little bit more optimized. Obviously the bundle is available as well now. If we just go and have a look at one of these other ones, so let's just go and have a look at this February one, for example. We can click on this and hit preview. Again, like I say, it's very similar to what it currently looks like. However, some things were slightly different. So if we just go over to the product page, you can see for this product page, the images just scroll like this. I don't think this looks as nice as it currently does. So there you can see a few small changes have been added to the theme. But as I mentioned, it is a simple free theme being used for this store, the Dawn theme. So now if we go and have a look at the apps, if I just click on apps, you can see a list of all the apps that are being used on this store. Not all of them are currently actually being used. So I'll just go through them one by one to give you a breakdown of what all of these apps are. I'll firstly start with these two. I am going to cover these in the next lesson, which is going to be the suppliers that were used for this store. But as you can see, these are two supplier apps, Dropship China Pro Fulfillment and We Fulfill. They're both suppliers and you can connect their Shopify apps to your stores to track inventory and to automate the fulfillment. This Sell Easy app is an upsell app. We're not currently using this, so I think if I just click on this, it will probably say that it's not in use, as you can see, but we were testing some different upsells using this Sell Easy app. If we go back to apps, you can see that we have Afterpay. So this is basically a payment gateway that allows customers to pay in segments. So over 3 months, over 6 months. This isn't currently in use either. This is the bundle app. So if we just open up the front end of the store, and if I just go and click over to the product page, obviously we have the bundle over here. So if we just go over to apps, this is the app that has been used to create that bundle. Iconito is an app that just allows you to add icons to your store. So you can see these icons like this, a very simple app that allows you to add icons to your store. Gorgias is a live chat app. So if you have a look in the corner of the site, we have this live chat icon. So that is being run by this Gorgias app. We had an affiliate marketing program. So if affiliates wanted to join, nobody really used it. So we're not really using this app anymore. But this is if you want to create an affiliate program. There are actually better apps to create an affiliate program now. This was just the one that was tested when we first started the affiliate program. This email app is the built-in email marketing app from Shopify. So you'll have this on all of your stores by default. Zurich's sticky add to cart was a sticky add to cart button. So when somebody scrolled on the homepage, they would see an add to cart button. Down the bottom here, I actually got rid of this because it was making the store look a little bit weird. On the mobile version of the store, it was stretching it out and making things look a little bit weird. So this isn't in use. CJ Dropshipping, again, another supplier. You've probably heard of them. So they're really good just for testing products and things like that. And obviously you can connect their app to your store so you can automate fulfillment and track inventory and things like that. Fast Checkout Upsell Cart was another upsell app that we tried to implement some upsells. But like I say, we transitioned from upsells to the bundle. So all of the upsell apps I could actually just get rid of on this store right now. Review is the app that we use to implement the reviews. So if you scroll down the bottom here, you can see all of these reviews on the homepage. So that's the app that allows you to import reviews to your store or add reviews to your product pages. So that's the Review app. Geolocation is an app that allows customers to see their local currency, basically. So if somebody comes over from the US, they will see the store in US dollars. If somebody comes over to the store from Australia, they will see it in Australian dollars. If somebody comes over to the store from New Zealand, they will see it in New Zealand dollars. So you can use the geolocation app to show customers products in their local currencies. GZ order tracking page, pretty self-explanatory. It's an app that you can use to create an order tracking page. So if we just come back down to the bottom here and click on track my order, you can see a very clean and professional order tracking page. And they've got loads of different couriers that are connected to their Shopify app. So depending on the courier you're using, your customer should be able to go and track their order directly from your store using this app. And then the final app is Klaviyo Email Marketing. So again, that's an email marketing app. It allows you to go and set up email marketing flows, things like abandoned carts, and you can also go and create email marketing promotions and things like that. So most of these apps are very simple, nothing outlandish, nothing that's really improving the conversion rate of the store, nothing that's super expensive. Some pretty simple apps that most stores will need. And when we get to the step-by-step lessons, I'll be showing you all of the apps that you need to start running your store. But like I say, most of them will be very similar. There'll be upsell apps, bundle apps, live chat apps, an app for fulfillment with your supplier, an app for reviews, an app for showing customers their local currency, an order tracking page app, and an email marketing app. Those are most of the apps that you will need for your stores. Any other apps are simply for adding extra functionality. So that is it for this lesson. And in the next lesson, I will go over what could have been done better with this store and where the store is today. So in this lesson, I'm going to be covering what could have been done better with this store and where is the store today. So firstly, I think this store could have had a better presence on social media and built more organic content to bring in more sales on autopilot without relying solely on ads. So as you can see on TikTok, only 2 posts and hardly any engagement on these posts. And the same with Instagram, 22 posts, but hardly any engagement on these posts. This was just to sort of verify that the brand was real. When people were purchasing, they knew that the brand had a presence on TikTok, on Instagram, but there could have been a lot more UGC created and organic created with people actually using the product to bring in more organic sales. Also, I think relying on one ad platform is slightly dangerous because if you do get banned or restricted at any point, you basically just cut off all of your sales. So we mostly just relied, if we scroll down, well, not mostly, pretty much 100% relied on Facebook and Instagram ads, Meta ads, to bring in all of their sales. So I think exploring TikTok ads is another avenue that could have worked. I think this product could have worked with TikTok ads because it's a younger audience, the college age audience. This product could have potentially worked with that audience. So that's another thing that I think could have been really important to try, is to test out a new ad platform to see if some more sales could have been brought in. Now, where is the store actually today? So let's just go over to this year. We will just go to 2024 and we will just go to the present day. And you can basically see we haven't brought in hardly any sales this year at all. And that's because after Q4 last year, I just stopped running all the ads. So you can see if we have a look at Q4 last year, let's just go to December. It was still a fairly big month, $110,000. And this year it's just gone down to nothing because we just stopped running all of the ads because I wanted to focus on some new projects. So I wanted to focus on creating this course and this community and creating more content for the community. I am also setting up another branded store from scratch. So I have been putting a lot of effort into that branded store. So this store has pretty much been on hold for the whole of this year. So you can see we've only got 9 orders. Those are all organic, so probably from customers who heard about their product from their friends and family. Am I going to try to rerun this product again this year in Q4? Probably not. I think I've taken this store as far as I can. As I've shown you, the revenue did go down quite a bit from 2022 to 2023. And to be honest with you, I think I have exhausted all of the creatives and the audiences for this particular product. I've been running it for 3 years now. We've probably made as many sales as we can at this point without rebranding the product and creating lots of new creatives and trying to find new audiences. I think maybe perhaps the US market would be something that could be explored, but at this point it might be slightly saturated with this product. And like I say, I'm working on a lot of new projects, on new stores, on new brands, on creating content. So I don't really think I may continue with the store, but I'll always have it there. And if I do want to try and rejuvenate it, then I can pretty much at any point. I can create some new creatives, create some new custom content, and start looking for some new audiences. This store has a lot of data, so it still does have a lot of potential to use in the future. But like I say, for now, I have put it on hold and I am focusing on other projects. I hope you're enjoying the tutorial so far. Now, before we move on, I do just want to mention my private dropshipping community, Dropship Discovery. If you join my private community, you can work with me personally and I will help you to scale your dropshipping stores. You'll get access to me via a private one-on-one chat where you can ask me any question you have regarding building and scaling your stores. I run weekly Q&A live calls, so you've got support every step of the way, and you also get access to the Slack group with all of my private community members, allowing you to be part of a group of individuals all working towards a similar goal of growing their dropshipping business, just like I've done with my student Pedro, who has managed to scale his stores to consistent and profitable $500 days.
My name is Pedro Sierra. I've been in e-commerce for about a year now, and like most people starting out, I didn't want to pay for courses or mentorship because I thought I could teach myself everything on YouTube. I was able to get some sales, but I wasn't profitable and I couldn't scale anything to the point I'm doing right now using Elliott strategies. And this is about a month since joining Elliott's Dropship Discovery group. Almost 18,000 in sales, about 5,000 or 6,000 profit on this, and expect more going into the fourth quarter. Elliott just doesn't give you advice and leave. He works with you directly to optimize your store, your landing page, connect you with private suppliers to lower your cost of goods and shipping. You get weekly meetings, modules that are perfect for beginners, real hands-on support, and it's not just another payment, it's an investment. So anyone who's serious about this should join his group because this is possible for anyone.
So if you're interested in working with me one-on-one to scale your dropshipping stores, check out the link in the description to my private community, Dropship Discovery. And now let's move on to the next part of the tutorial. For this first lesson in the product research module, I do just want to cover the store strategy that we will be using in order to build your dropshipping store. So we will be using the niche store strategy. And essentially a niche store is built around one specific category of products. Now the reason that we will be building a niche store is because it allows you to test multiple products at once on your store, as opposed to a one product store where you can only test one product. And if that product fails, then you need to build your store completely from scratch again. And using that strategy can be quite time consuming because, like I say, if the store fails or the product fails, then you need to build your store from scratch. You need to purchase a new domain name and you need to go and completely rebrand the store for the new product that you want to test. And this is very time consuming and it's not time effective and cost effective when you want to test multiple products to find a winning product. And the reason we won't be building a general store where you sell products from loads of different categories, think of something like Amazon, is because customers are becoming more aware of dropshipping stores and general stores don't look very trustworthy to customers. So this is going to drastically decrease your conversion rate. It means you won't get as many sales with a general store. So a niche store is the best go-between a general store and a one product store. You can test loads of different products, so you don't have to keep rebuilding your store. You can simply create a new product page for the products that you want to test, but your store looks way more professional, way more branded, and way more trustworthy, so you will be able to achieve more sales and have a higher conversion rate on your store. So I'll show you a few examples of some niche stores. You can see this store here is a pet niche store. So if we scroll down, a really well built store, and they sell all different types of products in the pet niche. Here's another pet niche store. Again, a very similar type of store, very well branded, very professional looking. Here is the golf niche store that's actually mine. So this is my niche store, all centered around the golf niche. I actually scaled this product here to $43,000. You can see the case study on my YouTube channel for this particular product. And as you can see, loads of different products from the golf niche, which I tested. Here is another niche store in the home and gardens niche. So I don't actually think the design of this store is that great. It doesn't look amazing, but this store is performing well. They have some very well performing ads for different products in the home and garden niche. And here's a final one. And again, this store is doing really well as well. I've had a look at their ads on Facebook and they are performing really well. And this is the travel niche. So you don't have to just stick to completely normal niches. This is a slightly outside the box niche. So they're selling all different products related to travel. So travel pillows, you can see eye masks, travel bags, earplugs, and loads of different products related to travel. And like I say, this store is performing really well. So you will be creating a niche store around one category of products, and then you will be testing those products on an ad platform. We'll primarily be focusing on the Meta Ads platform, so Facebook and Instagram ads for this course, but you've got loads of different marketing strategies that you can use. So you could use TikTok ads, you can use Pinterest ads, Google ads, Instagram influencers, organic, whatever you want to use. But like I say, for this course, we will primarily be focusing on Meta Ads, which is Facebook and Instagram. And once you find a product that has potential to be a winner, so it is making some consistent sales, 3 to 4 sales every day for a couple of weeks, perhaps a month, then you can start to build your store around that product and actually scale that product. So this is the niche store strategy. And here are a list of a few different niches as examples. So you have pets, babies and toddlers, homeware, sports, health and beauty. And within each niche, you also have sub-niches. So for example, with pets, you could have a dog store, a cat store, a store for bird products. For sports, you could have a golf store, like I just showed you, my golf store here. You could also go and build your store around soccer, yoga, bodybuilding, any other sports related category. So when you are picking a niche, you don't just have to pick a broad niche, you could go for a sub-niche. Now, one word of advice is when you are picking a niche, and we will look at this in further detail in the next product research lessons, but one word of advice is to pick a niche that you have some knowledge or interest of. So for example, I've created niche stores around golf because I have some knowledge of golf. I've also created a niche store around geeky gadgets and games that I showed you in the case study as well. Again, because this is something that I have knowledge of and I have some interest in. I've also created a niche store around shoes as well. Again, because I have some knowledge and interest in this. And the reason that I say this is because it's going to be much easier for you to think about your ideal customer, to come up with marketing angles, to create ad creatives, if you have some level of knowledge and interest in the niche. So for example, again, I would never create a niche store around makeup because I don't know anything about makeup. I don't know what makeup products are good. I don't know any marketing angles that are related to makeup. I wouldn't be able to create ad creatives related to makeup products. So I would never create a niche store solely around the makeup niche because I don't know anything about the niche, and it's going to be difficult for me to enter that market because I literally have no knowledge of the niche. So just bear that in mind when we are going into the next lessons and we look at picking niches. You will just want to keep that in mind. Pick a niche that you have some knowledge of and you have some level of interest in. So for the next lesson, we will be looking at the key product criteria that is essential for every single product before we actually get into the nitty-gritty of researching products. For this lesson, I'm going to be covering the key product criteria that you can use to validate your products before you decide to test them on your niche store. So here is the key product criteria, and I will be going over these in detail. So firstly, the product must have a high perceived value. The product must have a wow factor or solve a problem, or ideally both. The product must have a minimum $20 profit margin, but ideally higher. The product must have good images and videos that you can use for ad creatives and on the product page of your store. The product must have a reliable supplier, and the product cannot be too prevalent on Amazon. And just some extras, products that have real benefits will always sell better, and products don't have to be super cheap. So you don't need to find products that are $1, $2, $3. You can find products that are slightly more expensive and still mark them up with that $20 or higher profit margin. So let's start off with the first key product criteria. The product must have a high perceived value. Now, perceived value, you could say, is a matter of opinion, but I'm going to give you a few examples to understand what high perceived value means. So if we have a look at this first ad here, I will just go and play this for you. And this is a fishing product, so it acts as bait when people go fishing. Now, this ad has performed really well, 22k likes, 5k comments, 8k shares. And if you actually have a look at the comments, it's a lot of people saying that they will purchase the product or recommending it to their friends. However, this particular product doesn't really have a high perceived value. So if we go over to the product page, you can see they're only selling it for $16. And like I say, that's because it doesn't have a high perceived value. It really is just a simple piece of rubber with a hook on the end. So people aren't really going to pay a lot of money for a piece of rubber with a hook on the end. And that's why this store's not able to sell the product for probably more than $20. Now, they're probably purchasing it in bulk, so they're still able to make a profit on this product. However, with dropshipping, like I say, you will need a $20 profit margin. So because this product doesn't have a high perceived value, because it's a very simple product, it's going to be hard to justify a higher sell price for this product. Now, if we have a look at an ad from the same store for a different product, I'll just go back for this product. Now, this is a fishing line spooler. Now, if you have a look, the ad has performed very well as well. 18k likes, 9k comments, 12k shares. Again, if we have a look at the comments, it's a lot of people mentioning that they will purchase the product or they're asking questions about the product. Now, if we have a look at this product itself, it's from the same store. They're selling it for a lot higher, and that is because this product has a much higher perceived value. It's a larger product, it looks more luxury, it appears more luxury. So when it comes down to high perceived value, put yourself in the customer's shoes and ask yourself, would they actually pay this price for the product? Does this product look like it's actually worth the price? So that's the first thing to keep in mind when it comes to high perceived value. How does the product actually look? Does it look luxury? Think about the size of the product, think about what it's made from, and this will determine whether the product has a high perceived value or not. Now, if we actually have a look at this product, you can get it for just under $19 and they're selling it for just under $40. So it has that spot on $20 profit margin. Now, another thing when it comes to high perceived value is the actual problem that is attached to the product. So if we have a look at another product, let's go over to this ad here. Again, this ad has performed very well. 7k likes, 4k comments, 1k shares. And again, lots of people asking questions about the product and wanting to purchase the product. So if we actually have a look at the ad, this is a product that relieves back pain. A very simple ad of somebody using it when they're sitting down, putting it on in the morning, they're working from home, and they are wearing it to relieve their back pain. Now, if we go over to the product page, you can see that they're selling this product for $40. Now, you can get this exact product here for just over $7, $7.50. But the reason that they're able to sell this product for $40 is because it has a high perceived value. And that's because of the problem that is attached to the product, the problem that this product actually solves. So high perceived value can also depend on the problem that the product solves. And that is because people are literally willing to pay thousands to solve back pain. People go to chiropractors, they go for acupuncture, they spend money on expensive medication. So in the grand scheme of things, spending $40 on a product that can help you solve your back pain doesn't seem like that much compared to, like I say, other remedies such as chiropractors, such as physiotherapy, acupuncture, painkillers, and things like that. $40 in the grand scheme of things seems very cheap. So that's why this product has a high perceived value, because a lot of the other methods used to solve back pain are so expensive. So you can easily attach a high perceived value to your product if it solves a very prevalent problem. So that's the first key product criteria to keep in mind. Your product must have a high perceived value, and that basically comes down to how the product looks. Does it look luxury? Does it look expensive? Does it look like it's worth the price that you're trying to sell it for? And secondly, the problem that it solves. Now, the second product criteria is the product must have a wow factor or solve a problem, or ideally both. So I'm going to show you an example of two products, one that has a wow factor and one that solves a problem. So firstly, we'll have a look at a product that solves a problem. So if we just come over to this ad here, I will just play this for you. And this product basically helps you to reduce hair loss, to increase hair growth. So this is a very big problem. People that are losing hair, people that want to increase the thickness of their hair, want to have better quality hair and things like that. So you can see the ad has performed fairly well. 1.6k likes, 300 comments, 100 shares. If we have a look, people are commenting, great value for the price, looks good, and they're recommending this product to their friends. I'm interested, I want this. So if we actually go over to the product page, they're selling this product for $35. And this is the perfect example of a problem-solving product. People losing hair, people having poor quality hair, people trying to increase hair growth and reduce hair loss. That's a very prevalent problem, and this product solves that problem directly. So that is a perfect example of a problem-solving product. And again, this just means that the product has high perceived value again, because it solves such a prevalent problem. Now, I'll show you another example of a product that has a wow factor, and you'll find a lot of these products on TikTok. So a lot of the products on TikTok are wow factor products, but they can also work on Facebook as well. So if we have a look at this particular ad, 10k likes, 19k comments, 23k shares. So the comments and shares are not that high, but the likes are very good engagement. And as you can see, it's a very simple ad, but this product has that wow factor. This is a very simple product. It's just a lamp, but as you can see, it has that wow factor about it. When a customer sees what the product actually does, it has that wow factor. So if we actually go over to the store, you can see they're selling this for $40. And this is an example of a wow factor product. And if you do notice a trend, you will see that all of these stores are niche stores as well. So as you can see, this is a store selling all different types of lamps and gifts. And if we go over to the store I showed you before with this back pain product, as you can see, they're selling all different products related to solving pain problems. So these are all niche stores. So as I mentioned, products need to either have a wow factor or solve a problem. Ideally, they'll have both. The next key product criteria is that the product must have a minimum $20 profit margin, but ideally it would have a higher profit margin than that. So when you are researching products and looking for suppliers, make sure that the product has a minimum $20 profit margin. And the reason that a product needs to have a minimum $20 profit margin is because ad platforms like Meta, like TikTok, like Pinterest, they are getting slightly more expensive. So you'll need at least $20 to be able to acquire a customer and still make a profit with your products. So again, if we go back to the fishing spooler, we can have a look that they are selling this product for $39 and you can get it here for $19. So that's that exact $20 profit margin. You can always boost your profit margins using shipping. So you could sell this product with $2.99 shipping, and that way you can make a $23 profit margin. So don't be scared to charge your customers a small amount of shipping, $1.99 or $2.99, to boost up your profit margins. Customers generally tend to be okay with paying a small amount of shipping. From my experience, it doesn't tend to affect the conversion rate at all when you charge customers a small amount for shipping. Like I say, $1.99, $2.99, sometimes even $3.99, depending on the product. Again, if we have a look at this back pain product, they are selling this for $40, and here you can find it for just over $7.50. So you definitely have a $20 profit margin for this particular product. However, if we have a look at this product here, the competitor is selling it for $35, but I could only find it for $41 on AliExpress. On CJ Dropshipping, I found a very similar product. So you can see it here, it is a very similar product, but it is $32 here. So you're never going to be able to get a big enough profit margin to be able to sell this product and make a profit. Now, you don't actually have to look for suppliers on AliExpress, on CJ Dropshipping. I generally tend to just look on AliExpress to give me an idea of if I can source the product. It doesn't mean you have to use AliExpress as your supplier. I just use AliExpress so I can quickly go and have a look for the products and get a rough idea of how much this product is going to cost to source. But I'll be giving you a complete list of suppliers that you can use to source products. So don't worry, you don't have to use AliExpress. I like to just use AliExpress so I can get a quick rough idea of how much the product is going to cost me and if I can find it with a $20 profit margin. You can of course go and make sourcing requests on other supplier platforms to see if you can source the product for cheaper. So I'll be giving you a list of suppliers and showing you how you can source products so you can use other suppliers for your stores. But like I say, if you want to just quickly see if you can make that $20 profit margin, I generally tend to look on AliExpress or CJ Dropshipping. Now, like I say, I wasn't able to find a supplier for this product that would allow me to sell it as cheap as this store is selling it here. They've probably purchased it in bulk from somewhere like Alibaba, and that's how they're able to sell the product for such a cheap price. But as I mentioned, as part of the key product criteria, you will always want to make sure that your product has a minimum $20 profit margin, if not more. Next up, the product must have good images and videos. So when it comes to images, it's pretty easy to find product images. You can simply just type in the product name into AliExpress and have a look at all of the different suppliers, and you'll be able to find some good images. And you can go and edit those images. I'll be showing you how to do that in the step-by-step lessons so that they match the branding of the rest of your store. So images are fairly easy to source. Now videos are slightly more difficult. When it comes to sourcing videos, you can use a few different methods. So firstly, you can have a look on YouTube. So I've just typed in AliExpress fishing spooler and I have found this video here. So if we just go and play this video, you can see it's a very similar product of somebody using and reviewing the product. You can also just go over to TikTok and you can type in the name of the product in TikTok as well. And you should be able to find some videos related to the products that you want to sell. So again, if we go and have a look at the red light therapy hat, I just typed in red light therapy hat. And as you can see, there's a really good video here of somebody reviewing a very similar product. And I've just done the same with TikTok. I've just typed in red light therapy cap. And as you can see, there are some really good videos on TikTok as well that can be used for ad creatives. So you want to make sure that there are enough videos so that you can chop those up and use them for ad creatives. And I'll be showing you how you can go and create ad creatives yourself as well by ordering in the product. So you can go and check out that lesson in the ads module to see how I make ad creatives to give you an idea of the type of footage that you're looking for. But essentially you are just looking for some footage of the product that you can use for ad creatives, and you want enough footage to use for ad creatives. So you can see for this particular product, there's loads of different footage that can be used. As you can see, there's this video ad here, there's this video ad here. There's quite a few different video ads on TikTok that can be cut together in order to create video ad creatives. And there's also quite a few on YouTube as well that can be used. So that's how you can go and have a look if there are enough videos that you can use for video ad creatives. You can also use the Meta Ads library. So just come over to the Meta Ads library, type in your product name, and again, you can go and have a look at any video ads that have been run for that particular product. So as you can see, there is a video ad here that I could potentially cut up and use for the product. And if we scroll down, there are a couple of other video ads that can be used for that particular product. And same with the red light therapy hat. I've just typed in red light therapy hat. And as you can see, there are loads of ad creatives that can be used and cut up to create more ad creatives for your own store. And like I say, you can always just go and order the product yourself and create ad creatives if you want to. So that's another option, and I do cover that in the ad creative lessons, so you can go and check that out to give you an idea of how I create ad creatives if I can't find enough footage. Now, last but not least, you can always contact ad creative platforms like Viral Ecom Adz. So if we just scroll down to the footer, you can always just go and contact them. You can send them the link for the product that you're looking to sell, and you can just ask them if they're able to create ad creatives for that product before you purchase the package. So that way, you know you can source some ad creatives for any particular product that you're looking to sell. And you can also go and do the same with bands of ads as well. So you can go and contact these companies that offer these ad creative services and see if they can actually source ad creatives for you before you purchase the packages. Of course, if they tell you that they couldn't find any footage for that particular product, then you know that that product doesn't meet the key product criteria because there isn't enough video footage for you to be able to create ad creatives in order to run ads to that particular product. Now, the final key product criteria that I want to cover is, of course, that the product must have a reliable supplier. So again, if we have a look at this particular product, as you can see, you can get it here, and this supplier is very reliable. Over 1,000 sold, 4.8 star reviews. But this supplier here sells it for cheaper, but as you can see, they're not very reliable. They've only sold 20 of the product. The reviews are only 4 stars. So ideally, you want to look for suppliers that have a 4.7, 4.8, 4.9 star reviews and have at least 100 sold of the product at a bare minimum. So those are the types of suppliers that you're looking for. If you find a supplier like this with not many sold of the product, very poor star reviews, I wouldn't recommend to go and use that supplier. And for some products, these are the only types of suppliers that you can find. So that is why I have put must have a reliable supplier as part of the key product criteria, because sometimes you will search for a product, you won't be able to find a reliable supplier, but you can still find a supplier for the product. But if the supplier looks a little bit sketchy, then I would recommend to not test that product. Now, as I mentioned, I will be giving you a list of suppliers where you can post sourcing requests for products. So generally, you should be able to find a reliable supplier for any given product. And finally, the product can't be too prevalent on Amazon. So if we go and have a look at the phishing spoolers, there are a few different phishing spoolers on Amazon, but none of them are super cheap. They're all reasonably priced in the $20 to $30 price range. So it's not too prevalent on Amazon. And the great thing about niche stores is that people that are passionate about this niche, they'll purchase from your niche store because they're actually passionate about the niche. So they're more likely to make an impulse buy from a store that is related to a niche that they're passionate about than just purchase a product from Amazon. And again, if we have a look at the red light therapy cap, you can see that the ones on here are all very expensive. So if I was able to source this particular product for slightly cheaper, if I was having a look on other supplier platforms and requesting quotes, and I was able to source the product, so I was able to sell it for around $40 with a $20 profit margin, then that makes your store significantly cheaper than Amazon. But also, if your store is branded because it's a niche store, it's going to look like your store is the authority in that niche, and a customer is more likely to purchase from your store rather than Amazon. So like I say, with this particular product, the red light therapy cap, the product isn't really prevalent on Amazon because all of the different products are very expensive and they will look very different from the original product here. So as you can see, if we actually just go and click over to one of the other product images, this is very different from all of the other red light therapy caps on Amazon. So I would say this product is not very prevalent on Amazon. So that's a really good sign. The only key product criteria that the red light therapy cap doesn't meet is the minimum $20 profit margin, but it does meet all of the other key product criteria. So when we move on to the next lesson and I show you how to actually start researching products, just keep this key product criteria in mind because your product will need to meet all of these key product criteria in order to be validated and ready to test. And the last thing to mention that I did already mention is that products with real benefits are easier to sell. So try to look for products that do actually have real benefits, and your products don't have to be super cheap. As I've shown you here with this product, it's almost $20, but you can still make a $20 profit margin. So you don't need to sell products that are $3, $4, $5. You can sell products that are slightly more expensive as long as you're able to mark them up and they meet all of the key product criteria. So now we've had a look at the key product criteria. In the next lesson, I want to show you how to actually start researching products. So now that we have covered niches and the key product criteria, I can show you the best methods that you can use to actually find winning products. So the first method that you can use is to search the Meta Ads library. So just head over to Google and type in the Meta Ads library, and basically this will show you all of the current ads that are being run by different businesses and Shopify stores. So what you can do is you can come over to search ads and you can go and choose a country. I recommend to start by searching the United States because this is where you're going to see the most dropshipping products. So you can just come over here and you can just go and type in the United States and just choose the United States. For ad category, you can just go and choose all ads, and then you can search for keywords related to your niche, and you can also search for keywords related to dropshippers. So you can search for things like 50% off, buy one, get one free, and things like that. Or you can just search for a keyword related to the niche of products that you're looking to sell. So let's just say, for example, you wanted to get into the dog niche. You can just come in here, just go and type in dog like this, and then just go and choose search this exact phrase. And then you are going to see all of the ads that are being run on Facebook and Instagram that are related to the dog niche. Now you can go and narrow these ads down further to actually find winning products. So you can come over to filters, and firstly you are going to go to active ads. And this basically just means that the ads are currently running. And you want to see ads that are currently running because this means that the advertisers are spending money on those ads, and they wouldn't be spending money on those ads if they weren't making sales and they weren't profitable. So that's the first thing you're going to do. Secondly, you are going to go to the impression date, and I recommend to set it back 2 or 3 weeks at a minimum. So you're going to come in here, and let's just say if we go back 3 weeks, we can come back to this date, for example, and then we can hit apply. So that basically just means that the ads have been running for at least 3 weeks and they're still currently active. And again, that means that the advertisers are then spending money on those ads. They have been spending money on those ads for over 3 weeks, which means that they're more than likely bringing in sales if the ads are still running after 3 weeks. If you are seeing ads that have only been run for 1 day, you can't really tell whether those ads have been performing well or not. But if they've been running for a good 3 weeks and they're still currently active, then it is fair to assume that they are probably bringing in some consistent sales. So then you can just start scrolling through all of the ads that are currently active on the Meta Ads library. So I have been doing this in another tab, and I have come across this ad here. So I will just go and play this for you. So as you can see, this is a dropshipping product. So you can start scrolling through these and just start playing some of the ads, and this will help you generate ideas for winning products. So once you see a product that catches your eye like this, you are then just going to validate it against the key product criteria. So if you just go and click on the call to action button, in this instance it says order now, you will come over to the website. And as you can see, this is a Shopify dropshipping store. It is a niche store. So they're using the exact same strategy of building a niche store, a store around one particular niche of products. So you can see that they're selling all different types of pet products on this Shopify dropshipping store. And now we can start validating this product against the key product criteria. So firstly, does it have a high perceived value? Well, it is a fairly large product, as you can see, and it is a kind of wow factor product. So it is this fluffy toy for dogs, and it does make noises. So as you can see, it says sound proven to keep dogs interested forever. So it does kind of have a wow factor, which means it does have a high perceived value. And like I say, it is a fairly large product, so that also adds to the perceived value of the product. Secondly, it does also solve a problem. So you can see here it fights boredom. If you have lonely dogs and you're leaving your dogs at home alone on their own, it will help to keep them occupied. So that's the problem that it solves. And it also does have a wow factor, like I mentioned. If we scroll down, we can go and see some of the other benefits. But the main key marketing angle for this product is that it helps to keep your dog occupied and helps to manage your dog's stress and boredom and things like that. So it does match the first key product criteria of having a high perceived value and solving a problem, and also kind of a wow factor product. So next up, you're going to validate if you can get a $20 profit margin on this product. So here it is on AliExpress for £6.34. That's around $9. They are selling it for £49. That's around $63. So this has at least a $50 profit margin. You could probably sell it for slightly less than that. So if you're getting it for $9, say, you could go and sell it for $40 and still make a $31 profit margin. So once you have validated that you've got the $20 profit margin, last but not least, you can have a look if the product is too prevalent on Amazon. So I have just gone over to Amazon.com. I've typed in calming toy for dogs. And as you can see, the product isn't even on Amazon. So that's really great. That means you don't even need to compete with Amazon. And as you can see, there are some similar products on here. This one's around $40. This one's around $70. So a similar price point. So people are actually willing to pay this price point for the product even on Amazon. So that is the first method that you can use to start researching products. Just head over to the Meta Ads library, type in some related keywords to your niche or other related keywords that dropshippers tend to use, like 50% off, buy one, get one free, and things like that. And simply just start scrolling through the ads. It's not going to be an easy or quick process, so you might be scrolling through these ads for 1 hour, 2 hours, coming up with ideas, and then validating those products against the key product criteria. So don't think this is going to be a super quick and easy process, but this is one of the best methods that you can use to start coming up with winning product ideas. The second method that you are going to use is just going to head over to TikTok, and all you're going to do is type in TikTok made me buy it. And then you will start seeing loads of videos of people purchasing these cool types of products and creating videos for these different types of products. So all you're then going to do is you're just going to click on each of these videos and you are just going to like those videos. So just like as many of these videos as you can, go and save them, go and share them. And then once you actually do that, when you come over to your For You page, as you scroll through your For You page, you will see loads of these different types of videos advertising dropshipping products. Then you can start having a look at some of these products to come up with winning product ideas. So as we can see here, this is definitely a winning product. It's got really good engagement. So TikTok works slightly different. If you can see that the engagement is really good, a really good amount of likes, comments, shares, saves, and all of those types of things, then you can assume that the product has good demand and it has potential to be a winning product. So then you can come over to the account for these videos. So as you can see here, this account has loads of videos for this particular product, and they're all getting pretty decent amount of views and engagement. And then most of the time you will see the shop link in the actual bio. So you then can click onto the shop and you can go and have a look at the store. So as you can see, they are selling this portable air conditioner fan. And once again, we can now go and validate this product against the key product criteria. So firstly, does it have a high perceived value? Definitely it does, because it looks quite luxury, it looks quite expensive. So it looks like it's worth the price that it is being sold for. Secondly, does it solve a problem or have a wow factor? Well, for this particular product, it is actually both. It solves a problem in the fact that it helps to keep you cool in summer, and it also has a wow factor, just by the way it actually blows the smoke out. And if we actually have a look at the videos that they are creating, they're creating some really cool videos that capture people's attention. You can see that they're putting cologne in it to make it smell nice and things like that. So they're adding a wow factor to this particular product. Next up, you'll want to have a look if you can get that $20 profit margin. So you can see they're selling for £32. We can get the product here for £3.17. It's going to cost probably a little bit more with shipping. So you can definitely get that $20 profit margin with this product. As you can see, they've got about a £29 profit margin, which is probably around $32, $33 at this point. So the last thing to do is just to have a look if the product is too prevalent on Amazon. So if we just go over to Amazon.com, I have just typed in ice fan. You can see that there is a similar product here for a similar price point, around $30, but there isn't that many of these same product on Amazon, so it won't really be a big problem to compete with Amazon for this particular product. And that's basically all you need to do. You can use both of those methods to go and come up with winning product ideas. Of course, with TikTok, you can also go and type in related keywords to your niche as well. So you can go for TikTok made me buy it and type in a related keyword to your niche, but you can of course just go and start looking at different products and adding them to different niche categories. So if you're finding dog products, you can go and add them to an Excel sheet. If you're finding homeware products like this, you can go and add them to a homeware spreadsheet. until you have at least 5 products that you could potentially test for your store. So like I say, just repeat this process using the Meta Ads library and also using TikTok. Validate the products against the key product criteria. Make sure that there isn't too much competition on Amazon and with other stores. And then once you've come up with about 5 product ideas, then you pretty much are ready to start building your store and testing those products. And then you can continue to research products whilst you have actually started testing some products. Now, there is one last method that I do want to show you when it comes to researching products, and this is a paid method. And this method involves using a tool called AutoDS, because AutoDS has quite a few different product research tools that you can use to generate product ideas. And since later on in the tutorial, we will be using AutoDS to import products to our Shopify store and also to automate the fulfillment process, you may as well use their tools as well for the product research process. So I will leave a link in the description to AutoDS, and you can try it out for 30 days for just $1. And it is super affordable. After that, it starts from just $20 per month. And like I say, for this, you can also import products, which I'll show you how to do later on in the tutorial. And you'll also be able to automate the fulfillment process using AutoDS. But for now, like I say, if you use the link in the description, you can sign up for just $1 and get 30 days to use the tools in order to conduct product research. So once you sign in to AutoDS, you will see that there are a few different product research tools down the left-hand side here. Firstly, we have hand-picked products, we have the Ad Spy tool, and we have trending products. So I'm going to go through all of these and show you how you can use them. So for hand-picked products, you can essentially choose the country that you want to sell to. So if you're selling to the United States, United Kingdom, whichever country, you can choose your currency. You can also go and find products from particular ad platforms like Facebook or TikTok. You can go for your profit range. So if you want $20 to $30 profit, $30 to $50 profit, I personally prefer to leave most of these filters open so I can find a wider selection of products. You can also filter by creation date of the ads, item cost range, and things like that. You can then go and narrow these products down by category. So if you've already chosen your niche, you can then go and narrow these products down. So let's say, for example, you chose the pet niche, you can just click on pets, and then you can simply start scrolling through these products and validate them against the key product criteria. So you're looking if the product has a high perceived value, if it has at least a $20 profit margin, if it is a problem solver or has a wow factor, and checking if the product is too prevalent on Amazon. So you're simply going to scroll through these. Of course, not all of the products are going to meet this key product criteria. So if we have a look at this product here, for example, this doesn't really have a high perceived value because it's just a small, cheap piece of plastic. So you're not really going to be able to sell this for, $30 or $40. It doesn't really solve a problem. I don't see a lot of people really using this type of product. But like I say, you can use this tool to scroll through and generate more ideas. So for example, if we have a look at this pet product here, I believe this meets all of the key product criteria. This is a pet tracking device. So you can put this on your cat or your dog and make sure that your pet doesn't get lost or stolen. So when you actually click on one of the products from handpicked products, the Ad Spy or trending products, AutoDS will give you a breakdown of all of the information. So you can see the potential profit of this particular product. So if you just scroll down, you will see the competitor stores and you can see how much the competitor stores are selling the product for. So you can see they're selling it for $25. As I mentioned, I believe this product has a fairly decent perceived value. So I think you could easily sell it between $25 to $30. So it has a high perceived value. It also has good profit margins because you can get it for around $2.30 and you can see $2 for shipping. So it costs you around $5 and you can sell it for around $25 to $30. So you've got that $20 to $25 profit margin. You can also see some scores here from AutoDS. So you'll see the engagement score on the actual ads for this product. So you can see it's got mild engagement and the saturation score as well. So the saturation score isn't too bad. So like I said, I think this product meets all of the key product criteria. It solves a big problem in that people won't lose track of their dogs, of their cats and things like that. It has a fairly decent perceived value. It has a decent profit margin. And if we head over to Amazon and we just type in pet GPS tracker, you can see that most of the pet GPS trackers on here are a lot more expensive or a similar sort of price. So you don't really need to compete with Amazon. Even though there are a lot on Amazon, you can sell it for slightly cheaper than Amazon. And if you brand your store in the right way, you don't really need to compete with Amazon for this particular product. So as I mentioned, you can have a look on AutoDS to find these types of products. So if we go over to the Ad Spy tool, you can do the same. So you can filter by Facebook, Instagram, or TikTok. You can filter by engagement. So if we come to likes, we can find ads with 1,000 to 10,000 likes, linked products, call to action buttons. So you've got multiple different filters that you can filter through. And again, you can start searching through these products and just validating them against the key product criteria like I just showed you. So you can find some cool products in this Ad Spy tool as well. And then finally, we have trending products as well. So AutoDS uses data to actually find products that are up and coming and doing well. Again, you can filter these by likes, interaction rate, impressions, all of these types of things, and then you can filter them out by category so that they match your niche. And then once again, like I say, all you're doing is validating them against that key product criteria. So as I say, not every product will meet that key product criteria. Some of them will, some of them won't. You're really looking for those gems that meet all of those key product criteria. And you don't have to sell these exact products. These are just helping you to generate product ideas and see what types of products are working. It doesn't mean you have to sell those exact products. So for example, these shoes here, you could find a similar pair of sports shoes to sell on your store, create your own marketing angle around them. So that way you've generated a product idea, but you don't have to sell the exact same product that you've seen on a product research tool. So like I said, I think it's cool just to go and have a look at this if you're struggling to generate product ideas, since we will be using AutoDS later on in the tutorial to import products and automate the fulfillment process. You can also use it to go and research products as well. I hope you're enjoying the tutorial so far. Now, before we move on, I do just want to mention my private dropshipping community, Dropship Discovery. If you join my private community, you can work with me personally and I will help you to scale your dropshipping stores. You'll get access to me via a private one-on-one chat where you can ask me any question you have regarding building and scaling your stores. I run weekly Q&A live calls, so you've got support every step of the way, and you also get access to the Slack group with all of my private community members, allowing you to be part of a group of individuals all working towards a similar goal of growing their dropshipping business, just like I've done with my student Pedro, who has managed to scale his stores to consistent and profitable $500 days.
My name is Pedro Sierra. I've been in e-commerce for about a year now, and like most people starting out, I didn't want to pay for courses or mentorship because I thought I could teach myself everything on YouTube. I was able to get some sales, but I wasn't profitable and I couldn't scale anything to the point I'm doing right now using Elliott strategies. And this is about a month since joining Elliott's Dropship Discovery group. Almost 18,000 in sales, about 5,000 or 6,000 profit on this, and expect more going into the fourth quarter. Elliott just doesn't give you advice and leave. He works with you directly to optimize your store, your landing page, connect you with private suppliers to lower your cost of goods and shipping. You get weekly meetings, modules that are perfect for beginners, real hands-on support, and it's not just another payment, it's an investment. So anyone who's serious about this should join his group because this is possible for anyone.
So if you're interested in working with me one-on-one to scale your dropshipping stores, check out the link in the description to my private community, Dropship Discovery. And now let's move on to the next part of the tutorial. Before you start building your store, you'll have to come up with a name for your store. So in order to do this, you can use a website called namelix.com. It's super easy to use and it will generate some names for you. So you can just enter in some keywords related to the niche of your store. So for example, if you are selling sports equipment, you can just say Shopify store selling sports equipment and then click on generate. You can then select a name style. I'm just going to go for auto and click next. You can select the randomness or just go for low and click on next. And then you can enter in another description if you want to. I recommend to turn on check domains. So this way, Namelix will show you which domains are available. And then you can click on generate. You can then simply scroll through the names, and any names with a green tick next to them will be names where the domain name is available. So as you can see, there are some pretty cool ones here already. Sport X Smart, Super Equip. So simply just scroll through until you find a name for your niche store that you like, and then you can go and purchase that domain name later on down the line when I show you how to purchase a domain name. So in the next lesson, we will go and sign up for Shopify. Once you have chosen a name for your store, the next step is to sign up for Shopify. So if you use the link in the lesson notes, you will be brought over to this page, and Shopify are currently running a promotion where you get a free 3-day trial, and then you can sign up for just £1, $1 or €1 for your first month. So all you need to do here is enter in your email address and then click on Start Free Trial. You will then be asked a few questions by Shopify. So we can choose I'm just starting and click on Next. You can choose Online Store and click on Next. You can choose Dropshipping Products and click on Next. And then you can choose the country where your business will be located. So just choose the country that you live in and click on Next. It will then say Building Your Store. So just give this a few moments and then you will be brought over to your Shopify dashboard. So let me give you a brief overview of your Shopify dashboard. Firstly, you will have Home. This is where you'll see tasks and updates for your Shopify store. Next up, you have Orders. So of course, this is where you will see all of the orders once somebody purchases from your store. You have Products. So every time you import a product from your supplier, it will be listed under your product section. You have Customers. So every time a customer purchases from your store, all of their information, such as their email address and address, will be stored under this tab. You have Content. So every time you upload an image or a video to your store, it will be stored in the content section. You have Analytics. So this is where you can see things like your daily revenue, your daily sales, your average order value, and things like this. So we will dive into the analytics, of course, later on. You have Marketing. So this is where you can set up things like abandoned cart emails. You have Discounts. So this is pretty self-explanatory. This is where you can set up discounts. You have Online Store. So if we click on Online Store, you will see further tabs underneath the Online Store tab. So you have Themes. So a theme is basically a pre-made layout that you can upload to your Shopify store to help you build your Shopify store. You have Blog Posts. So you can create a blog post and this will be stored under the Blog Posts tab. You have Pages. So every time you create a page like a Contact Us page or an order tracking page, this will be under the Pages tab. You have Navigation. So you can create footer menus and header menus within the navigation section. And you have Preferences. So this is where you can do things like removing the password from your store. You will also see Point of Sale and Shop. We don't actually need these, so don't worry about these for now. And then you will see Apps. So an app basically allows you to add extra functionality to your store. For example, adding an order tracking functionality. So we will be using apps quite a lot throughout this tutorial. And finally, you have the Settings. So this is where you can do things like setting up your taxes and your shipping. And of course, we will be going through all of that throughout the lessons in this course. So now that I have given you an overview of the Shopify dashboard, the next thing that we will do is choose a Shopify plan. In order to choose a Shopify plan, you can go to where it says your trial just started and you can click on Select a Plan. You can start off with the basic plan. Like I say, at the moment, it will be £1, $1 or €1 for your first month. So you can click on Select Basic. From here, you can choose your payment method. So you can choose debit or credit card or PayPal, and then you can simply click on Subscribe. Once you have chosen your plan, you will be brought back to your Shopify dashboard, and in the next lesson, we will install a theme. So the theme that we will be using in order to build your dropshipping store is called the Shrine theme. So I will leave a link in the lesson notes to the Shrine theme. And as I mentioned before, I wouldn't promote any products or software tools that I didn't think you needed, but this theme is really amazing. And all of the stores that are performing really well in 2024 and beyond are using this theme because it has some amazing features. And it is relatively affordable. You can get started with the light version of the Shrine theme for just $49. And like I say, this theme is going to help increase your conversion rate, help you get more sales. So it will basically pay for itself in the long term. Now I'm going to go for the $149 version of the theme, but like I say, you can get started with the light version if you are on a budget. Now, if we just go over to the features, you can see that it has some really great features: urgency text, quantity breaks, sticky add to cart, I recommend for you to go over to the demos so you can go and check the demo stores out for yourself. So if we come over to the demos, you can see the Shrine Lite demo, the Shrine Theme demo, and the Shrine Pro demo. I'm going to go for the Shrine Theme, but you can have a look at the Shrine Lite if you are on a budget, like I say. So if we just come over to the Shrine Lite, this is what the product page looks like. You can see it looks really good, and this is just the $49 version of the theme. And as I mentioned, this is going to really help increase your conversion rate, creating amazing product pages like this. And if we actually have a look at the product page on the mobile version of the theme, you can see that it looks really good on the mobile version of the theme as well. But as I mentioned, I will be using the $149 version of the theme. So this is the demo store of that theme. As you can see, you get bundle deals, which will help to increase your average order value and help you bring in more revenue and more profits on your store. You can see that it has shipping estimators, the sticky add to cart. It also has this moving bar here, which just makes your stores look a little bit more interactive. It does have these percent bars. It also has the comparison tables. So there are lots of features that this theme has that will make your store stand out from other dropshipping stores and just make it look really professional and really well branded, as you can see with the demo store here. So what we are going to do is we are just going to come over to the Shrine theme, and we are going to click on Add to Cart. You can add any discount codes that are available at the time. I'm just going to turn off the lifetime support. We'll add in that discount code again and click on Add. And then you will be brought over to the checkout for the Shrine theme. You can enter in your payment details and click on Complete Purchase. Once you have completed your purchase, you will be sent an email from the Shrine theme prompting you to create an account with the Shrine theme. So you can click on the link in that email and you will be brought over to this page, and you are going to click on Don't Have an Account. Click here. You can then create an account by entering in your email and choosing a password, and then click on Sign Up. In the same email from the Shrine theme, you will also receive your license key. So you can simply paste in your license key in here and click on Add. You will then be prompted to whitelist your Shopify URLs. So you can head back to your Shopify store. You are going to go to Settings. The first thing that you can do is change your store name. So click on this pencil icon, and where it says My Store, you can just enter in the name of your store and click on Save. Once you have saved that, you are going to come over to Domains, and you can click on Change to a new Shopify domain. From here, you can just enter in your store's name. If it isn't available, you can just enter in your store's name followed by Store and click on Add Domain. You can then purchase the domain name for your store as well. So we are going to click on Buy New Domain. You can simply enter in the name of your domain, and you can click on Buy Domain and then simply complete the purchase of that domain, and that domain will then be connected to your Shopify store. Now I already have a domain, so I'm just going to click on Connect Existing Domain. So if you have purchased your domain from another registrar, you can simply enter in the domain name and click on Next. It will then recognize the domain registrar that you have purchased from. So as you can see, I have purchased this domain from Ionos. So I can click on Connect automatically, and then you can log in to your domain registrar's account and click on Connect, and then you can click on Close. So now we have our domain names that we want to whitelist with the Shrine theme. So we are going to click on this first domain name, and I am just going to copy the domain name, head back to the Shrine theme and paste this in here. And then we have our optional secondary URL, so don't worry too much about this. And then we have the myshopify.com URL. So we can just come back to Shopify, and we are going to copy the original myshopify.com URL that our store was created with. So it will probably be a combination of random numbers and letters. So you can click on this, and we are just going to copy this, and we are going to paste this in here. Now the last thing we need to do is add HTTPS to this. So we can just come into our URL. We are going to copy HTTPS// and the same with this one here. And then you can click on Submit. Once you click on Submit, you will see a token has been generated. So we can copy this token to the clipboard, and then we can download the Shrine theme. So click on Download. Once the download has finished, we can head back to Shopify. We can close this now, And now we are going to go to online store, and under themes, you are going to see add theme. So click on this and click on upload zip file, click on add file, and then navigate to the Shrine theme that you just downloaded and click on open, and then click on upload file. It will then say installing theme. So just give this a few moments, and once the theme has finished installing, just click on publish and then click on publish again. From here, you can click on customize. From here, you are going to click on theme settings, click on authentication, and then you are going to paste in that authentication token that you just copied. So just paste this in and then simply click on save. Once you have pasted in that token and clicked on save, your Shrine theme is now ready to start using on your Shopify store. So now we can go back to our Shopify dashboard. So now you have your theme installed. In the next lesson, we'll look at picking colors, fonts, and creating a logo for your store. In this lesson, we'll look at choosing colors, fonts, and creating a logo for your store. Now, in terms of choosing the colors, it's fairly simple. You want to use a black, a white, and a gray, and then you can use one or two other accent colors. I recommend just to go for one accent color to keep things simple, but you can choose two if you want to. Just make sure that the accent colors do complement each other, so don't use anything too outlandish. So I like to use this website here called coolers.co to actually visualize this. So this is the version of black that I like to use. Of course, white is just white. And this is the version of gray that I like to use, F0, F0, F1. I'm going to be using these two blue colors. What you can do with coolers.co is you can simply lock these colors in, and then you can hit the spacebar to go and generate new accent colors for your store. But I recommend to just go and have a look at your competitors' stores and see what accent colors they're using, and you can do the same. So for example, if we have a look at this store here, you can see that they're using this blue accent color. So again, they have a combination of black, white, and gray, and they have this blue accent color, and they're also using this secondary orange accent color. So those are their two accent colors. If we go and have a look at the actual Shrine theme demo store, you can see that they're also using a combination of black, white, and gray, and their other accent color is simply this red color. So as you can see, black, white, and gray, and then they have this red accent color for the rest of the site. So this is what most successful dropshipping stores will be doing in terms of the color schemes. Don't use anything outlandish, and make sure to use an accent color that is related to your niche. So for example, if you're in the golf niche, you could use green. If you're in the health niche, you could use blue. So just go and use an accent color that complements the rest of your store and complements the niche that you're in. If you're in a more feminine niche, you could use perhaps pinks and purples or maybe yellows. So go and have a look at your competitor stores to come up with a color scheme for your store. In terms of choosing a font for your store, again, you can just keep it simple. I recommend to just use one font for the entirety of your store, and you can just go and change the weight of that font. So you can make it bold for the headlines, and you can unbold it for the paragraphs. Again, if you have a look at this store here, that's exactly what they're doing. They've only got one font throughout the entirety of their store. And again, if we go and have a look at the demo store, if I click on shop now, this store also just uses one font, and they are simply just going and bolding the headlines. So if you want to go and come up with some font ideas, a few fonts that pretty much look good on all stores are Montserrat, Poppins, and the Quicksand font. So feel free to use any of these fonts, but you can of course choose your own font if you want to. Just make sure that you keep it simple and it is super easy to read, because customers are going to be reading your product descriptions. So you want to make sure that your store looks professional and easy to read. Now, in terms of creating a logo, you can go and use Canva to create a logo. So Canva is essentially an online graphic editing tool. It is completely free. So you can go and create a Canva account. And from Canva, you can simply just type in logo and hit enter. And you will see loads of different logos that you can use as a template to create a logo for your store. You can, of course, narrow this down by typing in a keyword related to your niche. So for example, if you have a sports store, you can type in sports logo and click on enter, and then you will see templates of sports logos. Now, if you come into all filters, you can scroll down on the side here and you can choose the free templates, and then you can simply hit apply, and then you will see all of the free logo templates that you can use for your store. Once you find one that you like, you can simply go and click on that logo, and you can click on customize this template. Now you don't actually want to use this canvas size for your logo, so you are going to go back to the Canva homepage, and from here you are going to click on create a design, and you are going to choose the size 265 pixels by 90 pixels. So just enter that in here and click on create new design. So I'm just going to click on this, and then you can go back over to the logo template that you chose, and you can start copying some of the graphics from here. So we're just going to click on this, we'll hit Ctrl C to copy it, head back over here and click on paste, and we can just go and bring this to the side. We are going to make this a little bit smaller, and we will just go and drag it up like this. We can head back over here, we can simply go and copy the text, and we can paste the text in here as well. And we are just going to resize this to make it a little bit smaller like this. And then you can of course just go and rename this as the same name of your store. So you can just come in and put the name of your store in here, whatever it is, sports store. We can simply drag this again like this, and we can go and put it like that. You can of course make it slightly smaller if it doesn't fit on the canvas, so we could make it like that, and we can drag it like this, and we'll just drag this to the side, and we'll do the same with this. We'll just make it slightly smaller and just drag it like this, and then of course you can go and change the colors. So if we click over here, you can go and choose your accent colors that we chose earlier. The same with the text, you can go and click on the text color, and you can go and change the text color. You can of course change the font as well if you want to, and I recommend to just leave it with a white background because our header for our store is going to be white. So once you have created your logo, you can click on share, and then you can click on download, and then you can simply download this as a PNG. Then you will head back to your Shopify dashboard, and from themes under online store, you are going to click on customize, and firstly we will upload our logo. So we will click on the header, and you will see it says edit your logo. So click on theme settings, and where it says logo, click on select image, click on upload image, and then you can simply upload that logo that you just downloaded from Canva and click on open. And then you can click on done, and then you will see that your logo has been uploaded. You can edit your logo size. So where it says logo width, you can go and edit this and make it bigger or smaller if you want to. And you can also do the same on the mobile version of your store. So if you click onto the mobile version of your store with this button, you can also go and edit the mobile logo width. I'm just going to go and put this back down to 200. I think it looks good like that. So we will just go and put this back into the desktop view. Once you have uploaded your logo, the next thing we are going to do is go and change the colors of our store. So we are going to close this logo section, and now we will see colors. So we are going to click on colors, and we are going to see that we have these different colors here. So you can go and change your first accent color. So I am going to change this first accent color to the accent color that I want to use on my store. I think that looks pretty good. And then I am going to just go and change the second accent color as well. So I am just going to click on accent 2, and I am just going to go and choose the second color that I am going to use as an accent color on my store. So as you can see, that's looking really good. So now we have chosen the colors. We will come back into theme settings. We can close colors. We are going to come into typography, and now we are going to change the typography. So I'm going to leave this as Poppins bold, but I am going to go and change the body font to Poppins as well. So we're going to come in here, and I am just going to go and type in Poppins. We will just go and select this, and I'm just going to go and leave this as Poppins regular. So now we can click on select. So now if we scroll up, you can see that we have our fonts, our colors, and our logos. So we can simply click on save. Now that we have saved that, we can head back to our Shopify dashboard, and in the next lesson, we will import our first product to our store. So in order to import a product to your Shopify dropshipping store, we will be using a tool called AutoDS. And the reason we're going to use AutoDS is because it allows you to automate the entire process of importing a product to your store, editing the product titles and descriptions, and also automatically fulfilling all of your orders. So AutoDS will connect to your supplier and it will sync all of your customers' data automatically. And then if you top up your AutoDS balance and credits, you can easily go and automate all of the fulfillment process. So you don't need to go and fulfill all of your orders manually one by one and waste loads of time. You can completely automate that process so you can focus on more important things like marketing your Shopify dropshipping store. AutoDS also connects to loads of different suppliers. So no matter which supplier that you're using, you can connect your product to your Shopify store. So as you can see, you can use AliExpress, Alibaba, CJ Dropshipping, Banggood, DHgate, and AutoDS also have their own private suppliers. So if we scroll up here, you can see that they have warehouses. So you can also go and use AutoDS's own private suppliers to go and fulfill your orders and import products to your store. Now, if we scroll up, you can see that it says 14-day trial for $1. However, if you use the link in the description, you can get a 30-day trial for $1 using my link in the description. If we have a look at the pricing, you can see that it's very affordable, just starting at $20 per month to completely automate the entire process of importing products and fulfilling your orders. And as you start to make sales, you can upgrade your plan to get access to some of their other features like AI editing tools. You can also go and source products using their product agent service. You can also go and add custom branding to your products and things like that. So like I say, if you use the link in the description, you will get a 30-day trial for just $1. So all you need to do is enter in your email address, enter in your name, choose a password, and click on join now. Now I already have an AutoDS account, so I'm just going to click on login. Once you are logged into your AutoDS account, the first thing you are going to do is connect your Shopify store to your AutoDS account. So on the left hand side, just click on Add Store and click on Add Store again. Choose Shopify Store and click on Continue, and then choose I have a Shopify store, connect it to AutoDS. You can then just scroll down and click on Continue, and then you will be brought over to your Shopify store. So just make sure you're logged into your Shopify store and then click on Install on the AutoDS app. And then you can just click on Install again. Once you install the AutoDS app on your Shopify store, you will be brought back to your AutoDS dashboard. And on the left hand side, you should now see the name of your store here to verify that it has been connected to your AutoDS account. So now we can import a product to our Shopify dropshipping store. Now, in order to import a product, we have a few different options. Firstly, you can use the AutoDS marketplace. So in here, you will see thousands of different products that you can import to your store in order to start selling. And some of these have really great shipping times and they are very reasonably priced. So you can see 10 business days, 6 to 9 business days, 1 business day. So you can go and have a look through here to see if the product that you want to sell when you are doing product research can be found within the AutoDS marketplace. And then you can import the product directly from here. However, if you can't find the product that you are looking for, you can also import a product from a third-party supplier like AliExpress. So you can simply head over to AliExpress. You can search for the product that you want to sell. So I've just typed in hydrogen water bottle. You can then go and hit enter, and then you can find the product that you want to start selling on your store. Click on the product. We are going to copy the URL of the product, head back to AutoDS, click on add products, choose single product, and then you can paste in that URL. Where it says supplier source, you can go and choose your supplier source. So we already have AliExpress chosen, and then you can click on edit now. Once you click on that, you will be brought over to this drafts page. So under products, you will see drafts, and these are going to be all of the products that you can import to your store. So as you can see, we have our first product here, and we are going to edit this, and then we can import the product to our store. So if we click on this arrow, you will see that we have a number of different things that we can edit. So we do have the title, we have collections, we have tags, shipping method, brand, monitoring. Then if we come over to the description, we have the product description. If we come over to variants, you will see the variants of the product. Now a variant is just a different variation of the product. So for example, if you have a shoe, you could have different sizes of that shoe, and you could also have different colors. So those are going to be the variants. You can see for this particular product, we only have one variant because it just comes in light gray and that's it. Then we have the product images, so we can go and edit our product images and upload our own product images. And finally, we have the item specifications. So let's go back to product. Now it's really important that we edit all of this information, for example, the product title, the product images, the variant names and things like that. It's really important that we edit this within AutoDS because what we edit here is what's going to show on our Shopify store's front end when a customer sees the product. So we will be editing all of the information within AutoDS and then we can import this product to Shopify so that it is pushed to our Shopify store. So the first thing we are going to do is edit our product title. So we can have a look at what our competitor has called the product. So they've just called it hydrogen water bottle. So we can simply copy this. You can head over to ChatGPT and we can prompt ChatGPT to come up with a slightly more interesting name. So make sure that you have a ChatGPT account and you can simply prompt it to say, come up with a cool Shopify product title for and enter in your product. So now we're just going to hit enter and then it will come up with a product title. You don't need to make it branded necessarily. So I'm just going to say, don't make it branded. And as you can see, it has come up with another name. So I'm just going to copy this as my product title, hydrogen infused water bottle for optimal hydration. So we can just come back to AutoDS, come down to where it says title. You are going to paste your product title in and click on save. Once you have saved your product title, we will work on the description in the next couple of lessons. But for the next lesson, I want to show you how you can go and edit your product images so that they match the branding of the rest of your store. And then we can go and upload those images to our product within AutoDS. In order to get images for your product, you can simply just head over to AliExpress and type in the product name. And you can just start opening some of the listings of the product, providing that they're a very similar product. So as you can see, this one here, this one here, this one here, they're all basically the same product. So you can simply start opening up some of these listings and you can start to find some good product images. Now, in order to save a product image, all you need to do is right click, hit inspect. And when you inspect the element, you will see the image link here. You can double click the image link. You can open a new tab, paste the image link in, and then you can simply right click and click on save image. And then all you need to do is save that image. So as you can see, I've got a good collection of images here of the product. So I'm just going to hit cancel. Next, you are going to head over to Canva and you are going to click on create a design with a custom size. So choose custom size and choose 1080 pixels by 1080 pixels. And once you have done that, what you are going to do is you are going to get all of your product images in a row. So you will start off with a canvas 1080 pixels by 1080 pixels. You can simply click on add page. So you will see it like this. Then you can come into your image and you can simply just drag it onto the canvas and you can simply resize it so that it is the same size as the canvas. So like I say, make sure that you have all of your product images in a row like this, only the ones that need editing. So what we are going to do is we are going to edit all of these images so that they match the branding of the rest of our store. So if we look at the branding on my current store, you can see that I am using the Poppins font and I am also using these blue colors. So I want my product images to match this branding so that everything looks clean, professional, and branded. So as I mentioned, you are going to get all of your product images in a row and you can begin editing these. Now I have already edited these product images, so I can show you exactly what I mean. So if we just go and have a look at these product images, I'm just going to scroll to the top and I can show you one by one what the transformation is going to look like and how this can really improve your store in terms of making it look more branded, more professional, and more trustworthy. And this is going to help increase the conversion rate and set you apart from other dropshipping stores. So if we have a look at the first image, you can see it looks like this. I have rebranded it like this so that it matches the branding of the rest of my store. If we scroll down, we can have a look at the second image and we will do the same here. So here is the second image, the original, and here is the rebranded version. So as you can see, they look very similar, but it just means that everything's going to look super cohesive on the store and everything is going to match. If If we have a look at the third image, again, you can see here is the third image. I'll scroll down to the third image here. As you can see, they look very similar, but it looks more clean and more professional. So you can see things like it has Chinese writing here. So I have covered that up. There are also a lot of spelling errors and grammatical errors on the AliExpress original images. So this is why you are going to want to rebrand them. As you can see here, it says wide open with a BG. So I have just gone and made sure that it has been spelt correctly. The same on here. If we scroll up onto the first image, it says responsible for everyone's health to the end. It doesn't really make sense. It's kind of weird. So I've just rebranded this with ultimate hydration. If we scroll down to the fourth image, let's scroll down to the fourth image. Again, you can see that it's very similar, but I have just rebranded it to make it match the rest of my store. We can scroll down to this image here as well. So you can see again, I have just replaced this with ultimate hydration instead of 1600 part per billion. The customer doesn't really know what this means. So you want to just go and use language that the customer understands. Keep yourself hydrated through the day with hydrogen water. And then if we have a look at the final one, you can just see it's very simple. I've just done convenient to travel, and I've just changed it to match the branding for the rest of my store. So I'm going to show you exactly how to do this. It is very simple. It will take you some time, but like I say, this will set you apart from your competitors. So in order to rebrand these, we can just zoom in a little bit. And what you are going to do is you can come over to elements, and you can basically just use elements to cover up the original text. So if we just come into shapes, you can see we have this square shape here. We can just bring it to the top like this, and we can just drag it across. You can make it a little bit smaller, so let's just make it like that, and we can simply just drag it across. Now we can come into text, add a heading, and you can just go and change the font to the font that you're using on your store. So I'm using Poppins, and now you can simply just type in the text that you want to use. So I've just gone for ultimate hydration. We can simply make this a little bit smaller, so we'll make it like that. And we'll just drag it to this size. We can change the color. So we'll just highlight this and change it to white. And then we can drag it up the top here and just center align it like that. We're going to change the color of this so that it matches the color of the rest of the store. So we can just go and paste that color in. So we'll just bring it down a little bit. You can use your arrow keys. So as we can see, we'll just move this across as well. And there we go. So next up, if you want to go and do the same, you can simply use the elements again. So if we come in here, I'm just going to click on this. This time I'm going to change this to a white square, and I am just going to drag this here, and we can simply just cover up this 3 like this. And then we can copy and paste this. We can enter in the number 3. I am going to change the color of this. So we'll choose this color again. And now we can simply make this bigger. So let's make this much bigger, let's say, and you can just drag it to make it bigger like this, and you can just use a little bit of trial and error. So as you can see, we can use the arrow keys to just move this around, and basically this is all I've done for all of my images. So if we just come back over here, you can see that I've basically just covered up all the elements. So if we just zoom in, you can see I've just got a white square here. So I am, as a matter of fact, just going to move this white square a little bit higher because I want to cover up anything in the background. I have just gone, if I just move this, you can see I've just covered this up. I've also done the same with this. So if I move these, as you can see, we've got hydrogen water. I've also done it with these as well. As you can see, I've also done it with these as well. So if we just move these out of the way, you can see I'm just using simple shapes and text to rebrand all of the images. It's very easy. Now, some things that you can do when you are rebranding, once you actually go and add a background image, so you can see this is a background square, you can go and make sure that it matches the same color as the background. So this is a very light blue color. So what you can do is you can come into color, click on the plus button, and you can choose this color picker. So you can simply eyedrop so that you pick the same color. So I am just going to go and leave this as it was. And if we scroll down, I have used other elements. So this is an element that I have used. So I just came into elements and I just typed in H2O, and that is how I found this element. So that is how you can find different graphics and elements. So if we just come in here and I type in H2O. As you can see, this is the original graphic, but I have just changed it to the colors to match the rest of the store. And I have just done the same here. So if we just drag this is how it originally looked. The same with this. I have just put a white rectangle in the background. So you can see this is super easy to do. It does take a little bit of time, like I mentioned. If we just drag this away, we can see here is the original one. So I've just used a few different squares here to go and rebrand this image. Same with these. If we drag these, you can see I've completely rebranded all of the images. So I really recommend to do this. This is really going to help you set yourself apart from your competitors and make your store look super branded. And as I mentioned, this will help to increase the conversion rate and increase the sales on your store. So once you have got all of your images, in the next lesson, I do just want to show you how you can also create a GIF. In order to create a GIF for your product page, you can go to ezgif.com and click on Video to GIF. Now there are a few different ways you can find videos. Firstly, you can just head over to the product page. So as we can see, there is a video of the product here. So you can go and have a look on various AliExpress listings to find different videos. Once you have found one, you can simply right click and click on Inspect. And from here, you can choose the Inspect arrow. You can go and inspect the video element, and then you will see the video link here. You can copy this and open this in a new tab, and then you will see the video, and I'll just put this on mute. You can click download to download the video. Alternatively, you can do the same with the Meta Ads library. So you can come into your Meta Ads library, just type in some keywords related to your product, and when you find a video that you like and want to use for a GIF, you can simply click on See Ad Details. And again, you can right click and click Inspect. And once again, you can inspect the video element, and you should be able to find the link here. So here is the link. We can just double click this link, open it in a new tab, and again, we can just click on the three dots and click on Download. So I'm just going to close these. So now you have got the video, you can click on Choose File on EZGIF. So I'm just going to choose this video and hit Open, and then you can click on Upload Video. You can then decide where you want to clip the video. So you can start it at 0 seconds and where you want to end it. So I'm just going to play this, and I'm just going to end my clip at 20 seconds. Once you have done that, you can click on Convert to GIF. The video will then be converted to a GIF. You can crop it or resize it if you want to, but I'm happy with the way it looks, so I'm just going to click on Save. Once you have saved your GIF, you can just head back to AutoDS, navigate to Products and Drafts, and then find your product that we are going to import. And in the next lessons, I'm going to show you how we can go and edit all of the information, such as the images, variants, and everything that we need to edit before importing the product to our store. And once we import the product to our store, I'll show you how we can edit the product page from the store's front end to make it look super professional and super clean. So the first thing we are going to do is upload our product images. So we are going to come over to Images. We are going to select all of the images except for the main image. So we're just going to deselect this, and then we are going to scroll back up and we are going to click on Remove to delete all of the current images. So let's just click on this. And once we have deleted all of the current images, we are going to upload all of the images that we edited within Canva. So we are going to click on Add Image. We are going to click on Upload Image, navigate to the product images that we downloaded from Canva and also any GIFs that you downloaded. And now we can start uploading these one by one. So I'm going to select the first image and just hit Open. And now we are just going to add the rest of the images. So I'm just going to speed up that process now. And once you have uploaded all of your product images, you can set one of these product images as your main image. And the main image is going to be the first product image that the customer sees when they land on your product page. So make sure that you pick the most professional image with the most product information, because this is going to be the first image that the customer sees. So I'm going to choose this image because it looks super professional, super clean, and has lots of product information. So I'm going to click on Set as Main Image. Now I have set that as the main image. You can go and delete any images that you don't want to use. So I'm just going to click on this, and I am just going to remove this image as well. and then we can click on save. Once you have uploaded your images, you can come over to item specifications. I am just going to delete all of the item specifications, and we are going to leave this completely blank because we will be editing our product page using the Shrine theme, and the Shrine theme allows you to create a specific product page for each of your products, so we don't really need to have these item specifications. Next up, we can come to variants, and from here we can edit our product variant. So we can click on edit, and from here you can edit any of the variations of your product. So firstly, you can just edit some general information. So for example, you can go and edit the color names or sizes or things like that. So I'm going to come in here and I am just going to change this to silver instead of light gray. Everything else I am going to leave the same. Now, if we come into pricing, this is where you can decide how much you want to sell your product for. Now, it's super important to get this right within AutoDS because this is going to be the price that shows on your Shopify store, and this is going to be the price that customers see. So, of course, as I mentioned during the product research module, you're going to want to have at least a $20 profit margin. Now, I am going to sell this product for $39.99. So have a look at how much your competitors are selling it for and have a look at if you have a decent profit margin, and that way you can decide how much you want to sell your product for. So you can see on this particular product, we have a £28.29 profit margin. So that's around $32, $33. So that's a very healthy profit margin. You can also round this to the nearest cents if you want to, and you can also create a compare at price. So this will show your product on sale. So I'm going to create a compare at price for this product so that it shows with a discounted rate on the front end of my store. So we are going to toggle on compare at price, and I'm going to show it as 50% off. So originally the product will be £80 or close to, and now it is $39.99. Then we can click on save. You can of course repeat that process for any other variants of your product. Of course, this product only has one variant, so we don't need to do that. Next, you can come to description. We are actually going to delete all of the information in the description. And the reason that we are going to do that is because we are going to create our product description from our front end of our store. As I mentioned, the Shrine theme allows you to edit your product pages from the front end, so that is where we will create our product description. So we are just going to click on edit product description, and then we can scroll all the way to the bottom of our product description. Now we are going to highlight all of the images and text within our product description, and we are simply going to delete all of this. And then we can click on save. So now when it comes to our product description, we are essentially starting with a blank canvas because, like I say, we will be building out that product description from the front end of our Shopify store. We can now come over to product, and from here you can choose a collection for your product. So in the next lesson, I'm going to show you how to create a collection. We can click on create collection. You can name your collection whatever you want to. I'm just going to name this accessories and click on save. So once you have created a collection for your product, you can come back to AutoDS and you can go and choose that collection. So I'm just going to go and choose the accessories collection. We can then scroll down. You can choose your shipping methods. I recommend to leave it as the default, cheapest with tracking. You can leave the tags as default, and then from here you will see monitoring. So if you upgrade your AutoDS plan, you can toggle on stock monitoring and price monitoring, and essentially these will go and monitor the stock with your supplier. So if you run out of stock, it will also show on your Shopify store that you have run out of stock, and you can also go and monitor the price of your product as well. So if your supplier increases the price of their product, you can also go and increase the price of your product as well. So as I mentioned, when you upgrade your plan, you can go and toggle both of these on because these are really helpful with managing your Shopify business. And finally, you are going to want to toggle on auto order so your orders are fulfilled automatically. Of course, in the later lessons, I will show you how you can go and fulfill all of your orders. So once you have done all of this and you are happy that everything has been filled out correctly, your title has been optimized, your description is completely blank, all of your variants have been set up with the correct pricing and names, all of your images have been uploaded, and you have deleted all of the item specifications, you are now ready to import the product to your store. So you can click on Save and Import. The importing process will take a few minutes, So let's leave this for a few minutes and then we can go and have a look at the product on our store. Once the import process has finished, you will see import to store 1 of 1 finished. You can click on products and you will see the product that you just imported to your Shopify store. So now if we go over to Shopify and you click on products, you will see the product that you just imported from AutoDS. You can then click on this product, and once you click on the product, where it says publishing, just make sure that you see sales channel. If you don't, click on these 3 dots, click on manage sales channel and make sure that you have online store ticked. You can then close this and then just make sure that everything that you have imported from AutoDS is correct. So we can see that the title matches. The deleted description is gone because we will go and edit our description from the front end, and all of the images that we uploaded are still there. So now we are going to start editing our product page and product description from the front end using the Shrine theme that we installed earlier. So we are going to go to online store and we are going to click on customize. And then you can click on the catalog page and you will see your products. So we are going to click on this product. So now if we scroll down on the product page, we will see many different sections that have been added as a default. We are going to delete all of these sections and start from a blank canvas. So we're just going to keep this main product description up here, but underneath that we are going to get rid of everything. So if we just come to the side here, as you can see, each area is a section. So we've got rich text. We are just going to click on this and click on remove section. And we are going to do this for every section. We have a horizontal tracker. We are going to remove this. The comparison table, we are going to remove. And the relatable products will be set to off. But don't worry about this because you cannot remove this section, but you can't see it. So now we only have our product description, and we can start adding sections based on the competitor store. So firstly, we can actually go and add in some of these small benefits and features of the product. So I'm just going to copy these. We've got hydrate faster and consume higher quality water. Now what you can do is to make your store more unique, you can head over to ChatGPT and you can just rewrite the copy of your competitor store. So you can just prompt it with rewrite this copy and hit go. And if you are happy with the copy that it has rewritten, we can just head back here, and where we see this benefit section, we can go back and we will see emoji benefits. So we can click on this and I am just going to paste this in. And if you do want to change the emojis, you can head to a site called emojicopy.com. I am just going to go for this green check and hit copy. And now we can come back over here and I am just going to replace this. So I am just going to add a couple more of these benefits. So I am just going to copy this one. We can paste this in here and we can replace the emoji again. I am going to copy the next one. Like I say, you can rewrite these using ChatGPT so that your store stands out slightly more. But I'm just going to speed this process up because it might get kind of boring watching me constantly just rewriting all of the copy. So now I'm just going to copy this one and we will just come underneath here and paste this one in. And I am just going to backspace and paste this emoji in. So now we have the main benefits of the product. Now we can simply scroll down now and we can start adding some sections based on the sections that our competitor store has. So we can see they have this as seen on. I'm not going to include this because I don't think it's good to include these brands like Men's Health, NBC and things like that if your product hasn't actually been featured on these sites. So what we can do is we can scroll down and I am going to come on the left hand side. We will scroll down. I am going to click on add section and we are going to go for a horizontal ticker. So we are going to choose this and now we can click back and we can click onto the first text. And I am just going to enter in backed by science. And now we can click on back and click on the next one. For this one, I am just going to enter in 1,000 plus happy customers and we can click back. And now we can go onto the final one. And I am just going to go and enter in 30-day guarantee. Now we can click on save. So now if we have a look at our competitor store and we scroll down, we can see they have this image with a headline and a paragraph, an image with a headline and a paragraph, and they have another one. So we are going to go and add this as well. So we will click back, we are going to click on add section, and we are going to scroll up, and I'm going to look for this multi-row. So I am going to choose this, And then we can click on our first row from our multi-row. So just click on this. We are going to select an image. I am going to select this image and hit done. And again, we can simply go and rewrite the copy from our competitor store. So I'm just going to scroll up. I am going to simply copy the first headline. You can head over to ChatGPT. I have already rewritten this one. So I have just said rewrite this copy, and they have rewritten it to this copy here. So I am just going to copy this, and I am simply going to click on this row, scroll down, and where it says row, I am just going to paste this heading in, and I am simply going to delete the caption. Once again, we can come back over here. You can copy the paragraph, and I am going to head over to ChatGPT, and I have rewritten the paragraph. So I have just said rewrite this copy, and I have pasted it in. Again, I will simply go and copy this, and I am going to scroll down, and where we have text, I am going to paste this in here. Now I will be marketing my store towards the UK. So where it says Americans, I am just going to change this to UK citizens. And then what you can do is you can bold any of the text that you want your customers to focus on. So I am just going to bold this part here, and where it says more clarity and feel better, I am going to bold this as well. And we will just get rid of any unnecessary space at the bottom. And then finally, where we have button label, I am just going to delete this so we can delete the button completely. So now I am just going to repeat that process for my second row. So again, I will come into the second row. I am just going to copy the copy of my competitor store, and I am going to get ChatGPT to rewrite it for me. So I have rewritten all of that copy already. So we can just come into this row. We are just going to delete the caption. We will go and enter in our heading. I can come back here, and I am just going to copy all of this, and I will just paste this into the text. So I have just gone and pasted that text in, and any sentences that I want to stand out to the customer, I have just made them bold. Again, we can go and choose an image. So we are just going to click on select image. I'm going to select this image and hit done. And again, I am just going to get rid of this button label completely. So now I am just going to repeat that process for the third and final row. Now you will want to put your store into the mobile view quite frequently, because 90% of your traffic will be coming from mobile. So constantly go and check how your store is looking on a mobile. You will want to make sure that it is looking clean and professional. So I'm actually going to get rid of this section here. So I am just going to click on remove block to remove this unnecessary white space on the mobile view. So let's just hit remove block, and now you can see that that looks much better. So our product page is coming together. It is looking really good so far. So now we can just delete this final row. So we will just come into row and click on remove block. So now we can have a look at our competitor store. So if we scroll down, we do have 3 rows, just like they have. They do have a how it works section. I'm actually going to skip this, and I am going to go and create this table here. So in order to create this table, we will click on add section, and we are going to scroll down, and we are going to find comparison table. So we are going to choose this. So as you can see, it looks really good on a mobile, but I am just going to put it into the desktop view to make it easier to edit. So in order to change these benefits, you can just click on table row, and you can start changing some of these benefits. So I'm just going to change this to made of high borosilicate glass. Then we can simply click back. I am going to go to the second table row, and I am just going to paste this in. 3 minutes to produce a cup of hydrogen water. So just go and enter in 3 or 4 benefits of your product for this comparison table. Once you have added the benefits, you can click on comparison table, and you can just change the text. So I'm just going to paste this in here. I am going to change this from bold to normal. See why thousands have made the switch to a healthier, more sustainable hydration solution. And where it says comparison table, we can go and have a look. They've said why choose hydro. So we're just going to come over here, and I'm just going to change hydro to my store's name, Nouveau Hill. Now I am actually going to add a section above this section. So we will just go back, we will click on add section, and I am just going to add this rich text section. And we are just going to click back, and you can simply just drag sections above other sections. So we are just going to grab this section, and I am just going to move it above the comparison table, just like this. So now we can scroll down. we are going to click on this. I am going to change the background to accent 1, just like this. We can come back now, and where it says buttons, I am just going to remove the button. So we'll just click remove block, and I have just added some copy to this section. We will now add another section. So let's click on add section, and I am going to choose this vertical ticker, and I have just added in some text in here. We can now click back, and we can go and change these vertical ticker benefits. So we are just going to click on these, and I have just gone and replaced these with some benefits of the product. Finally, we will just go and delete the button. So we can just scroll down, and where we have button label, we can simply just delete this. The final thing I do want to add is going to be an FAQ section. So we are going to click on add section, and you are going to choose collapsible content. And in here, I am just going to update these based on some of the competitor FAQs. So if we just scroll down, we can see what is hydrogen water. So I'm just going to copy this, click on the first collapsible content row. I am going to paste this in here. And then for the row content, I am just going to copy this and get ChatGPT to rewrite it again. You can then copy this, come back over here and paste this into the row. And then you can change the icon if you want to. So I'm actually just going to change this to no icon. So now I am just going to update all of the FAQs. So I have just gone and updated all of those FAQs. Where we have heading, I am just going to change this to got answers. We've got questions, and I will just change the caption to FAQ. And you can of course change the colors if you want to by going to color scheme. So I could go and change it to this or whatever color scheme I wanted, but we are just going to go for background 1. And now I am just going to hit save. So let's have a look at how our product page is coming along. We can just scroll through the product page. It is looking really good. As they scroll, they do have all of the product images up the top here, and they are greeted with this initial image, which looks really good. They then have some benefits about the product. As they scroll, they can see the delivery times. So I will show you how you can go and update these in a moment. Then they do have some feedback from the customers. Now I'm actually going to go and delete this because we will go and import some reviews directly from AliExpress. So we are going to click back, and then if we scroll down, we will see reviews. I'm just going to remove this. And then as they scroll, we do have this moving ticker here. Then they have an image, some text, another image with some text, going over the benefits and features of the product. Then they have a comparison table, and then they do finally have some FAQs. Now there are many other sections that you can use with the Shrine theme. So if I just scroll down and I click on add section, you will see that there are a number of different sections that you can use. So if we scroll down, I'll show you a few that I think are pretty cool. You have multi-column, which is really great. You can add a video if you want to. You have this before and after slider for certain products. You can also go and add the featured on, like I showed you with this store here. So if your store is featured on other sites, you can easily go and add a featured section like this. Another cool section, if we scroll all the way down, we do have this results section. So this is a really great one that you can think about using, and also an icon bar as well. So there are a few different sections that you could consider using for your own product pages. Use a bit of trial and error and be creative, but try to keep things fairly simple, and always have a look at your competitor stores to give you an idea of how you can create your own product pages. So for now, we are just going to click on save. Once you have saved that, we are going to put our store into the full screen mode. As you can see, it is already looking really good. The next thing we are going to do is add some reviews to our product page. So if we scroll down on the current product page, we are going to add some reviews to the bottom. Now reviews help to build social proof, and again this helps to build trust around your store, which will help you to increase your conversions. So in order to add reviews to your store, we are going to be using an app called Loox. So you can come over to apps, you can click on app and sales channel settings, you can click on Shopify App Store, and you can just search for Loox, and you will see Loox Product Reviews app. Now I will leave a link in the lesson notes to Loox as well. It is a paid app, however I do think it is the best review app out there to import reviews directly from AliExpress, and it will really help to increase your conversion rate, so it is worth the $9.99 per month. So we are just going to click on install on this app, and then we will click on install again. You can then choose your Luke's plan. So you can just start with the beginner plan, and then you can just click on start. And we are just going to click on take beginner. And then you can approve the subscription. You will then be brought over to your Luke's dashboard. So you can click on continue. You can choose your language. So I'm going to choose English and click on continue. You can go and choose your brand and icon colors and also your icon style. And you can also choose your reviews widget layout. I'm going to leave everything as the default and click on continue. It will then ask you when you want to ask your customers for a review. So I'm just going to leave it as 14 days after fulfillment and click on continue. You can encourage your customers to submit a photo or video review by offering them a discount. I'm just going to leave it as the 15% off discount code and click on continue. It will then say enable Luke's script. So just click on this and just make sure that this has been toggled on and then click on save. You can then go back to the Luke's tab and it should say Luke's core script enabled. So now click on continue. It will then say add product reviews widget. So you can click on this and the product reviews widget will be automatically added underneath your FAQs section. So we are just going to leave it here. So we can just click on got it and then click on save. If you click on the back button, you can of course move this widget wherever you want to on your product page, but I recommend to just have it underneath your FAQs. So now we can head back to the other tab and it will verify that we have just added that reviews widget and we can click on continue. Next up, we can add a rating widget. So we are going to click on this and the rating widget will be added at the bottom of your product description. Again, you can go and move this if you want to. So if we just go and grab this, we could move this above the title. So now the rating widget will be shown above the title. So as you can see, it will be shown above your title. I think this looks much better. And now we can click on save. We can now head back to the other tab. And again, Luke's will review this. And now we can click on continue. Next up, we want to import some reviews from AliExpress to our product. So we are going to click on import now. In order to import a review from AliExpress, it will say drag the import to Looks button into your bookmarks bar. So in order to show your bookmarks bar, you can hold Ctrl-Shift-B. You will then see your bookmarks bar, and where it says import to Looks, you can just drag this into your bookmarks bar. You can then click on go to AliExpress and you can find your product that you want to import the reviews from, and then you can click on import to Luke's. You can then select the product that you want to import the reviews to. So I'm going to select this product. You can choose the ratings. So I'm going to go for 5 stars only. You can choose the countries that you want to import the reviews from, and you can also go and translate reviews into English. You can also go and fetch the most recent reviews or reviews that only have photos. And then you can simply click on preview and import. You can then reject or import any reviews. So I'm going to hit import. If you see a review that isn't that great, like this one just has A+++, we are just going to hit reject. So then it simply is a process of importing and rejecting any reviews that you want to use. It will then say import completed. So we can close this. We can head back to Shopify, click on online store. We can click on customize. We can click on catalog. You can click on your product, and we are going to put our store into the mobile view. And now if we scroll all the way to the bottom, we can see that we have our reviews of the product. So that looks really great. And as I mentioned, this will help to build trust with your customers, which will increase your conversion rate. So now we can head back to our Shopify dashboard. For the next lessons, we will be creating the necessary pages for your store, and we will want to start off with a Contact Us page. But before we create a Contact Us page, I want to show you how to create a branded email address for your store so that your store looks more professional when customers receive emails from your store. So in order to do this, you can go to settings and you can come over to domains. Because I have purchased my domain from a third-party registrar, I won't be able to give you a step-by-step for this process. However, I will leave a link in the lesson notes to this post here, which will show you how to set up a forwarding email address with your branded domain. And this will allow you to create a professional email address for your Shopify store with your branded domain. So when customers receive emails from your store or when they contact you, you can respond from your branded professional email address. And this just helps to build the brand around your store and again, build trust around your store. Now, as I mentioned, I have purchased my domain from Ionos. So I have just created a branded email within my Ionos dashboard. So then you can head back to Shopify once you have created your branded email. And now you are going to scroll down and click on notifications. You will then see sender email. So just make sure that the sender email in here is your branded professional email address. And then you can click on save. Once you have saved that, we can now go and create a contact us page for our store. In order to create a contact us page, you can click on online store and then click on pages. You may see a contact us page has already been created by default, but if you don't, you can just click on add page. So I already have this, so I'm just going to click on this. You can of course name your page contact, and then you can go and choose the contact theme template and just click on save. You can then click on view page and you will see your contact us page has been created. Once you have saved your contact us page, the next pages we will create are going to be your policy pages. In order to create your policy pages, you can come to settings and just scroll down to where it says policies. Firstly, you will see your return policy. So you will see the rules around your return policy. So you can click on manage. And the main thing I recommend for you to change is customers providing return shipping, which means that the customer has to pay to ship the product back to you if they want to make a return. So you can choose this and click on save. We can now click on the back button, and if you scroll down, you will see written return and refund policy. You can click on create from template, and you can simply edit this slightly. So where it says to be eligible for a return, your item must be in the same condition that you received it, unworn or unused. So if you don't plan on selling clothing items, you can simply just get rid of unworn and just leave it as unused. With tags as well, you can get rid of if you aren't selling clothing items. So I'm just going to get rid of that completely. And we are just going to leave it like this. To be eligible for a return, your item must be in the same condition that you received it, unused in its original packaging. You'll also need the receipt or proof of purchase. To start a return, you can contact us at, and we have our professional email address. Please note that the returns will need to be sent to the following address. Well, you can get rid of this for now because we will be drop shipping. So you can just give the customers the address of your supplier upon email request. So you can outline that in the next sentence. It says if your return is accepted, you can get rid of this because they will provide their own shipping label. So they will pay for their own shipping in order to return the parcel. So you can just say, we will send you instructions on how and where to send your package. Items sent back to us without first requesting return will not be accepted. You can always contact us for any return questions at, and you can leave your professional email address. For the next part, we can just scroll down to where we have damages and issues. You can just leave this as it is. And then for exceptions and non-returnable items, I am just going to get rid of any unnecessary space. For this bit, if you don't sell any of these types of items, you can just get rid of it completely. And then you will see exchanges. You can just leave this as the default. I am just going to get rid of the white space. And then you have the EU 14-day calling off period if you are selling in the EU. So just have a read through this. And if you are planning on selling in the EU, you can just leave this as the default. And then finally you have refunds. So I am just going to get rid of the unnecessary space. And once again, just have a read through this. So I recommend to just leave this as the default as well. And then you can click on save. Once you have completed your returns and refunds policy, in the next lesson, we will create the shipping policy. In order to create your shipping policy, under policies within settings, you can just scroll down and you will see shipping policy. Now for your shipping policy, you can just say something like this. We use various couriers to ship your orders, including USPS, UPS, FedEx, Royal Mail, and more. You can of course include any couriers that your supplier might be using, but these will be the main ones. You will receive your tracking number via email once we have processed and shipped your order. And then you can say our processing times are 1 to 2 business days. Our estimated shipping times are 7 to 13 business days. You can of course amend this depending on how long the shipping times are for the products that you are selling. So just go and enter in your average shipping times, and then you can simply click on save. Once you have saved your shipping policy, In the next lesson, we will create a terms of service. In order to create a terms of service, you can come into your policy settings and scroll down to terms of service and click on create from template. You can have a read through this and just make sure that all of the information is correct, and providing that everything is correct, you can simply click on save. So make sure that you are having a look at the small details. For example, adding a link to your refund policy. This is very easy to do. So we can simply click on save. We can close these settings for a moment. We can come to navigation, and if we go into our footer menu, you can click on add menu item. You can click on search or paste a link, go over to policies, click on refund policy, and then you can click on add, click on save menu. And now if you go to online store and click on this eye icon, you can scroll all the way to the bottom and you will see refund policy. So you can copy this, and then you can simply copy the refund policy link in the URL. You can head back to Shopify, click on settings, scroll down to policies, scroll all the way down to your terms of service, and then within your terms of service, we can find that link to the refund policy again, and you can simply delete this and paste in your refund policy. So like I say, make sure that you have done that for any areas that need to be linked. So you will need to link your privacy policy as well, and we will create the privacy policy in the next lesson. So just make sure you come back to your terms of service after and paste in the link to your privacy policy. So from here, we can click on save, and in the next lesson, we will create the privacy policy. In order to create your privacy policy, you can go to settings and click on policies, and then you will see privacy policy. Now in the lesson notes, I will leave a link to this document here, which is a privacy policy template that you can use, and you simply just need to replace the business name with the name of your store. Now, of course, this is not legal advice, so make sure that you have done your due diligence on the country that you are based in and the countries that you plan on selling to in terms of privacy policies to make sure that this is correct, because like I say, I cannot give you legal advice in this course. But what you can do is, with this privacy policy, you can click on Control F. You can copy business name with the brackets included. So just copy this, paste this into Find What, and where it says replace with, you can enter in the name of your store and click on replace all. You can then click on OK and close, and just make sure that you have filled out this information here correctly. So for example, if you do have a registered company in your country, you can put that information in here. If you don't, you can simply just put in your address. So just make sure that you have filled this out, and then you can simply just come in and you can copy all of this information from the document. So we'll just come all the way up to the bottom. We will copy this, then you can head back to Shopify and just paste this privacy policy in here. Make sure you get rid of any unnecessary spaces within the privacy policy. Now make sure you add the link to your privacy policy within your terms of service. So in order to do this, you can close this. You can come down to online store and navigation again. You can click on your footer menu, click on add menu item, come in search or paste link, go to policies, choose your privacy policy, click on add, click on save menu, click on this little eye icon next to online store, scroll down to your footer, click on privacy policy, and then you can copy the link from the URL, head back to your Shopify dashboard, click on settings, scroll down to the policies, and then scroll down to the terms of service. And within your terms of service, you will see link to privacy policy, and you can just paste in that link and click on save. Once you have saved that, in the next lesson, I'll show you how to create an order tracking page. In order to create an order tracking page for your store, we will be using this app called Parcel Panel Order Tracking. Now, this is the #1 order tracking app for Shopify, and it is specifically built for Shopify. And if we scroll down, you can see that you can get started for completely free in order to create your order tracking app with Parcel Panel. But if you do use the link in the description, you will get 40% off of the paid plans, as well as a 7-day free trial on all of the paid plans. So click the link in the description to get your 40% discount on the paid plans when you are creating your order tracking page with Parcel Panel. Now, the great thing about Parcel Panel, it also allows you to mask any Chinese tracking for your customers' orders. So when they're actually tracking their orders, they won't see that your products are coming from China, and this is going to reduce the amount of customer emails and refunds you get. So it's a really amazing app when it comes to creating an order tracking page. Now, there are a few last things that I do want to mention regarding the Parcel Panel app, because it is more than just an order tracking app. It has a lot of other powerful features. So firstly, it supports over 1,300 carriers. So no matter which carrier your supplier is using, you can provide your customers with updates via email notifications because you can sync with over 1,300 carriers. It does sync all of your orders within 30 days. I have already mentioned the dropshipping mode. You can add an estimated delivery date to your order tracking page using the app's features, and you can also add product recommendations to your order tracking page so you can bring in more revenue directly when customers are tracking their orders. You can also go and sync with review apps, so that way when a shipment status is updated to delivered, you can send your customers a request via email to ask them for a review. This is a great way to collect more reviews on your store. You can also integrate with a returns portal app by Parcel Panel. So if you're dealing with a lot of returns, perhaps you are dropshipping clothing, you can easily go and create a returns portal. You can also go and add protection insurance to your parcels using Parcel Panel. So this will go and protect all of your customers' parcels and make sure that they are delivered. And you can also go and integrate with page builder apps like Pagefly and things like that. So this app does have a lot of features and a lot of integrations that you can use. So like I say, click the link on the description. You will come over to this page, and from here we are going to click on install. You are then going to click on install again, and then you will be brought over to the quick setup guide to create your order tracking page. So firstly, you will see that your order tracking page has automatically been created as soon as you install the app. So if you click on this eye icon, you can view your order tracking page. So as you can see, the order tracking page is already looking really great. So what you can do is you can then go and copy this link, and then you can just go to online store and add this link to your navigation. I am going to show you how to sort out all of your navigation in the later tutorials, so don't worry too much about that for now. Next up, you can click on Customize Shipping Notifications. So from here, you can go and edit the shipping notifications that your customers receive regarding updates for their orders. So click on Customize Notifications, and in here, you will see the pre-made email templates that your customers will receive every time there is an update to their order. So you will see you've got info received, in transit, out for delivery, delivered, exception, failed attempt. So you can simply go and toggle on all of these templates. I recommend to have all of them toggled on so that your customers are notified every time there is an update regarding their order. You can go and edit these templates. So if you click on Edit Template, from here you can edit the branding of these email templates so that they match the branding for your store. So firstly, I recommend uploading your logo. So come over to Logo. I'm just going to remove the current logo. You can click on Add Image, navigate to your logo image and click on Open. Once you have uploaded your logo, you can click on Done, and then you can edit any of the other branding options. So for example, if we click on Colors, I can edit the button background color to match the rest of your store. You can then click on Save. You can also go and edit the actual text within these emails. So if we simply just click on Back. So if we go into one of the other templates, you can click on Content, and this is where you can edit the content of the emails. However, I do recommend to leave them as the default because this will provide the customers with all of the necessary information that they need. If we go back to template branding, all you're then going to do is just update the branding for each of these templates to make sure that they match the branding for the rest of your store. So I'm just going to click on Done, click on Save, and then we can click on Back. And like I say, just make sure that you do this for all of the templates, and these will be sent out to your customers every time there is an update from the tracking number for their order. Now, if we go back to the Parcel Panel dashboard, under the quick setup guide, you will see dropshipping mode. So just click on this. And as you can see, if you enable this feature, it will hide Chinese origins to create a consistent branded shopping experience. So basically, when your customers receive notifications or they do go to your order tracking page and enter in their tracking number, they won't see any Chinese origins for your packages. So for example, instead of the shipping update saying has left warehouse in Shenzhen, it will just say has left warehouse. So we'll go and hide any Chinese origins, and this is really great for customer service and reducing any refunds. There are a few other features that I recommend you turning on. So you are going to want to toggle on this send shipping tracking events to Shopify. So this way, when an order is fulfilled through AutoDS, the updates will be synced to Shopify, and then those events will be sent out to customers via the email templates that we edited earlier. You can also toggle on update tracking link in Shopify. So when a customer clicks on a tracking number within an email, for example, it will come over to the URL of your tracking page, so they can track it directly from your website. So you can toggle this on. You will also see add tracking widget to your order status page. You're going to want to toggle this on so customers can go and track their orders from the order status page. If we scroll down, you can choose your preferred language, so just choose English, and then you will see courier matching. So this is where you are going to choose the couriers that you want to send updates for. So there are hundreds of couriers that you can choose from. So go and message your supplier, whether that's AutoDS or AliExpress, to see which courier they're using, and then you can enter that in here. So for example, you can see you've got AliExpress standard shipping, USPS, Unexpress, 4PX, UPS, CJ Packets. So these are some of the more popular ones. So you can easily go and type any of these in, and you can simply go and tick these, and then you can enable or disable them. So if I disable this, you can see what it looks like. And if I just click on disabled now, and I go and search for AliExpress, I can now go and enable this. So every courier that you have enabled will be synced with Parcel Panel, so then it can retrieve all of the updates and send those updates out to customers via the email notifications that we set up earlier. So now if we go back to the Parcel Panel dashboard, you will now see that you have completed the quick setup guide. Next, I want to show you how you can edit your order tracking page. So click on tracking page, and from here you can edit the appearance of your order tracking page. So for example, you will see the progress bar color. I'm going to go and update this to match the branding of the rest of my store. You can go and choose the layout, the theme mode. If you scroll down here, you will see the order lookup widget. So you can allow customers to look up their order by using their email and phone number and order number, or by using their tracking number. You can add custom text to your order tracking page. You can remove powered by Parcel Panel branding if you go and upgrade your plan. If you click on custom shipment status, you can add custom shipment statuses to your order tracking page. So you will see the default ones: ordered, order ready, in transit, out for delivery. You can go and add custom ones, for example, order processing or something like that. You can also add custom tracking info. So this information will appear on your order tracking page if there haven't been any recent updates from the courier regarding the parcel. So for example, you can see the example here: days since last tracking, 7, custom tracking info, transit to next facility. So this basically just eases the customer's worries. If they go and track their order and they just see transit to next facility by default because you've entered that in here, they at least know that their parcel is progressing and it is still being delivered. Next up, if you click post purchase EDD, if you toggle on this feature, this will display a customer with an estimated delivery date for their order. And this is based on your shipping rates. So later on in the tutorial, I'll be showing you how to set up your shipping rates within the Shopify settings. And whatever you set up your shipping rates as is what will show for the estimated delivery dates. So for example, if you set up your shipping rates to say that shipping will take 10 to 12 days, then the estimated delivery date will show 10 to 12 days after your order has been processed. Next up, we have product recommendation. This will allow you to display other products from your store on your order tracking page. So this will allow you to actually make more sales when customers come over to your store to track their previous orders. They might be interested in one of your other products and make a new purchase. So this is a great way to increase your revenue without doing any extra work. Next up, you have SEO optimization. In here, you can put a simple page title and description for your order tracking page to help with search engine optimization. Then we have tracking page URL. So from here, if you click on this pencil icon, you can go and edit the URL of your order tracking page. So instead of having Parcel Panel, you could go and change this to something like track. So if we come in here, we can just change this to track, click on next, and then click on next step and click on done. So just make sure that you update your URL if you do this within your menu settings, so that it is the right URL that people can click on to track their order. You can then click on save. And once you have updated your order tracking page with all of these settings, you can click on preview. And from here, you will see your order tracking page. If somebody tracks an order, this is what it's going to look like. So you have the order status, you have the tracking number, And then, as I say, you can add an estimated delivery dates. You've got your product upsells as well. And then you have all of the updates regarding the actual product itself, and all of the Chinese origins of the shipping won't be shown to the customer. So now we have a really amazing order tracking page. Next up, I'll be showing you how to add all of the pages we have just created to your header and footer menus. But I do just want to show you a few last things from Parcel Panel. So if we go back to the back end, you can see that we have analytics. So if we click on analytics, in here, you can see a snapshot of all of your customers' orders, and you can see an update of different carriers and destinations for each of those orders. If you scroll down, you can see the shipment status for all of your customers' orders. You can also come over to integration. From here, you can integrate Parcel Panel with various other apps. So for example, you can create a returns and exchange portal using Parcel Panel Returns and Exchange, and you can also go and integrate live chatbots like Willdesk's live chatbot, which I will be showing you how to use later on in the tutorial. So now that I've shown you how to set up an order tracking page, in the next part of the tutorial, I'm going to show you how to add all of the pages that we've just created to your header and footer menus. So just come over to Online Store. In order to create your header and footer menus, come over to Navigation. Firstly, we will create the main menu. So click on Main Menu. Firstly, you can delete the home menu item because customers can simply just click on the logo to go to the home page. And we really don't want customers to even go to the home page because we're going to be sending our customers directly to the product page. So we want to keep them on the product page. So you can just click on Delete and hit Remove. Next up, where you have Catalog, you are going to click on Edit. We are going to change this to Shop, and instead of going to all of our products, we can go to the main product that we will be testing. So if you're testing 1 or 2 products a week, the main product that you are testing at any given time, you can just change this shop link to that main product that you will be testing. So come to Products, and you can choose the main product that you will be testing. So I'm just going to choose this product and click on Apply Changes. Make sure that you have your Contact Us page, so you can always click on Add Menu Item, search or paste a link, go to Pages and choose the Contact Us page, and then do the same with your Track Your Order page as well. Once you have done that, you can click on Save Menu. Once you have created your main menu, we can click Back, and now we are going to create the footer menu. So go to the footer menu. Firstly, we are going to delete this search menu item. So just delete this and hit Remove. Make sure you have added your refund policy. Next up, we are going to click on Add Menu Item, and we are going to go and choose our shipping policy. So we'll come down to Policies. We are going to choose Shipping and click on Add. We are going to drag our shipping above our privacy policy. So then make sure you add your privacy policy, and then you are going to add your terms of service. So click on Add, go to Search, go to Policies, and choose Terms of Service, and click on Add. You can then click on Save Menu. Once you have saved your menus, you can come to the eye icon to view your online store. And from here, you will see your header menu. And if you scroll down to your footer, you will see all of your policy pages in your footer menu. So in the next lesson, I will show you how to design your homepage. In order to design your homepage, we are just going to click on Customize under Themes. You really do just want to keep your homepage extremely simple because, as I mentioned, we won't be sending any of our customers to the homepage. We will be sending them to the product pages for the products that we will be promoting through our ads. And we don't really want our customers to spend much time on the homepage. We want to keep them on the product pages so that we can push them towards that all-important purchase. So as I say, we are going to keep the homepage super simple. So what we are going to do is we will keep this image slide and we are going to delete everything else. So we're just going to keep the image slide and we will keep the ticker and we will go and keep the contact form as well. So just delete everything else. So all I'm going to do is click on each section and I am just going to remove all of these sections. So all we're left with is an image slide, a horizontal ticker, and a contact form. Now for the image slide, we are only going to have one image. So if you see 2 image slides, click on the second one and click on Remove Block. Once you have removed that, we can now edit the first image slide. So you can just click on your image slide, click on Explore Free Images, or you can select your own image. I'm going to go for explore free images, and I'm just going to search for a word related to my niche. So this is the health niche, so I'm just going to search for running, and then you can just scroll through the free images and choose one of these. So I'm going to select this one here. I think this looks pretty cool. Then we can simply click on select. You can also go and put your store into the mobile view, and you can select a different image for the mobile view if you want to. So for the mobile view, I am just going to select one image of one of the products. So I'm just going to go and select this image here and click on done. We can now put the store back into the desktop view, and now we can edit the text for the image slide. So we are just going to come down here. I'm just going to say optimize your health, and for the subheading, I am just going to say your journey starts here, and for the button label, I am just going to put in shop now. And then we are just going to link to one of our main products that we will be testing. So I'm just going to come into products, and I'm just going to select this product. Now for the horizontal ticker, we can simply go and edit these as well. So we will just come to feature 1. And for the first feature, I am just going to enter in 30-day guarantee. We can now go to the second feature. For the second feature, I am just going to enter in fast shipping. And then we can come to the third feature. And for the third feature, I am just going to go for secure checkout. And that's basically our homepage. We can also go and edit the footer. So where we have quick links, I'm just going to change this to help. And then where we have this image in the footer, I'm actually just going to remove this block, and I am going to add another block. So I'm going to click on add block. I am going to add a menu. I am going to click on this quick links menu, and I am going to change this to the main menu. So we'll click on change menu and select main menu and click on select. And we'll actually change this one to help. We will go back. We'll go to the help one, and I am just going to change this to legal. And then we can go back again, and I am just going to go and drag this above here. Also, don't forget to edit the horizontal ticker at the top of your store as well. So if we just go over to shop, I am just going to make this horizontal ticker here the same as this one here. So I am going to use the same features. So I have just gone and edited those features to make them the same as my product page. I am just going to click on save, and now we can go back to our homepage. And as you can see, our homepage is looking really good. And once you have edited and saved your homepage, in the next lesson, I'll show you how you can edit your email newsletter opt-in to offer your customers a 10% off discount code in exchange for their email address. In order to offer your customers a 10% off discount code in exchange for entering in their email, firstly, we can go and edit the text. So we can click on this. Where it says subscribe to our emails, we can just change this to subscribe for 10% off. And where it says a short sentence encouraging customers, you can just say join our newsletter and get 10% off your first order. You can then click on save. Once you have saved that, you can set up your discount code. So we can click on exit. We can go to discounts. We can click on create discount. We can choose amount off products. You can name your discount code. So I'm just going to call this 10 off. We can make this a 10% off discount code. You can make it apply to specific collections, and you can add any minimum requirements if you want to. You can go and add the maximum discount uses. So I recommend to limit it to 1 per customer, and you can amend the discount combinations and the active and end dates. Once you have created that, you can click on save discount. So now we have our 10 off discount code. We are just going to copy this, and now we will go back to online store, and under the Shrine theme, we will click on these 3 dots and click on edit default theme content. You can then go to newsletter, and where it says thanks for subscribing, you can just change this to use code 10off for 10% off your first order and click on save. You can then click back and click on customize, and if you scroll all the way down to your footer, you can enter in an email address in here, and if you click on sign up, the customer will see that message and they can use that 10% off discount code at the checkout. Once you have done that, in the next lessons, we will be going through your Shopify settings. The first settings we will start with is your store currency. So you can come over to settings, and from here you will see store currency. So you can go and edit this. If you click on these 3 dots, you can click on change store currency. Now don't worry too much about which currency you are going to choose. Of course, if the main market that you're going to be targeting is going to be the US, then you can choose the US dollar. However, if you do plan on targeting multiple different countries, don't worry, because in the next lessons, I'm going to be showing you how to set up Shopify global markets so that you can target multiple different currencies and you can charge customers in their local currency anyway. So for now, I'm just going to leave it as Great British Pounds, but choose whichever currency you want to. And I'm just going to close this, but you can simply just click on save. The next setting that we will go over is going to be our checkout settings. So we are going to click on checkout, and you can click on customize checkout. You will then be brought over to your checkout, and you can scroll down to checkout and then click on this. Now the first thing we are going to do is upload our logo to the checkout. So we can click on select image, and I am going to select my logo and click on done. You can change the position of your logo, so you can go for center, right. I'm going to just leave it as the left. You can also go and change the size, small, medium, large. I'm just going to go for medium. Now, if you scroll down, I recommend to leave everything else the same. The only thing I do recommend is to change the colors. So I recommend to change these colors to the same colors that you are using on the rest of your store. So I am just going to go and change both of these colors. However, for the errors, I do recommend to leave this as red, because this is an easy indicator for customers when they need to be told that they have missed some information. So once you have edited your checkout, you can just double check that everything looks good. So everything is looking good, and you can click on save. So as you can see, the accent colors have now updated. So that's looking really good. So now we can head back to our Shopify dashboard. The next settings that I will cover are going to be your shipping settings. So we can come to settings, and you will see shipping and delivery. You should see that some shipping rates have already been set up. So you can simply click on these. You can see that you can charge different shipping for certain products. So if you do want to add shipping on for a certain product, maybe to increase your profit margins, you can set up new shipping settings for a specific product. Now, if you scroll down, you will see some shipping zones. So as you can see, we have the EU, you have the UAE and other countries. So if you click on this, as you can see, Australia, Canada, Switzerland, a few other countries, and the United States. And then you will see your default country. So because my store is based in the UK, my default country is the United Kingdom. Now I'm just going to set all of my shipping rates to free shipping. So what we can do is, where we have standard here, I'm just going to click on this and click on delete. You can then edit your shipping rate. So if we click on this, we can click on edit rate. Where it says shipping rate, we are going to choose custom. You can name this free shipping, and then you can enter in the average amount of days that your products are going to take to get to your customers. And then for custom delivery description, I recommend to just choose tracking number provided. Then you can remove the conditional pricing, and this is how the customer will see it at the checkout. So you can of course go and edit the custom rate name if you want to. Like I say, make sure that the shipping days are accurate based on the average amount of time that your products will take to reach the customer. Then you can click on done. You can of course add extra rates if you do want to charge your customers. So you can click on add rate, and you can choose add a flat rate. Again, you can go for custom. You can go and name this something like express shipping. And if your supplier does have express shipping, you can of course go and charge your customers based on that. Again, for the description, we can go for tracking number provided, and then you can put your price in for your customer, and you can always go and add conditions to your shipping rates as well. So you can click on add conditional pricing, and you can say, for example, if a customer spends minimum of £50 or $50, they get the express shipping for free. And then you can click on done. So now I am just going to go and update my international shipping zones. So I'm just going to click on these, and I am going to edit both of the rates for international and for the EU to make them free. So I have just set all of my shipping zones to free. You can of course go and create a new zone as well. So if you click on create zone, you can go and select any countries that you want to ship to, and then you can go and create a shipping rate for that country. I'm just going to leave the countries that I've already selected. So I'm just going to click on cancel, and I will hit save. Once you have set up your shipping rates, you should see a message like this. Customers won't be able to check out because it is an inactive market. So in the next lesson, I'm going to show you how to set up Shopify Markets. In order to set up Shopify Markets, from your shipping settings, you can just click on Go to Markets. Alternatively, you will see Markets over here as well. So we are just going to click on Go to Markets. Now, when you are in Markets, you will see your primary market and you will see your inactive markets. So you see for me, I have the European Union as an inactive market and also international, which includes Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and the United States. So you can go and activate both of these markets. So let's start with international. In case I want to start selling to the United States, I can just come in here, go to inactive and set this to active. And then I can click on save. Next up, I do want to change the currency for this market. So I am going to come into products and pricing, and then you can go and choose the currency for the market. So I'm just going to go and choose the United States dollar for this market and click on save. It will then say changing the market currency. We'll delete any fixed prices you may have set. This is completely fine, so just click on accept. Lastly, you will want to tick this box here that says show prices to customers in their local currency, because that way if somebody from the US comes over to my store, they will see the price in US dollars, and you can go and update the prices of your products in that currency. So if I don't want to sell this for $52, I can go and sell this for $51.99, let's say for example, and the same for this. I could sell this for $71.99 or whatever price that you want to go and enter in. I could go and put in $45.99. It doesn't really matter, whatever price you want to go and sell it for. So I'm just going to go and enter that in, and then you can click on save. So now we can go back and we can click back again, and now you can go and activate any other markets that you want to. So we can just come into the EU, we can go and set this to active, and now we are going to come into products and pricing, and I'm just going to go and choose the euro. So we can just come in here, choose euros. Again, you can go and update the pricing of your products. I'm going to go and tick this as well and click on save, and we will click on accept. So now if we just scroll up and click back, again we will just go and set this to active and hit save, and now we can click on back, and now we have our 3 markets. Now you can add other markets if you want to by clicking on add market. As you can see, you are allowed a maximum of 3 markets under the basic plan. So if you do want to have extra markets, you will need to upgrade to the advanced plan. But if you do want to add markets, this is how you can do it. For now, I am just going to leave it with those 3 markets. So we will just go and click on cancel. And once you have done that, you can move on to the next lesson where I'll be showing you how to set up payments. In order to set up payments on your Shopify store, you can come over to payments. The first payment method that we will set up is going to be Shopify payments. So you can click on complete account setup. You can go and choose your business type. This will vary depending on the country that you're based in. So in the UK, these are the business types. I'm going to go for individual/sole trader. You can then enter in some of your details. So you'll need to enter in your address. You will also need to enter in your name and your date of birth. You will need to give some indication about your product details. So you can just enter in a description about the products that you're selling. So I've just put in health related products. Then you can scroll down. You will want to put your phone number in and a statement descriptor. So this is what will show up on the customer's bank statement. So make sure that you put in your store's name here, and then you just want to enter in your banking information. So in the UK, we have a sort code and account number, and this is going to be where your Shopify payments will be deposited. So make sure that you enter in the correct information. And once you have entered all of that information in, you can click on submit for verification. Once you have set up Shopify payments, you can also go and set up PayPal. So just click on where it says setup incomplete, and then you can click on complete setup. If you already have a PayPal account, you can simply connect an existing PayPal account to your Shopify store, or you can go and create a new one. So you can just click on next, and like I say, if you have a PayPal account, you just need to log in. If you don't, you just need to go through the process of creating a new PayPal account for your store. It will then say allow PayPal to connect your account with Shopify. So you can just click on agree and connect. And then you can click on go back to Shopify. Once you have set up your payments, in the next lesson, I'll give you a brief overview of taxes and duties. When it comes to setting up taxes and duties, I can't give you legal advice, And there are so many different variations depending on the country that you're located in and the country that you plan on selling to. So I can't cover every single different scenario, unfortunately, but I'll just give you a bit of advice based on what I do. So all I do is I use this site here called justanswer.co.uk, and this site will basically allow you to speak to a tax advisor or an accountant so that you can talk them through any given scenario of your store, and they will be able to advise you on the type of taxes that you should be charging your customers and the taxes that you need to pay depending on the country that you are based in. So I recommend to just head over to Google and type in "speak to a tax advisor" online, and hopefully you should be able to find a site similar to this where you can pay a very small fee to speak to a tax advisor. However, in the beginning, when you are just starting out, I wouldn't worry too much about it because your store isn't going to be profitable from day one. So you can always go and backdate your taxes once you speak to an accountant or a tax advisor when money is actually coming in through your store. Like I say, this isn't legal advice, but this is the best advice I can give you when it comes to taxes and duties. So I recommend for you to just do your own research when it comes to taxes and duties. So now that we have gone over taxes and duties, in the next lesson, I do just want to go over email notifications. In order to edit the emails that your customers receive, you can come to Notifications and you can click on Customer Notifications, and then you can click on Customize Email Templates. You can go and upload your logo to these email templates. So I am just going to go and choose my logo and click on Done. You can go and change the logo size. So I am just going to go and make this slightly bigger. So let's just go and make this around 250. And then you can of course go and change the accent color as well. So I'm just going to go and change the accent color to this. And then you can click on Save. You will then see a preview of what those emails will look like. So you just want to make sure that they match the branding for the rest of your store. So now that I've shown you how to edit your store's email notifications, for the next part of the tutorial, I want to show you how to add a live AI chatbot to your store to streamline your customer service and help you make more sales. So in order to do this, we will be using an app called Willdesk. Now I will leave a link in the description to Willdesk, and if you use the code ELLIOTTPRENDY, you can get 50% off of your first month on the paid plans. But the great thing about this chatbot is you can get started for completely free. Now using the Willdesk AI chatbot, you can automate repetitive tasks like product recommendations, sending out coupon codes, updating customers on their order statuses and tracking numbers. So you can actually reduce your workload a lot. It has been proven to reduce workload on stores by 30%. And another really great thing you can do with Willdesk's AI chatbot is you can connect it to your email address. You can connect it to Instagram, to WhatsApp, to Facebook Messenger. So you have one unified support channel no matter where customers message you. So if a customer messages you through Instagram DMs, or they send you an email, or they send you a message on Facebook Messenger, you can go and view that from the Willdesk dashboard. So that means you can reply to all of your customer queries in one simple dashboard. So I think this is really important, especially when you start to scale. You will start to get a lot of customer inquiries. So having an AI chatbot and having one unified communication platform is going to make things a lot easier for you. One other thing to mention is that when you install the Willdesk AI chatbot, it does collate all of your customer information. So it can go and look at order history, it can go and look at statuses of customers' orders, it can look at subscriptions, all of this type of information. So that way, if a customer asks, for example, about an update on one of their orders, or if they enter in a tracking number or whatever it is, Willdesk's AI chatbot has access to all of this information, so it can feed it back to the customer super easily, and it reduces the amount of things you have to do when it comes to customer service. So as I say, I will leave a link in the description to Willdesk, and if you use the code ELLIOTTPRENDY, you can get 50% off of your first month on the paid plans. So we are just going to click install, and we will click on install again. Once you install the Willdesk app, you will be prompted to create a password for your account. So just enter in a password and click on continue, and then you will be brought over to the Willdesk dashboard, and from here we can go through the setup guide. So the first thing we are going to do is enable the widget on our Shopify store. So click on Enable Now, and then you will be brought over to your Shopify store. So just toggle on the Willdesk app embed and click on Save. Once you have saved that, you can head back to your Willdesk dashboard, and we will just refresh this. And then you should see a green tick where it says Add Widget to your website. Next up, we are going to edit the styling of our chatbot. So click on Style Your Widget Appearance. From here, you firstly can choose channels that are available through your chatbot. So you can turn on WhatsApp if you want to, or you can just leave it as a live chat and email. You can also go and toggle on some other blocks. So we have Help Center, we also have After Sales Order Self-Service and Order Track. So if you don't want to use any of these, you can simply untick them or toggle them on. You can also go and edit these. So if we click on Edit for Order Track, and from here you can choose your order sync time. So I recommend to go for 60 days, just in case customers come over to your store and they still want to get some updates about their orders. As you can see, Willdesk also integrates with Parcel Panel. Now we've already installed this when we created our order tracking page earlier, so we don't need to worry about this for now. Then we can just close this. We can now scroll down and we will see visibility. So you can choose to display this at all times or only during business hours. I recommend to leave it on at all times. You can choose if you want it on desktop and mobile or one or the other. I recommend to leave it on for both. You can choose which pages you want your AI chatbot to show on. So I recommend to just show it on all pages, but you can of course hide it on certain pages. So you can go and hide it on product pages. For example, you just need to add in a part of the URL. I'm just going to leave it on for all pages. You can of course set your business hours as well. So if you're open all the time, you can set your business hours and you can choose your time zone. So I am based in London, so I am just going to choose Europe/London. If we scroll down, you can remove the Willdesk branding if you upgrade your plan. So I'm just going to upgrade the plan. I am going to click on Upgrade Now. And now that I have upgraded my plan, I can choose Remove Powered by Willdesk. Next, if we scroll up, we can click on Content. And from here, you can edit the content. So it's going to say Hi First Name. I recommend to just leave this as the default. And you can go and edit the team introduction. So you can just say something like, need help, we've got you covered. You can then update your website logo. So we're just going to click Upload. And you can just choose a square image of your logo and click on Open. If we scroll down, you will see Show Randomized Agent Avatars. I recommend to just leave this as the default. You can of course choose specific agent avatars if you want to, but I recommend to just leave this as the default. You can set your reply and waiting times. Again, I recommend to just leave this as the default. And then you will see the chat button. So this is going to be this little icon here. You can toggle this on or off if you want to. You can also upload your own image. Again, I recommend to just leave it as the default. As you scroll down, you will see the button text. I recommend to just leave it as help. You can go and make your button smaller or bigger if you want to. I'm going to go for the smallest and I'm going to go for left position. You can also choose spacing. If we go back to the top, we can go to language and you can choose separate languages if you want to. So you can add a language switcher. You can also go and decide whether you want to add a visitor's browser language or location language, and you can go and change any of the language here. I recommend to just leave it as the default when you're starting off, just to keep things simple. So I'm just going to leave everything here as the default. We can then click on Save Changes. Now there are different widgets that you can edit. So you've got your chat button, you've got your live chat widget like this. You also have your welcome pop-up and you have your pre-chat survey. So you can go and edit any of these as well just by clicking on them, and then you can simply edit them from the side here as well. Again, like I mentioned, I recommend to leave them all as the default. Now, one of the main things you're going to want to edit is of course the styling. So if we come back into content and we scroll all the way down to the bottom, you can go and edit the styling. So you can go and choose your own colors if you want to. So I'm just going to go and choose the same color that I'm using on my website. You can of course go and choose fonts as well. So I'm using the Poppins font on my website. So I'm going to go and choose the Poppins font as well, so that everything matches the rest of the store. Now you're going to want to do this for all of the different widgets. So if we come to the live chat widget, you can see that the branding has now been updated. If we come to the chat button, the welcome pop-up, and also the pre-chat survey, everything has been updated. So now we can click on Save Changes. Once you are happy with how your AI chatbot is looking, you can now head back to the Willdesk home dashboard. So now that we have edited the styling of our chatbot, we can start our first conversation. So click on Start Your First Conversation. So you will be brought over to the homepage of your store and you will see your chatbot down the corner, whichever side you chose. So I'm going to click on Message Us. I am going to click on Order Track. I will enter in a name and email address of one of my customers. Now for you, you can just enter in any type of information, don't worry too much, and then click on Start Chat. From here, a customer will be prompted to enter in their order number and email address or their tracking number in order to track their products. So we can enter in a tracking number and click on Track. And now the customer will see all of the updates for their order. They can also decide to chat with you as well. So if they click on Chat with Us, and from here, they can start chatting with you. Now I'm outside of my business hours that I set within Willdesk, so it's prompting me to actually email instead. So once you have gone through that process, we can head back to Willdesk and now we can refresh this. And now that we have styled our widget and started our first conversation, you can also connect Facebook Messenger and email to your chatbot. So click on Connect Facebook Messenger and email. And the first thing we are going to do is connect Facebook Messenger and Instagram. So click on Connect. You will be prompted to log into Facebook. So just log into your Facebook account associated with your store and click on Continue. I am going to choose the Facebook business profile associated with my store and click on Continue. And then I can choose my store's Facebook page and click on Continue. I can also choose my store's Instagram account and click on Continue. And then we are going to click on Save. And then you can click on Got It. You will then be brought back to Willdesk. And if you click on Integrations, you will see the Facebook account that is connected to your Willdesk account. So now if a customer messages you through Facebook Messenger or Instagram DMs, you will see that in your Willdesk account. So you can come over to where it says Inbox, and this is where you will see all of your customers' messages that you have connected to Willdesk. If we come over to Channel, you can see that we have the different channels. So we have the website, we have Facebook, and we have Instagram. Now you can also integrate your store's email account with Willdesk as well, so you see all of your store's emails here as well. So if you click App Store, and then from here you can click on Email, and you can integrate your store's email address. So we have Microsoft, Gmail, GoDaddy, and various others that you can connect. So depending on which type of email account you're using, you can go and choose the right app integration to integrate your store's email account within Willdesk, and then you'll see all of your store's emails in the inbox as well. Next up, if we come to automation, from here you can set up automations for your AI chatbot. So firstly, you can set up an FAQ so that when customers are looking for certain types of information, they can just ask the chatbot and the chatbot can feed this information back to them based on the FAQs you set up. So you can click on Use Template and click on Use Template again. And from here, you will see an FAQs flow for your store. So if we scroll into this flow diagram, this is essentially the flow diagram that a chatbot will go through once you've set it up. So as you can see, when a customer visits the page, they will be prompted with a message saying, how can we assist you? They can go and choose one of these categories, and each of these categories flows off into a new message. You can go and edit any of this message content to update your customers on specific things. So for example, if we see returns and exchanges, this comes down here, and then it will say, I'm here to help. Could you please give us more info about the issue you're having? Then a customer can choose one of these, and then you can go and edit this content here. So it's saying consider including details such as the type of return offered, your return exchange window, what items can be returned. So essentially, you are just going to paste your returns policy in here. And you can do this for every single reply. So if you see you've got product question, customer support, track your order, you can go and edit all of these flows. However, you can speed this process up by using the AI agent knowledge base. So if we click on knowledge base, from here you can feed Willdesk's AI chatbot with loads of information from your store. So if you go and toggle on your products, it's going to take all of the information from your product page and it can feed this back to customers when they ask questions about it. If we come to URLs, you can go and add URLs from your store to feed more information to the chatbot. So you can go and add your FAQ page in here, your refund policy, your shipping policy, and so on. So if we click on add, and I am just going to add 2 URLs, one for my refund policy and one for my shipping policy, and click on add. So now Willdesk's AI chatbot will go and scrape these pages, take the correct information, and then if a customer asks the AI chatbot a question related to these pages, the AI chatbot will feed that information back to the customer. So you can click on preview answer, and then you can ask the AI agent a question. So I'm just going to say, hi, what is your refund policy, and click on send. And because it hasn't scraped my refund policy yet, it hasn't come back with an answer. So if we click on add question, we can go and feed it an answer. So I'm just going to enter in this answer here from my refund policy, as you can see. So we have a 30-day return policy, which means you have 30 days, blah, blah, blah. This has been copied from my return policy, and I can click on save. So you can constantly train your AI chatbot with new questions based on common inquiries you are getting for your store. So it could be about a particular product. So if you're getting common questions about a particular product from your customers, you can go and train your AI chatbot to answer those questions. Now let me show you a few of the other flows you can set up. So if we come back to automation, you do have a proactive welcome message. So you can go and send your customers a discount, for example, in the welcome message. You do have product recommendations and discounts as well. So again, you can recommend customers specific products and send them discounts. You do have autoresponders based on specific keywords. So again, it could be the specific keyword refund, and you are auto-responding with a specific answer. You do have the triage button. I wouldn't worry too much about this. This is once you start getting really big and growing your store, you can have multiple customer service agents so that the questions get sent to different agents. You have cart abandonment recovery. I do recommend to turn this on, because then when a customer comes over to your store, they will be prompted from the AI chatbot to simply go and finalize their purchase. If we scroll down, you can see we've got some other really cool ones which can help you recover more sales. So you've got checkout abandoned, product removed from cart, browse abandoned, return order, cancel order, and report issues. So these are all related to customer service. So WillDesk can really help you out. It can help you increase revenue by recovering lost sales, and it can also help you reduce the amount of customer service you need to deal with. So we just go and have a look at one of these, for example. Let's click on checkout abandoned. We can click on use template, and you can see what the template looks like. So the customer can click on checkout now and go straight to the checkout, or click on continue shopping. So you can simply click on create flow, and then your flow will be set up. If a customer does abandon the checkout, then they will be prompted by the AI chatbot to go and complete the purchase. Now, there are a few other cool things that you can do. So if we come over to the help center, you can go and create a help center for your AI chatbot. So you will see some common questions that customers might ask. So for example, what is your return policy? You can simply go and edit this article. So I've just copied the return policy from my store, and I am just going to paste this in here and click on save changes. And now if we scroll down where we have what is your return policy, we are just going to toggle this on, and we can click on publish. Now if we come back to our dashboard, we click on style our widget. We can turn on the help center and click on save changes. And now we can click on preview. And now if a customer clicks on the chatbot, they will see that help center that we just turned on, and they will see that help center article that we just created for our return policy. So you can go and create as many help center articles as you want. Again, this will help you to reduce the amount of customer service you need to deal with, especially when you start to get a lot of sales. Next up, if you come over to customers, in here you will see all of the customers that have contacted you via the AI chatbot. You can sync this with Shopify, so then it will sync with other platforms, for example, like Klaviyo if you want to do email marketing. Next up, we have report. In here, you'll see a quick snapshot of all of the conversations that have been created via your AI chatbot. So you'll see the average time for first response, average time for the customer closing, how many closed conversations, and all of these types of things. So you can see how many conversations your AI chatbot is actually dealing with. So this will help you to see if you're utilizing it to its full potential. And then finally, if we do come back to the App Store, and from here, you can integrate various different apps, for example, WhatsApp. If we scroll down, we can integrate Parcel Panel, which we have already done because we installed Parcel Panel before we installed WillDesk. So all of our order tracking will be synced with the AI chatbot as well. In order to remove the password from your store, you can go to Online Store. You can go to Preferences. I recommend to give your homepage a title. Just name it the same as your store's name and click on Save. And once you have saved that, you are going to scroll down and you will see password protection. Just untick this and click on Save. Your store is now live to the public, so you can click on View Store. And as you can see, the store is now live to the public. So if we go over to Shop, we do come over to the product page, and customers are ready now to start purchasing our products. So in the next lessons, I'll be showing you how to set up your ads so you can start marketing your store and bringing in some sales. I hope you're enjoying the tutorial so far. Now, before we move on, I do just want to mention my private dropshipping community, Dropship Discovery. If you join my private community, you can work with me personally and I will help you to scale your dropshipping stores. You'll get access to me via a private one-on-one chat where you can ask me any question you have regarding building and scaling your stores. I run weekly Q&A live calls, so you've got support every step of the way, and you also get access to the Slack group with all of my private community members, allowing you to be part of a group of individuals all working towards a similar goal of growing their dropshipping business, just like I've done with my student Pedro, who has managed to scale his stores to consistent and profitable $500 days.
My name is Pedro Sierra. I've been in e-commerce for about a year now, and like most people starting out, I didn't want to pay for courses or mentorship because I thought I could teach myself everything on YouTube. I was able to get some sales, but I wasn't profitable and I couldn't scale anything to the point I'm doing right now using Elliott strategies. And this is about a month since joining Elliott's Dropship Discovery group. Almost 18,000 in sales, about 5,000 or 6,000 profit on this, and expect more going into the fourth quarter. Elliott just doesn't give you advice and leave. He works with you directly to optimize your store, your landing page, connect you with private suppliers to lower your cost of goods and shipping. You get weekly meetings, modules that are perfect for beginners, real hands-on support, and it's not just another payment, it's an investment. So anyone who's serious about this should join his group because this is possible for anyone.
So if you're interested in working with me one-on-one to scale your dropshipping stores, check out the link in the description to my private community, Dropship Discovery. And now let's move on to the next part of the tutorial. In this module, I'm going to be showing you how to create your ad creatives for your products before you set up your first ads campaign. So I'm going to be showing you 3 different methods that you can use to create ad creatives in this module. So let's get straight into the lessons. In this lesson, I'm going to be showing you how you can find ad creatives for your products that you can then edit to use in order to start testing those products. Now, I don't recommend to just download video ads and use them straight away without editing them. Make sure you are editing these ad creatives to make them your own. This is going to help you improve the ad creatives and also stand out from your competitors. And in the next lessons, I'll be showing you how you can edit the ad creatives to make them your own. So the first place that you can find ad creatives is the Meta Ads library. So just go over to Google, type in Meta Ads library. Then we can simply go and search all. We can go to the ad category, go for all ads. And then you can just go and type in a keyword related to your product. So in this instance, I am just going to type in hydrogen water bottle and hit enter. I recommend coming over to the filters and coming to media types. We can look for videos. And I also recommend looking for active ads because inactive ads are ads that have performed badly. So you don't want to use those ad creatives to test your products because if the ad creatives have performed badly, it means that they weren't achieving any sales. And that's the reason why they're inactive. So go for active ads and hit apply. And I do recommend scrolling down to find ad creatives that have been running for at least 1 month. So I'm going to come down to May, and now I can see ad creatives that are still active and they have been running for at least a month. So today is June the 2nd. This started running on May the 5th, so almost 1 month. So then we can simply go and click on see details of these ads. You can right click on this and you can go to inspect. You can click on the inspect arrow, click on the video, and then you will see the link here. So it should be something like S content. You can copy this link and simply open a new tab and paste the link in, and then you will see that ad creative. You can click on the 3 dots and click on download. And as I mentioned, you are going to edit these video ads to make them your own for your own store in the next lessons. So I will show you how to do that. But this is just downloading some ad creatives and some footage that you can use. So the Meta Ads library is a really great place where you can do this. So we will just close this now and we will just close this ad, and you can simply scroll through. You might need to go and change the keywords. So for example, if I couldn't find any ads, I could just type in hydrogen water or hydrogen. So you can type in different variations of keywords related to the product that you're trying to sell. Now, last but not least, you can head over to TikTok, and again, you can just type in some keywords related to your product. So I've just typed in hydrogen water bottle again, and as you can see, there is loads of footage of this particular product that I could use. So you can simply go and download these in order to use these to edit your video ad creatives. So I'll show you how to do that in the next lessons, as I mentioned. Now, in order to download one of these videos, you can simply click on the video. Now, don't just right click and click download, because when you do that, you will download the video and it will have a TikTok watermark on it. So what you are going to want to do is just head over to Google and type in download TikTok without a watermark. And you can use this website here, Snaptic. So when you go over to Snaptic, you can simply go copy the link from TikTok, paste it in here, and click on download. And then you can simply go and download this TikTok video so that you can use this in order to edit your ad creatives in the next lessons. So that is how you can get some footage for your products. And in the next lessons, I'll show you how to edit that footage. In this lesson, I'm going to show you a video ad creative that I created from scratch using my own script. And then I'm going to show you how to write these scripts for your own video ad creatives and edit them. So let me show you the video ad creative first, and then I will show you how I came up with the script and edited this video ad.
Have you heard of hydrogen water? If you're feeling sluggish and tired throughout the day, you'll want to get more out of your water. Introducing the Nouveau Heal Hydrogen Bottle. This innovative bottle infuses your water with molecular hydrogen, a powerful antioxidant linked to increased energy, improved hydration, and a stronger immune system. Join Sarah Kay and thousands of others who love Nouveau Heal's hydrogen water. Revive your day naturally. Get your Nouveau Heal bottle today with our limited 50% off discount.
The first thing you are going to want to do is create the script for your video ad. And in the lesson notes below, I will leave a video ad script structure that you can use to write video ad scripts for pretty much any product that you want to sell. So here is how the video ad script structure works. You have a hook, then you identify the problem or need, introduce the product, highlight a unique selling point or the product benefits, show some social proof, and then a call to action. So the hook is the first 3 to 5 seconds. This is where you want to capture the audience's attention. So if we come over to my video ad, and for the hook, I've just used, have you heard of hydrogen water? Now I'm going to show you how you can come up with hooks in just a moment. But like I say, the hook is just something that captures the audience's attention. So you can test out multiple different hooks. So I've just put here, test multiple hooks and keep the rest of the ad script the same. So you can essentially keep all of this part the same, and then you can just go and test 3 to 5 hooks for your video ad creative. So as I mentioned, the first hook that I came up with was, have you heard of hydrogen water? Now questions can work quite well when it comes to writing hooks. Then the rest is fairly simple. You have identified the problem or need. So if we come back to the video ad, first we have the hook, have you heard of hydrogen water? Then we have identify the problem or need. So if I just go and scroll across, we can see that I have identified the problem. So the problem is, are you feeling sluggish and tired? So you can see, if I just let this play, are you feeling sluggish and tired throughout the day? So that's basically my problem or need identified. So if we come back to the script here, you can see that I've got it here. If you're feeling sluggish and tired throughout the day, you'll want to get more out of your water. Next up, you introduce the product. So for me, I've just said introducing the Nouveau Heal hydrogen bottle. Again, this is in the actual ad creative. So if we come over here, you can see introducing the Nouveau Heal hydrogen bottle. Then the next part is highlight the unique selling point and product benefits. This is probably going to be the longest part of the script, and this is the bit that you really want to focus on because you want to sum up all of your product benefits or the unique selling points about the products in one sentence. So I've just said this innovative bottle infuses your water with molecular hydrogen, a powerful antioxidant linked to increased energy, improved hydration, and a stronger immune system. Then you can add some social proof in there. So social proof is basically someone using the product, and you can have them actually talking about the product if you want to within your video ad, UGC style, which is user generated content style. So if we come all the way over here, we can see, if I just come past to the next bit, you can see this is where I have got my social proof. Join Sarah and thousands of others. And then we have this girl here using the product. And then finally, you have your call to action. So this is just where you're prompting the audience to go over to your site and you are presenting them with the offer. So I've just said, revive your day naturally. Get your Nouveau Hill bottle today with our limited 50% off discount. So that is the call to action, the 50% off discount. So as you can see, here is the final call to action. Now, how can you actually write these scripts? Well, you can either use ChatGPT or you can use Google Gemini. I have used Google Gemini in this instance because ChatGPT was down. So all you need to do is just write this prompt into ChatGPT or into Google Gemini. So I've just written, write a Facebook ad script based on this structure, hook, create 3 to 5 different hooks, identify the problem or need, introduce the product, highlight the unique selling point / product benefits, social proof, call to action for this product, and then I have just put in the link to the product from my website. Now, I do actually recommend using Google Gemini in this instance because sometimes ChatGPT will say that it can't access the internet, whereas if you do go and put a product link into Google Gemini, it will actually allow it to access your product page so that it can get some information about your product. And then it will come up with some ad scripts. So you can see it's got hook 1, hook 2, hook 3, hook 4, hook 5, and then it has got the problem product, unique selling points, social proof, and call to action. Now, you don't need to copy and paste this directly. You can change some of the text depending on the audience you're targeting. So because I'm targeting the UK, I've used language that is a bit more relevant to the UK audience or the UK market. I have just prompted Google Gemini again and said, rewrite the hooks, make them shorter. I thought these hooks were a little bit longer. The hooks should be short and snappy and try to capture the audience's attention. In the end, I didn't actually use any of the hooks that Google Gemini recommended. I went and wrote my own hook. Have you heard of hydrogen water? I thought this was a really good hook, but you can of course go and use any of the hooks that are recommended. As I say, you don't need to completely copy and paste the scripts that they are writing for you. You're just using this to come up with ideas. So you can see for social proof, they've written thousands love Nouveau Hill, see Sarah Kay's experience. I've just rewritten that to say join Sarah Kay and thousands who love Nouveau Hill's hydrogen water. As a matter of fact, on the actual ad, I think I put it as thousands of others, just to make it sound a little bit more human. So if we come over to the ad, we can actually see join Sarah and thousands of others, as you can see. So I have just rewritten what Google Gemini recommended for me. Again, if we scroll back up, we can see the call to actions that it recommended. So if we just come to this call to action here, take control of your health and invest in your well-being. And if we see this call to action here, we can see invest in your health. I then just prompted it again to say rewrite the ad so it flows more naturally. It gave me this style of ad, but I don't want this style. If Google Gemini or ChatGPT does try to veer away from the ad structure that I have provided you, just go and prompt it again and say use the same ad structure. Because like I say, this ad structure works for pretty much any product. So now we can see it's got this call to action here, revive your day naturally, get your Nouveau Hill bottle today, limited offer. Again, I have just rewritten this and said revive your day naturally, get your Nouveau Hill bottle today with our limited 50% off discount. So you can just go and use Google Gemini and ChatGPT to give you ideas, but use a little bit of creativity, and you can always rewrite these to make them sound a little bit more natural or a little bit more relevant for your product. Once you have got your script, you are then ready to create a voiceover. So in order to create a realistic voiceover for your video ad, we will be using a tool called 11 Labs. And 11 Labs allows you to create the most realistic voiceovers for your video ads. They sound super realistic, and you can choose from multiple different accents, so you can choose the right voiceover that will match your ad. So I will leave a link in the description to 11 Labs. If we do have a look at the pricing, You can get started for completely free, but you are most likely going to want to upgrade your account so you can get access to more realistic voiceovers. I personally am on the creator plan, but you could just start with the starter plan. So as I mentioned, I will leave a link in the description to 11 Labs, and from here you can just click on Get Started. All you then need to do is enter in your email address, choose a password, and then enter in your payment details to sign up for a subscription, and you're ready to start creating voiceovers for your video ads. Now I already have an 11 Labs account, so I'm just going to click on Sign In. Once you are signed in to 11 Labs, on the left hand side you will see multiple different tabs. The ones we're going to be using are text to speech and voices. So firstly, we are going to click on voices, and this is where you can go and choose the accents that you want to use for your video ad voiceovers. So you'll see that there are a number of different voices that are already in your 11 Labs account by default. You can of course go and add a different voice that you might want to use. So click on Add a New Voice, and from here you'll see a few different options. So you've got voice design, instant voice clone, professional voice clone, and voice library. I recommend to just get started with the voice library. There are thousands of different voices that you can choose from, so you don't really need to worry about designing your own voice or cloning somebody else's voice. You can just choose a voice from the voice library. So click on Voice Library. In here, you will see thousands of different voices that you can choose from. Now, when it comes to choosing an accent, I recommend to choose a native accent based on the country that you're going to target for your ads. So if you noticed at the beginning of the video ad I have created has a British accent, and that is because I was targeting the UK to sell that product to. So if you plan on targeting the UK with your video ads, you're going to want to use a British accent. If you plan on targeting Australia, you're going to want to use an Australian accent. If you plan on targeting the US, you're going to want to use an American accent, and so on. So search for voices that are relevant to the country that you are going to target. So for example, if we wanted to target Australia, I'd come over to the language. I will just go and choose English, and then I can come over to the accent and I can choose Australian. And now I will see all of the different Australian voices that I can use to create my voiceover for my video ad. Now you can simply just start playing these to see how they sound and to see if they will be good for your ad. So we can come onto one of these and we can just hit the play button.
Sink into a deep relaxation. We can do a meditation, a sleep story, or anything else that needs a slow, calming read.
So as you can see, this voice is quite deep and slow and soft. So when it comes to choosing a voice for your voiceover for your ads, I recommend to choose something that's a little bit more upbeat and easier for people to recognize. So go for something that's a little bit more generic. So let's have a look at the Stuart one, for example. We will play this.
Here's to the crazy ones. The misfits, the rebels, the troublemakers, the round pegs in the square holes, the ones who see things differently.
So I think this one sounds a lot more appropriate when it comes to creating a voiceover. So once you have found a voice you like, of course you can go and search through all of these different voices. You see you've got different categories over here: narrative, story, you've got social media, entertainment and TV. You can go through the trending voices, you can change accents and all of these different types of things. So you could go for a female accent, a male accent, whatever one you want to use. Once you have found it, you can simply click on Add. The voice will then be added to the voices that you can use. So if you click back to voices, from here you will see all of the voices that you have added to your voice library. So as you can see, I've got 30 slots available. I've only added 16 voices. So depending on what plan you are on with your 11 Labs subscription, you will have a number of slots that you can use. You can of course always go and remove one of the voices from your voice library and then add a different one if you want to go and choose a different voice. So once you have chosen a voice that you want to use for your video ad, you can come over to the text to speech tab. What you are going to do now is you are going to copy your script and you are going to paste it in here. So just make sure that there aren't any spelling errors. Make sure that there are spaces after the full stops. Make sure that you've put correct grammar, so you've put correct full stops, you've put correct commas in the right places. And then over here, you can click on this drop down and you can choose the accent that you want to use. So we'll go and find that Australian accent that I just chose. I believe it was called Stuart. So I am just going to scroll down and we can see Stuart here, so I'm going to choose this Australian accent, and then all you need to do is click on generate speech, and you can hear what your voiceover is going to sound like.
Have you heard of hydrogen water? If you're feeling sluggish and tired throughout the day, you'll want to get more out of your water. Introducing the NuvoHeal Hydrogen Bottle. This innovative bottle infuses your water with molecular hydrogen, a powerful antioxidant linked to increased energy, improved hydration, and a stronger immune system. Join Sarah Kay and thousands of others who love NuvoHeal's hydrogen water. Revive your day naturally. Get your NuvoHeal bottle today with our limited 50% off discount.
Now, if you don't like the way it sounds, you can simply click on regenerate speech, and they will go and read it out in a slightly different way. Don't worry if you're hearing some long pauses after the full stops. Sometimes it can take a little while for the voiceover to get going after a full stop. So if you do hear a long pause, don't worry, you can easily cut that out when we start editing the video. So once you are happy with how your voiceover sounds, all you then need to do is click on the download button, and this will be downloaded as an MP3 file, and then we can use that as the voiceover for our video ad. So now that you have created the voiceover for your video ad, in the next part of the tutorial, I'm going to show you how to start editing that video ad. So now that you have got the voiceover for your video ad, in the next part of the tutorial, I'm going to show you how to find footage that you can use in your video ad, and then we'll move on to actually editing that footage along with the voiceover so we can create our final video ad. So now you've got your voiceover script and your footage for your video ad creatives, it's time to edit it all together and create your final video ad creative. Now, if you're not sure where to find good footage for your video ad creatives, check out the timestamps in the description because I show you how to do this step by step. Now, in order to start editing your video ad creative, we will be using a tool called CapCut. And this is an online software video editing tool. You can get started for completely free, but you are most likely going to have to upgrade your plan. It does start at just $11 per month, so it is very affordable. And I think it's probably one of the easiest video editing softwares out there when it comes to editing video ad creatives. They make things super smooth and simple to use. So that's why we'll be using CapCut to create our video ad creatives, because you don't have to be an expert video editor. You can simply use CapCut with zero video editing skills and still create a really great video ad creative. So I will leave a link in the description to CapCut. And from here, you are going to click on Try CapCut Online in the top right hand corner. You will then be prompted to create a CapCut account, so you can decide how you want to sign up. I already have a CapCut account, so I'm just going to click on Continue. And because I already have a CapCut account, I'm just going to click on Sign In. Once you create your CapCut account, I want you to click on Go Back to Homepage so we can start with a fresh canvas. So click on Go Back to Homepage. Once you are logged in to your CapCut account and you click Back to Homepage, you will be brought back to your CapCut dashboard. From here, we can click on Create New, and we are going to go for a 9:16. So these are usually the video ads that you'll see on Instagram, on TikTok. You can also go for 1:1, but I prefer 9:16. So it depends on the footage that you have downloaded. Most of the footage will be 9:16. So this is mobile view. So that's why we're going to create a mobile view video ad. So we are going to click on 9:16. You will now come to the video editor timeline. And this is where we can actually start creating our video ad creative. In the top corner here, you will see 9:16. So just make sure that the ratio is correct. And now the first thing we are going to do is drag our voiceover that we downloaded from 11 Labs into CapCut. So you can simply click on upload, or you can navigate to it and simply just drag it in like this. Now, once you start dragging in more footage and more voiceovers, you are going to have to upgrade your CapCut plan because you will run out of space. So like I say, it does start at just $11 per month. It is very affordable compared to a lot of video editing softwares out there. Once you have uploaded your voiceover, as you can see, I've got my 11 Labs voiceover here. We are going to drag this onto our timeline. So just drop it onto the timeline. You will now see the voiceover in your timeline. We are going to drag our timeline player to the beginning of our sequence, and then we are just going to drag our voiceover to the beginning of the timeline. You can then simply hit play. Now, if you notice over here, there's quite a long pause between two sentences. So I'm just going to play that.
Introducing the new...
So before he says introducing, there is a long pause. We can simply cut those pauses out very easily. You will see this split tool here. So what we can do is, we can drag our timeline player to just after the first sentence ends. So I'm just going to play this until the first sentence ends.
More out of your water.
So as he says more out of your water, we are now just going to hit split, and then we are going to play it to the beginning of the new sentence. So I'm going to hit play again. And then he says introducing. So we're just going to drag this just before he says introducing. So we're just going to drag this to about here. We can zoom into our timeline by clicking zoom in, and we can choose this segment of our voiceover, and now we can just drag it like this. So now we've cut out that big pause. So now if we drag these together, we can simply hit play again.
Introducing the new...
And as you can see, one sentence ends and the next one begins right away. So now I am just going to go and cut out any other pauses in my voiceover. I have now zoomed out of the timeline, and as you can see, I have made a few cuts to remove any unnecessary pauses in the voiceover. Now what we are going to do next is, we are going to add our captions. So we are going to come over to captions, and we are going to click on auto captions, and we are going to click on generate. You can now see our captions have been generated. Now what I want you to do is, I want you to go through all of these and just make sure the spelling and grammar is correct. So for example, have you heard of hydrogen water? I'll come in here, I am going to change this to a capital H, and at the end of the sentence, I am going to put a question mark. Next up where it says, if you're feeling, again, I will go and put a capital I. If you're feeling sluggish and tired throughout the day, you'll want to get more out of your water. And then we are just going to come into introducing, and I'm going to put a capital I, introducing the Nouveau Hill. Now it's also spelled my brand name incorrectly. So I'm going to come in here, and I'm going to make sure that it is spelt correctly. Nouveau Hill like this. And then I can simply copy this, and I'm going to replace it in any other areas where it is spelt incorrectly. For this part, I will go and change this to a capital T. This innovative bottle infuses your water with molecular hydrogen, a powerful antioxidant linked to increased energy, improved hydration, and a stronger immune system. We can see next it says join Sarik. Well, the original script is join Sarah, so we're going to change that to Sarah. Join Sarah and thousands of others who love Nouveau Hills. Again, we're going to change this to Nouveau Hills like this, hydrogen water. And finally, we will just go and change this to a capital R. Revive your day naturally. Get your Nouveau Hill. Again, we will go and change this to the correct spelling of the brand name. Get your Nouveau Hill bottle today with R. This should be our, with our limited 50% discount. And then what we're going to want to do next is, we're just going to want to get rid of any gaps. So make sure that you drag this to the end of each sentence. So you're going to drag the sentence so that there aren't any gaps. So we're just going to drag this. Make sure you don't over drag it. So I've just pressed Control Z to not over drag it, or Control Z like we say in the UK. So I'm just going to drag this like this. You can always zoom in to your timeline to make sure that you are doing this correctly. So you can see there's a small gap here. We're going to drag it, and that way there's always going to be captions on the screen. There's not going to be any time where the caption isn't on the screen. Don't drag it this way, don't drag it to the left, because we want the sentence to finish and then the next sentence to start as it's being said. So make sure you drag it to the right. So now if we zoom out, we should see that there aren't any gaps between any of our captions. So I'm just going to zoom in again and make sure that there aren't any gaps between any of these captions. Everything is looking good. So now we have our captions. You can go and edit your captions if you want to. So if you just go and click on a caption, you can click on where it says T Basic, and then from here you can go and edit the styling. So if we come in here, you can go and edit the font, you can go and edit the colors and all of these types of things. So I'm just going to go and edit the colors of each of these captions. So where it says fill, I'm just going to go and choose this yellow color here. So here we have this bright yellow color. Then we can simply go and copy the hex code for this from here. So just copy your hex code, and then you can go to each of your captions and you can go and do the same. You will also see styles, so you can go and edit the styles if you want to, but I'm just going to go and leave them as they are. So I think they look good like this, just a simple yellow like that. So now we have our captions. The last thing we need to do, I'm just going to drag this caption to the beginning of the timeline. So now that we have our captions, the last thing that we need to do is just go and add our footage. Now when you're adding your footage, I recommend to add a new piece of footage for every new sentence. So you can essentially use your captions to go and add your footage. So for example, have you heard of hydrogen water? We can come over to our media and you can start uploading the media that you want to use for your ad creative. So again, I recommend to just have it in one folder, and you can simply start dragging it into CapCut. From here, we can drag this onto the timeline. So we're just going to drop this here. And once you have uploaded it, then you can simply start editing it. So from here, I am just going to go and edit it like this. So now we can see we have the first part of our video ad, which is this girl with the product saying, have you heard of hydrogen water? For the second part of the video, I've said if you're feeling sluggish and tired throughout the day, and I've got this video of this woman looking super tired. Now you can go and find this stock footage on websites like Pexels. So if you go to pexels.com, you can search for copyright-free stock footage. So I've just typed in tired woman. I could go and use this, for example. So you can simply just go and download this, and then you can use this in your video ad. So I'm just going to go and drag this onto the timeline. And now with the stock footage like this, it might be a different size. So I'm just going to drag it so that it is the same size as the video. And then I am just going to bring it into the center like this. So now we've got this woman looking tired, and the caption says, if you're feeling sluggish and tired throughout the day. So now we can just make sure that we've got the right part where she's looking super tired. So we'll go from about here. So we can simply come into the footage on the timeline, and we are just going to drag it like that. And then we are just going to finish it on this second sentence. So we will just drag it a little bit like this to make sure that it finishes on this second sentence. So we're just going to drag it like that and like that. So now if we go and hit play.
Have you heard of hydrogen water? If you're feeling sluggish and tired throughout the day, you'll want to get...
Now, if any of the footage that you're using has audio, you can simply go and remove the audio by clicking on the mute button here. So now you will have muted all of the footage in this timeline, and you're simply only using the audio from your voiceover. Now I'm just going to drag this here so we only have one sequence of audio. Sometimes when you're using CapCut, things can come out of place. So we're just going to drag this back up here so we only have one piece of audio. And it's as simple as that now. All I need to do is simply start adding footage for every new sentence until I have my video ad creative. So next up, we can drag this piece of footage in. And for the next part of the voiceover, it says introducing the Nouveau Hill hydrogen bottle. So I can simply go and have this long piece of content here. And I am just going to cut it just around here. So now it's like that. So now we've got a few different pieces of footage for every single sentence. And I am just going to do the same for these last few captions. And now I am going to go to the second part of this footage, which starts here. I will go and cut this just around here. And now I am just going to drag this to where it says join Sarah. Now just make sure that you are adding relevant pieces of footage so that they match your voiceover. So for example, this part of the voiceover says join Sarah and thousands of others. So I'm going to want to go and show somebody called Sarah using the actual product. So I am going to use this piece of video here where the girl is actually using the product. So I'm just going to drag this like this. So now when it comes to say join Sarah and thousands of others who love Nouveau Hill's hydrogen water bottle, it actually shows the girl. So that way the voiceover is matching the footage that is on the screen. So now we're just going to drag this down here. And then finally, I have a piece of footage of myself with the actual product that I filmed. So I'm going to use that for the end of the video. So I'm just going to drag this in here, and this footage is going to be used for the end of the video where it says 50% discount. So now I can simply come to the end of this footage and just drag it so that it matches to the final caption. So now you've basically got your video ad creative. If we just zoom out of the timeline, we can see we have our video ad creative. Now, of course, you can play around with the captions again. So if you come into basic, you can go and change the styling of your captions. Of course, you can go and play around with them and use a bit of trial and error and choose something that you like. But I recommend to keep it quite simple when it comes to your video ad creatives. Just make sure that your captions are easy to read. The next thing you're going to want to do is add some music. So you can come over to audio, and in here you can add some music to your video ad. Now I recommend to add some music that just flows well with your video ad. Don't add anything too crazy or too outlandish. So usually pop music works quite well. So if we just go and preview this Hope City audio. So I'm not really a big fan of this. So I'm going to come into pop. And from here, I am just going to click through some of these until I find one that I think goes well with the video. So I think this one sounds cool, Summer Deep Blue Sky. So if we just preview this, you can see it's a very simple audio track. Don't use audio tracks that have lyrics because they're going to distract the audience from the actual voiceover. Once you find some audio you want to use, you can click on this plus button to add it to the timeline. Just make sure that you drag it to the beginning of the timeline so that it starts with the rest of the video ad. And then we are going to come to the end of the audio. So this is quite a long song, and we are simply going to drag this all the way to the end of the video ad. So let's just go and zoom out so we can do this much easier. So we're just going to drag this all the way to the end of the video ad. Now you are going to want to reduce the sound of your music. So click on your music track, click where it says basic here, and you can reduce the volume. So I recommend to reduce it by about 35 decibels. So we're going to choose 35. You can of course go and play your video ad to see how it sounds. So we're just going to play this.
Have you heard of hydrogen water? If you're feeling sluggish and tired throughout the day, you'll want to get more out of your water.
So as you can hear, the music isn't too loud. You can still clearly hear the voiceover. You can also go and add a fade transition to your music so it doesn't end abruptly. So I'm just going to add a fade transition. We're just going to allow it to fade out towards the last couple of seconds. So we're just going to go and choose 2 seconds for the music to fade out. Now, of course, the other thing to remember is make sure that your shots do look correct. So you can see that you can't really see the girl falling asleep here. So I'm just going to go and drag this like this so that you can properly see her tired and falling asleep. As a matter of fact, we could even drag it a little bit more this way. So now when we are watching through the video ad, we can clearly see her tired and falling asleep so that it is relevant to the actual voiceover. And now if we just go to the end, we can go and hear our music fade out.
50% off discount.
And as you can see, that is our total video ad. It's looking really good. We have our captions, we have all of our footage, we have our voiceover, and we have our music. So now your video ad creative is completely done. Just do one final check. So as you can see here, it is being cut off at the top. So I am just going to drag it. So make sure no footage is being cut off. There aren't any black lines or anything around your video ad. And once it is ready to go, all you need to do is click on export. Once you have clicked on that, click on download, and then you can simply click on export again. CapCut will export your video, so just give this a few moments, and then you can simply click on download to download the final MP4 video and use that as your video ad creative. One last recommendation when it comes to getting ad creatives for your products is to use viral Ecom ads. So they're essentially a service that will go and create ads for you. So if you are struggling to find footage for your product to create your ad creatives, you can always try Viral Ecom Adz. I have used them in the past for many different stores, and they do have good quality video ads that you can use, as well as image ads. And as I say, if you are struggling to find footage for your product, these guys have been creating ads for years, so they do have a lot more experience in finding footage for your ad creatives, and they do have some very affordable packages. So if we just go over to video ads and I click on the video ad packages, you can see that they have the Meta split testing ad package for $60. So you basically get 4 variations of your product for $60. You can also see that they have a single meta ad package for $40 and a TikTok split testing package where you get 3 different variations of ads for your product for $50 if you want to try out TikTok ads. So all you need to do is just click on their ad package. You can choose the quantity of ads that you want. You can choose if you want to resize the videos. You can also go and choose the voiceovers, and then you simply just need to purchase the package. Once you purchase the package, they will send you a submission form, and that is where you can go and add the link to the product that you want to sell. And I do also recommend sending them an outline of your script structure for your product so that they have a basic idea of the ad that you're looking for. You can also send them examples of ads that you want to recreate. So if you find an ad on the Meta Ads library or on Minia or on TikTok of your product, you can also say, can you recreate this ad for me in a similar style or a similar format? So that way you know you are getting ads that have already performed because you're recreating them based on ads that have already performed. You can also go and ask for revisions, and the ads are delivered within 1 to 3 days. So it's a pretty quick turnaround. So at the end of this lesson, I will just show you a few examples of video ads that have been created for me by Viral Ecom Adz. And as I say, if you are struggling to find footage for your products, I recommend to check these guys out. And if you do use the link in the lesson notes, I have a partnership with Viral Ecom Adz that will allow you to get 15% off of your ad creatives. So they'll be even cheaper than the price you see here. So that is just another thing to consider if you are struggling to get ad creatives for your products.
Feeling stressed and anxious? The hydrogen water bottle is here to help. In just a week, you'll feel your stress melt away as your body relaxes. Just add water, press the button, and sip your way to calmness. Lightweight and easy to carry. Get yours today and find your peace. Struggling with focus and brain fog? The hydrogen water bottle is here to help. Clear your mind and improve focus with hydrogen-infused water. Simply fill it up, press start, and enjoy a refreshing drink. Its compact and convenient design makes it ideal for students and professionals on the go. Sharpen your focus and think clearer every day. Limited stock available, so don't miss out. Get yours today and boost your brain power.
I hope you're enjoying the tutorial so far. Now before we move on, I do just want to mention my private dropshipping community, Dropship Discovery. If you join my private community, you can work with me personally and I will help you to scale your dropshipping stores. You'll get access to me via a private one-on-one chat where you can ask me any question you have regarding building and scaling your stores. I run weekly Q&A live calls, so you've got support every step of the way, and you also get access to the Slack group with all of my private community members, allowing you to be part of a group of individuals all working towards a similar goal of growing their dropshipping business, just like I've done with my student Pedro, who has managed to scale his stores to consistent and profitable $500 days.
My name is Pedro Sierra. I've been in e-commerce for about a year now, and like most people starting out, I didn't want to pay for courses or mentorship because I thought I could teach myself everything on YouTube. I was able to get some sales, but I wasn't profitable and I couldn't scale anything to the point I'm doing right now using Elliott strategies. And this is about a month since joining Elliott's Dropship Discovery Group. Almost 18,000 in sales, about 5,000 or 6,000 profit on this, and expect more going into the fourth quarter. Elliott just doesn't give you advice and leave. He works with you directly to optimize your store, your landing page, connect you with private suppliers to lower your cost of goods and shipping. You get weekly meetings, modules that are perfect for beginners, real hands-on support, and it's not just another payment, it's an investment. So Anyone who's serious about this should join his group because this is possible for anyone.
So if you're interested in working with me one-on-one to scale your dropshipping stores, check out the link in the description to my private community, Dropship Discovery. And now let's move on to the next part of the tutorial. In this module, I'm going to be showing you how to set up your first Meta Ads campaign. So make sure that you follow through all of the lessons thoroughly and you do complete the actions after every lesson so you can get your first ads campaign set up correctly. So let's get straight into the lessons. In this module, I'm going to be showing you how to set up Meta Ads. Now, Meta is the overall platform, but you will be running the ads on Facebook and Instagram. So essentially, Meta owns Facebook and Instagram. So just think of it as you will be running Facebook and Instagram ads, but through the Meta platform. So in order to run these ads, you do need to create a Facebook page for your store. And in order to do this, you can just log into your personal Facebook account. Once you are logged in, you can click on this menu here, and you are going to click on Create Page. You can then create your Facebook page. So the first thing you are going to do is choose a name. So just choose the same name as your store. You can then choose a category. So just choose the category that is related to the niche of your store. So in my instance, I have just put health and wellness website. And then you can just put in a small bio. So I've just said we sell products to help you optimize your health. Then you can click on Create Page. You can then enter in the URL of your website and enter in your professional email address. Don't worry about a phone number and a physical address location. And you can just choose Always Open for the hours and click on Next. You can then add a profile picture. So in order to create a profile picture, you can just use Canva 1080 by 1080 pixels and just drag your logo into the center. We are just going to click on Add Profile Picture, and I'm just going to choose that image and hit Open. And you can also go and add a cover photo. Again, you can just do this on Canva. So just type in Facebook cover and you will see a Facebook cover here. And then you can just go and create a simple Facebook cover like I have done here. So again, we will just go and click on Add Cover Photo, and I'm just going to choose that cover photo and hit Open. Once you have uploaded your cover image, you can click on Next. Don't worry about connecting a WhatsApp, so just click on Skip. And don't worry about inviting your friends to connect with your page. Just click on Next. You can leave the notifications on if you want to, and then just click on Done. It will then say Welcome to your new page, so just click on Not Now. And now you have created your Facebook page. In the next lesson, we will create an Instagram account for your store. In order to create an Instagram account for your store, just head over to instagram.com and click on Create New Account. You can then enter in your email address or your phone number, enter in your name, choose the username that you want to use, and then choose a password and click on Next. You can then enter in your date of birth and click on Next. You'll then be sent a confirmation code. So just enter that code in and click on Confirm. You'll then be brought over to your Instagram profile. So you can just click on Profile and you can upload your logo as your profile photo. So just click on your profile, click on Upload Photo. You can choose your logo and click on Open. You can then go and edit your profile. So click on Edit Profile. You can enter in a bio. And if you do want to add your website to your profile, you will need to log into Instagram on your mobile, and you can go and edit your profile on the mobile app. Once you have done this, you can click on Submit. If you do want to edit these personal details, you can click on Personal Details under the Accounts Center. You can click on your Instagram account, and where it says Name, we can go and edit this. So I'm just going to change this to Nouveau Hill and click on Done. And we can close the Accounts Center. You can then go and follow some other Instagram accounts that are in your niche. So you can come over to search and you can go and type in some Instagram accounts that are related to your niche. So I'm just going to click on this and I am just going to follow this account. You can then go and see who they're following and you can go and follow some of these accounts as well. Once you have followed some of these accounts, you can come back to your profile and you can go and upload some photos to your Instagram account. So click on Share Your First Photo. You can select an image that you want to share and click on Open. You can click on Next. You can add a filter if you want to and click on Next. You can add a caption and click on Share. It will then say the post has been shared, so you can close this. And then you will see that your post has been shared. I recommend to share around 5 to 10 posts just so you have some content on your Instagram page. Once you have created these posts, you are now ready to connect your Facebook page and your Instagram account to your Shopify store. So that is what we'll do in the next lesson. In order to connect your Facebook page and your Instagram account to your Shopify store, you can come to Apps and click on App and Sales Channel Settings. Then click on Shopify App Store and then just type in Meta and you will see Facebook and Instagram. So just click on this app. This is a completely free app, so you can click on Install and click on Install again. It will then say Accept Cookies, so click on Accept All and then click on Get Started. Click on Connect Account and then log into your Facebook account and click on Continue. And then click on Continue again. You can then choose your Facebook page and click on Connect. You will then be prompted to connect a business portfolio. So this is basically a Facebook Ads Manager account. So you will need to create a new one. So it should say something here like Create New, but I already have one, so I'm just going to click on Select. So once you have created that business portfolio, you can click on Connect. It will then ask you to choose your preference when collecting data. So choose maximum and click on Save. You will then be prompted to connect a pixel to track customer behavior. So click on Create New and then click on Confirm. You can then agree to the terms and conditions and click on Submit for review. This review will take a few moments, so just leave this page for a little while. It will then say you're ready to start selling on Facebook sales channels. So just click on Done. Once you have done this, I want you to head over to Google and type in Meta Business Suite and click on the first link. It will then say Meta Business Suite and you can log in to the Meta Business Suite using your Facebook account and then click on Get Started. From here, just make sure that you have chosen the Facebook page of your store and then you can click on Connect Instagram and then click on Connect. Click on Continue. And then you can log into the Instagram account that we created earlier. So just click on Login. You can then choose Business and click on Next. Click on Next. You can choose Product or Service and click on Done. You can enter in your contact information and click on Save. And then click on Done. And then you can click on Continue. It will then say Instagram account connected. So click on Done. Once you have connected your Instagram account, head back to Shopify. Come into the Facebook and Instagram app and click on Settings, and then you can scroll down and you will see Connect additional Facebook pages or Instagram accounts. So click on Connect and then choose the Instagram account that you just connected to your Meta Business Suite. So click on Connect. So now we have connected our Facebook page and our Instagram account to our Shopify store, as well as our Facebook pixel and our Meta Business Manager. So in the next lesson, I'll show you how to set up your very first ads campaign. Now, before you create any ad campaigns, the first thing I want you to do is make sure that your Facebook pixel is set up correctly. So just head over to Google and type in Meta Business Suite and click on the first link and then just click on Get Started. And from your Meta Business Suite, go to All Tools and click on Settings. You are then going to scroll down to Data Sources and click on Pixels. From here, you should see the pixel that you created earlier when we were connecting Facebook and Instagram to our Shopify store. So click on this pixel and you can click on Open in Events Manager. Now you can rename this pixel if you want to. So I have just named this pixel Nouveau Hill Shopify Store. So if you click on this pencil icon, you can just rename the pixel if you want to. Next up, we are going to go to Settings and you are going to click on Share with an Ad Account. So just click on this. From here, you are going to click on Assign People. You are going to tick on View Pixels and Manage Pixels and then just click on Select All and click on Assign. It will then say People Added, so just click on Done. Once you have assigned people, next up, you are going to click on Assign Assets, and then you are going to choose your ad account and click on Add. It will then say Assets Added, so click on Done. Once you have assigned the people and the assets, you can now check if your pixel is available when you create a campaign. So we can come over to All Tools and click on Ads Manager. Now don't worry, we're not actually going to create a campaign just yet. We just want to test if our pixel is available once we create a campaign. So we are going to click on Create, choose Sales and click on Continue, choose Manual Sales Campaign and click on Continue. Scroll down to where it says Use Catalog, just turn this off and click on Next. And then you can scroll down and you should see Pixel. Click on this and you should see the pixel for your store. If this is available, that means your pixel has been set up correctly and you can move on to the next lesson. So what we are going to do now is we are just going to close this. You can click on Close. You can click on Campaigns. Just select this campaign that we just created and we are just going to delete this for now and click on Delete. And in the next lesson, I am going to show you how to set up your payments correctly before we actually create a campaign. Before you set up any ad campaigns, you want to make sure that your billing has been set up so you can pay for your advertising and your account doesn't get restricted. So in order to set up your billing, just come to Settings from the Meta Business Suite and scroll down to Billings and Payments. On the left-hand side, you will see Payment Methods, and under Add Accounts, click on Select Account and choose your ad account. From here, you can click on Add Payment Method, and then you can simply connect a debit or credit card or your PayPal account to your ads account. So I'm just going to close this. Once you have done that, you can come to Accounts and you will see your ad account with your payment method. You can click on these three dots and click on View Details. You want to go and change your payment threshold to your daily budget. So my current daily budget is £40. So I'm going to come in here and just change this to £40. So once you have spent the amount you enter in here on ads, it will be taken out of your account. So you can click on Save and then you can click on Done. And the reason that I recommend to set your payment threshold quite low in the beginning is because you will have a daily spending limit, which most likely will be set by Meta and it will be quite low. And if you are keeping up to date with your payments for your ads, they will increase your spending limit slightly quicker from my experience. So this is a brand new account, so I just want to show you how it works when you are spending from a brand new account. So you will have this daily spending limit, but the more you spend on ads, this limit will go up slowly. So if we just come into one of my other ads accounts, so if I come into this one, and you can see for this ads account that my daily spending limit is 7,500 Australian dollars. So that's a really high daily spending limit. And that is because I have spent regularly on this ads account. I have never missed payments. I've kept up to date with my payments. So if you do this regularly, eventually Meta will up your daily spending limit. And it's really important that your daily spending limit is increased because when you actually start to scale your ads, you will need to have a high daily spending limit threshold. So just make sure that you have a valid payment method on your ads account. Make sure that the money in that account doesn't get too low so that you don't miss payments or you don't have enough in that account to pay for your ads, and make sure that you are paying for your ads regularly. And that way, eventually, as you continue to spend on ads, your daily spending limit will be increased by Meta. And when it comes to scaling, you will have enough daily spending limit to actually scale your ads. So now that you have everything set up, you are ready to start creating your first Meta Ads campaign, but I do just want to go over a few things before we actually get into the practical step-by-step lessons of setting up a Meta Ads campaign. So in this lesson, I do want to cover the Meta Ads structure because this is going to make things slightly easier for you when you go to create your first campaign. So with Meta Ads, they are structured in this manner. You have the campaign, then you have the ad set, then you have the ad. So if I head over to the Meta Ads Manager, as you can see, you have the campaign, you have the ad sets, and then you have the ads. So the campaign is basically what you want to achieve. In our instance, we are an e-commerce dropshipping store, so we will want to achieve sales. But there are other campaign objectives like brand awareness. But as I say, as a dropshipping/e-commerce store, you'll always want to achieve sales or purchases. So don't worry too much about that. When we go to create the campaign, we are just going to simply choose sales as our campaign objective. Next up, you have the ad set. So if we come back into the Meta Ads Manager, I can click onto the ad set. As you can see, I've got loads of different ad sets here for the store that I showed you in the case study. And the ad set is basically who do you want to target. So this is where you can choose the country that you want to target, the ages, the demographics. You can also choose interests. So this is where you can add interest targeting. So you can choose interests like dogs or hiking. There are literally thousands of different interests that you can target on Facebook. So just think of the ad set as who you want to target. And then finally, you have the ad. So if we actually come into the ads section of the Meta Ads structure, you can see this is where you actually create your ad creatives. So this is going to be the video or image that you use and the sales copy, so the text that you use for your ad. And that's basically it for the Meta Ads structure. You have the campaign, what do you want to achieve? You have the ad set, who do you want to target? And you have the ad, the actual video and text that you are going to use. And Meta Ads is very simple when you break it down this way. So don't get too confused, don't be too overwhelmed. Meta Ads is a very simple platform. In this lesson, I want to talk about campaign budget optimization versus ad set budget optimization. So in the last lesson, we went over the Meta Ads structure. So you do have the campaign and you do have the ad sets. Now, in terms of the budget allocation, you can choose to allocate the budget at the campaign level or at the ad set level. Again, don't let this overwhelm you. Once I explain it, you will see how simple it is. So if we do just come into my Meta Ads Manager, we will come back to the campaigns. And I am just going to scroll across and we will just go and filter this by the results. So basically we're having a look at which ad set got the most website purchases. So now if we scroll across, you can see that a lot of these say using ad set bid strategy. And that is what is known as ABO, ad set budget optimization. Okay, so basically, as I've mentioned, with Meta, you can allocate the budget at the campaign level or at the ad set level. Now, basically what this means is if you allocate the budget at the campaign level, so you could see these two campaigns here, the budget has been allocated at the campaign level. So when I click on campaigns, you can see these two campaigns and I have set both of these campaigns to $20 per day. Now, when you allocate the budget at the campaign level, you're basically giving Meta the power and the freedom to spend the budget as it sees best fit. So if I actually choose this campaign, let me tick this campaign. As you can see right now it's set to $20 per day, but it did get much higher than this. But if I actually come into the ad sets, there are two ad sets in this campaign. But because I have allocated the budget at a campaign level, so if I set this to $20 per day, basically Meta will go and spend the budget on whichever ad set it thinks is performing better. So that is why when you choose a CBO, campaign budget optimization, you are giving Meta the power and the freedom to go and spend the budget where it thinks it will get the most sales. So you're basically giving Meta the control to actually go and spend your budget for you. That's not a bad thing. Meta is very advanced. It has really great AI systems that can work out where to find the customers for you and which ad sets and ads the budget should be allocated towards. So don't worry about giving Meta the freedom and the power, because that's actually what it has been created for. It is a very advanced tool. It tries to make things very simple for advertisers. So when you go and set the budget at the campaign level, known as CBO, you're basically just giving Meta the freedom to go and allocate the budget where it sees best fit for the ad sets and for the ads. So you can see in this particular campaign, I have two ad sets. One was targeting the games interest and one was targeting the college interest. So now I'm basically allowing Meta to decide which one it will spend more money on, and it does that based on the performance. So it will see which ad set is getting the most purchases, which one is getting the cheapest cost per click, the cheapest CPMs, and it will basically allocate the budget towards that ad set. And it does the same with the ad creatives as well. So if one particular video is performing better, people view it for longer, people engage with it by liking it and sharing it, then Meta will go and allocate more of your budget towards that. So in this instance, if we set it to $20 per day, it might give $15 to one ad set that's performing better and only $5 to the other ad set because it isn't performing as well. So like I say, with CBO, you're basically just giving Meta the power. That's the best way to think of it. With CBO, you are giving Meta the control. Now with ad set budget optimization, known as ABO, you're giving yourself the control. So if we go back to the Meta Ads Manager, I can go and choose one of the other ad campaigns. So let's choose this campaign here, which performed really well. And as you can see, it says using ad set budget. So in the actual campaign, I haven't allocated any budget. If we go into the ad sets, you can see I've got loads of different ad sets in here, and I'm allocating the budget myself. So you can see this top one that got the most website purchases has the highest budget. You can see this one that has the second highest amount of purchases has a slightly lower budget. And then this ad set here has an even lower budget. So I'm actually allocating the budget myself based on how each ad set performs. Now, both of these do work. CBO campaigns and ABO campaigns do work, but we are going to start out with a CBO where we give Meta the power. And that's because it's easier when you're first testing products to just allow Meta to do its thing, let it use its AI to figure out where your customers are and who your best customers are and who to show your ads to. Once you actually start getting regular sales and you'll start turning a profit and you want to scale, then you can go and test out ABOs. And the reason people use ABOs is because it gives you more freedom to go and test out different things. So as you can see for this particular campaign, there are loads of different ad sets in here. So if I was to leave this on a CBO, where I go and simply just set the budget at a campaign level and allow Meta to allocate the budget, because there's so many different ad sets, some of them might not actually get any attention and they might not get enough spend to see if they actually work. So once you start testing out new things and you're trying to scale a product and you're testing out lots of different ad sets, that's when you'll want to use ABO, where you allocate the budget yourself instead of allowing Meta to do it, because you want to give each ad set enough budget to actually test it properly and allow it to see if it will actually work. Whereas with CBO, sometimes a particular ad set or a particular ad creative can completely monopolize the campaign. So what you'll notice is when you create a CBO, sometimes Meta will just go and allocate all of the budget to one ad set or one ad creative, and all of the others don't really get a fair chance to see if they actually work. So you don't really get to test them out properly. However, when you just are first testing a product, which we will be doing for your first campaign, and when you are creating a first campaign for any product and you're just testing out, CBO works just fine, because all we're just doing is seeing if we can get some initial sales and interest in the product and seeing if we can break even or make a tiny bit of profit before scaling that product up. So this is kind of high level. Don't stress too much about it. If you are finding this slightly complicated, don't worry too much about it for now. I did just want to go and touch on this before you created your first campaigns, so you are aware of CBO versus ABO. We will be starting with a CBO, so we'll be starting with campaign budget optimization, where we are giving Meta the power to allocate the budget to the ad sets and to the ads itself where it sees best fit. As I say, don't let this overwhelm you. It isn't too important at this moment, but I did just want to make sure that you were aware of it before we created the first campaign. In this lesson, I do want to cover broad targeting versus interest targeting. So as I mentioned, when you are creating your ad set, you are choosing who you will target. Now, when it comes to broad targeting, you're basically leaving everything as the default and you're just choosing the country that you want to target. This means that you'll have a really large audience, but this is a really great way to test products because Meta has so much data and its AI is so powerful that it can actually find customers for you based on all of the data that it has collected over the years from its users. So you don't really need to put specific targeting in, like a specific age group or a specific gender or a specific interest, because Meta can do all of the hard work for you with all of the data that it has and its advanced AI. Now, when it comes to interest targeting, this is where you can choose a specific interest to narrow your audience down based on the category or the niche of the product. So I will just give you an example. If we come into my ads, if I come back over to the campaigns, I can show you an example. So let me just go and choose this conversion campaign here. And if we come into the ad sets, I had 2 interest targeting campaigns. So if we just go and click on edit on this games ad set, and this is an example of an interest targeting campaign. So if I just go and click on this, I can now scroll down and I can show you that I was targeting these interests here. So people that were interested in games, board games, or card games, and I excluded the dropshipping interest because I didn't want dropshippers to see my store. So under detailed targeting is where you can go and choose interests that are related to the category or niche of your product. Not all products will have relevant interests. However, you can easily go and just use a bit of trial and error. So like I say, I just typed in games, board games, or card games. So there are loads of different interests that you can potentially target. Now, in terms of a broad campaign, if we come back to campaigns, and I'm just going to untick this campaign, and I will tick this campaign here. If I come into the ad sets here, you can see no interest ad. So if I click on edit on this one, you can see that this is a completely broad campaign. So if I just scroll down, you can see in terms of the targeting, everything is left as the same. The age is the same, the genders is the default. I haven't chosen any interests. All I've done is just choose the location. So that's essentially how broad versus interest targeting works. As you can see, they both worked fairly well. So if we go back to campaigns, you can see the campaign that got the most website purchases was a broad campaign, but you can also see these two conversion campaigns here that did use interest targeting got a fairly decent amount of website purchases as well. So just over 2,100 purchases. These of course got 14,000, way more, but you can test broad and interest targeting for your products just to see which one works. We are going to start with broad because, as I say, Meta has so much data and its AI is so advanced that it's easier to just start with a broad campaign and see if it can find customers for you. But you can always go and test some interest targeting campaigns later on when you're trying to scale or you are trying to find new customers for your product. Again, don't worry, don't be overwhelmed by all of this information. Just remember, we are going to start with a broad campaign where we're simply just choosing the location, adding our ad creatives, and letting Meta do the hard work for us. In this final lesson, before we actually start setting up your first campaign, I do just want to cover the most important metrics that you'll want to keep an eye out for. Now don't worry, once you actually start running your first campaign, I'll show you how to look at the metrics in more detail, but I just want you to keep these 3 metrics in mind because these are really the most important ones. You have CPMs, otherwise known as cost per milli or cost per 1,000 impressions. And this is basically how much it costs for your ad to be seen by 1,000 people. Now ideally, you will want this to be under $40. If it's any higher than that, then it is going to be hard for you to make a profit. So if we come into my Meta Ads Manager and I just scroll across on my campaigns, you can see that my CPMs are very cheap. $12, $2, $10, $14, $13. So all quite low. This one even $24, which is probably the highest one, is still relatively cheap. Now, a lot of these campaigns were started some years ago, so Meta has got slightly more expensive, and that is why I recommend that you want to look for just under $40, $30. Of course, if you can get it cheaper than that, then that's going to be even better, but you really want to be under $40, $40 at a maximum. If you're seeing CPMs like $80, $100, $50, $60, it is going to be hard for you to make a profit because your ad isn't getting shown to enough people for you to get enough traffic, for you to get enough sales. Because the more it costs for you to show your ad to people, the more you're going to pay for somebody to actually click through to your website. And that means it's going to be harder to get more purchases for a cheaper price. So like I say, just bear in mind with CPMs, you want to keep them under $40. Next up, you have cost per click, CPC. You want to keep this under $1. So if we head back to my Meta Ads Manager, you can see my CPCs, 63 cents, 23 cents, 52 cents, 62, 48, 47. This one was slightly expensive, but most of them are under $1. So if you notice that your CPCs are under $1, then you've got a much higher chance of making a profit with your product. So bear those both in mind so far. If your CPMs are under $40 and your cost per clicks are under $1, then you have a much higher chance of making a profit with your product. And then last but not least is the cost per purchase. And this is the most important metric. It doesn't matter what other people say. This is the most important metric because this is how much it actually costs you to acquire a customer. So if we come back into my Meta Ads Manager, you can see my cost per result, otherwise known as cost per purchase. And as you can see, $12.53, $12.77, $11.29, $10.56. Now, the way you can work out what your cost per purchase is, all you need to do is find your sales price, minus off your cost of goods, and this is going to be your break-even cost per purchase. So if we come back in here, if I'm selling my product for $50 and it cost me $20 to fulfill, then that means I've got a $30 margin. And then if my cost per purchase is $15, then that means I make $15 profit. My margin is $30. It cost me $15 to acquire a customer, my cost per purchase. And then I've got $15, which is the actual profit at the end of everything. So all you need to do is have a look at your sale price. If you're selling it, like I say, for example, for $50, have a look at how much it costs you to fulfill. If it costs you $20 to fulfill, you have $30 margin. So you want to keep your cost per result, otherwise known as cost per purchase, under $30. And that is how you are going to make a profit. And the reason that I say that this is the most important metric, because at the end of the day, with dropshipping, the most important thing is, are you making a profit? So if your cost per purchase is looking cheap, then you can continue to increase your ad budget and scale it. And if you can keep your cost per purchase below your actual margin, you'll always make a profit. So those are the most important metrics to look at. And I did just want to cover all of this before you created your first campaign, so that you have the basic information that you need before creating your first Meta Ads campaign. Again, don't let this information overwhelm you. We will be looking in more detail at the metrics in the later lessons, but I wanted to just make sure that you were aware of this before you created your first campaign. So now that we've gone over all of this, in the next lessons, we can finally start setting up your first test campaign for your first product. So you can finally start creating your first campaign in order to test your first product from your store. So from your Meta Business Suite, come to All Tools, and you are going to click on Ads Manager. From the Ads Manager, under Campaigns, you are going to click on Create. You are going to choose Sales and click on Continue. You are going to choose Manual Sales Campaign and click on Continue. For the campaign name, you are just going to name this after the product that you will be testing. So I've just called this hydrogen water bottle. Then we can scroll down. Where it says Use Catalog, you can just turn this off. And then you can scroll down, leave A/B testing off, and then you will see Advantage Campaign Budget. You are going to turn this on. So this refers back to the earlier lesson where I walked you through CBO versus ABO. By turning this on, you are creating a CBO campaign, Campaign Budget Optimization. If you leave this off, you will be on an ABO campaign where you can allocate the budgets to the ad sets yourself. Now, initially, it doesn't really matter too much because we're only going to have one ad set anyway, so we will be deciding to allocate the budget at a campaign level or at an ad set level, but either way, because we only have one ad set, it's not too important right now, but when you get to the scaling lessons, it will be slightly more important to choose CBO versus ABO, but for now we are going to turn this on and choose a CBO, and for your daily budget, you are just going to set your daily budget to the same amount that you're selling your product for. So if I just come over to my product, I am selling this for £40. So I'm going to set my daily budget to £40. So if you're selling your product for $50, then you can set your daily budget to $50. Of course, mine is in pounds, so just do it in the equivalent to the currency that you are using. So I will just go and set this to a £40 daily budget. So you're going to do the same. If you're selling your product for $50, you are just going to set your daily budget to $50. If you're selling your product for $60, set your daily budget to $60. And then you can simply just leave everything else as the default and click on Next. For the ad set name, you can just name it after the country that you will be targeting. And because it's going to be a broad ad set, we are just going to call it broad. Again, this refers back to one of the earlier lessons where I mentioned broad targeting versus interest targeting. So I'm going to be targeting the UK, and I am just going to be leaving everything else as the default. So we're going to go UK broad. So now I am just going to scroll down. We will leave the performance goal as maximize number of conversions, and then you can choose your pixel. So click on pixel and choose the pixel for your store. and then you will see conversion event. Just make sure that you have chosen purchase conversion, and then we can scroll down to where it says budget and schedule. Now I am just going to set my ads to start at midnight the next day. So I am just going to choose the next day, and I am just going to come in here and choose midnight. So we are just going to choose that. We won't set an end date because we are going to monitor our ads ourselves, and we can decide whether we are going to shut the ads off based on the product's performance. And I'll be showing you in the next lessons how to read your metrics and decide whether you should turn your ads off and move on to a new product, or continue running your ads and trying to scale your ads. So for now, just leave the end date. Then we can scroll all the way down, and this is where you can choose your locations. So if you click on more, you can come into here and you can click on edit, and you can simply search for a location and choose this. So if I wanted to run my ads to the United States, I can simply come in here and type in United States, and I can simply choose the United States, and then I can of course just delete the United Kingdom by clicking this X button. Now I'm just going to run my ads to the UK, so I'm just going to get rid of the US for now. You will see your estimated audience size as well, so this is quite a large audience, and Meta will tell you whether your audience is broad or too small. So now we can simply continue to scroll down. We are going to leave everything else as it is, because as I mentioned, we are going to be running a broad campaign. So now we can scroll down again, and where it says placements, we are just going to leave this as the default. So now we can click on next. Now we are going to set up our ad creatives that we created in the last module. So have your ad creative videos ready, and we are going to add these to our first campaign. Now you can just give your ad creatives a name, so I just like to name them so it can remind me of which ad I'm using. So firstly, I'm going to say video ad 1, my edit. So that's going to be the video ad that I edited myself. And then I am going to use 4 ad creatives from Viral Ecom Adz. So I would just name those ads Viral Ecom Adz Video 1, Viral Ecom Adz Video 2, and I have saved them on my laptop as the same name, so that way I can easily check which ad is performing the best. So this is going to be my first ad creative, video ad 1, my edit. Then we can choose our Facebook page. So we can come in here and choose the Facebook page that we created in the earlier lessons. And then we can go and choose our Instagram account. So you can go and choose the Instagram account that you created as well. Now we can scroll down and it's going to say create ad. So we want to go for a manual upload, and we want to go for a single image or video. So we can just go and toggle on add preview, and we are going to click on add media. And then you will see add media here. We are going to click on add video. You can click on upload, and you can choose the ad creative that you want to use and click on open. The video may take a little while to upload, so just give this a few moments. And once the video has finished uploading, you can just click on next. You shouldn't need to trim your video as we've already edited it, so we can just click on next. You can of course crop your videos to see how they'll look on different devices. So if we just go and crop these videos, we can see how they're going to look on different devices. So just make sure that you've edited your videos so that they don't get completely cropped. Of course, if some important information is getting cropped out, then you can simply just revert back to the original like this. That's totally fine. And I'm going to do the same here because some of the captions are getting cropped out. However, you can of course go and play these as well. So if your captions or an important part of your video is being cropped out, you can always just revert back to the original size of the video. Now we are just going to click on next. You can leave the optimizations on and click on done. You will then see previews of your ad on the right hand side. Next up, we are going to write the primary text. Now when it comes to writing the primary text, you can just go and have a look at some of your competitor ads, and you can try and use some of their copy and rewrite it slightly. So I've just gone and opened up some of the competitor ads here. As you can see, here's one, here's another one, here's another one, and here is one more. But the one I really like is this one here. So I am just going to copy this, and I am actually just going to rewrite this slightly for my own primary text. So I'm just going to paste this in here, and I have just gone and edited this text So I have added in some emojis. I have said hydrogen water fuels the body and mind. And down the bottom I have just added shop now to enjoy up to 50% off. The original was 45% off. For your headline, you can just put in get yours today with this little finger emoji. And for your description, I've just put 50% off sale now on. And that is because I do have this 50% discount on my store. So you can just go and add in whichever discount you are using for your particular product. So once you have gone and you have written all of your copy, we can simply scroll down. For the call to action, we are just going to change this to shop now. So we are just going to scroll down and choose shop now. And now we can scroll down further. We can leave everything else as the default. For our website URL, we are going to want to put in the URL of our product page. So just go and get your product page URL from Shopify. So you can just head over to Shopify, click on your eye icon, click over to your product page, and you can simply copy this. And then we are simply just going to paste this in here. Don't worry about the display link. So we can simply scroll past all of this. And now we will see website tracking. Now the website events should already be set up because we connected our pixel to our Shopify store when we connected Facebook and Instagram to our Shopify store in the earlier lessons using the Facebook and Instagram sales channel app on Shopify. So you are just simply going to choose website events, and then you are going to go to the drop down and just select your store's pixel. It should show with this little green button, like I say, because we have connected our Shopify store to our Meta Ads account. So now we have created our first ad creative, and we are simply just going to start with one campaign for the first product that you're going to test with a broad ad set, and we are going to have 4 ad creatives at a minimum. Of course, if you want to test more, you can, but I recommend to start with 4 ad creatives. So what we are going to do is we are going to click on these 3 lines and click on duplicate. We are going to choose original campaign and click on duplicate. And now we have a copy of that first ad creative. So now we can simply scroll up. We are going to leave everything else the same except for the media. So we are going to swap out the video. We will leave the copy exactly the same, and then we can simply just go and change the name. So I am just going to click on remove all, and now we are going to click on add media, add video. We are going to upload a video, and you can go and choose your second ad creative that you want to use and hit open. Once the video uploads, you can click on next. Don't worry about trimming your video, so click on next again. You can of course crop your videos if you want to. I'm going to click on next, and then you can click on done. And finally, we can just scroll to the top, and we are just going to change the ad name. So I've just changed this to Video Ad 1 Viral Ecom Ads. And now I am just going to duplicate that 2 more times. So then I have my 4 ad creatives. So I'm just going to repeat that process 2 more times. So all we need to do is click on here, click on duplicate, choose original campaign and click on duplicate. I'm just going to name this one Video Ad 2 by Viral Ecom Ads. And then I am just going to scroll down and I am just going to swap out the media. So this one is still uploading. So I am just going to wait for it to upload, and then I'm just going to replace it with a new video. So I have just gone and replaced that video with another video ad creative, as you can see. And now I have 4 video ad creatives. So we are ready to publish our first campaign and start testing our first product. But before we publish the campaign, just go back to your ad set. And when you scroll down on your ad set, just make sure that the conversion event that you have chosen is a purchase conversion event, because this is the event that we want to optimize for purchases. There are a few other events in here like add to cart, add payment info and things like that, but we want to get purchases. So make sure you choose that, and then you can finally just click on publish. It will then say publishing, so just give this a few moments, and then it will say multiple items published, so we can just close this. And now if you go back to campaigns, you will see that your campaign is scheduled. So your ads will now go into review. So if we click on ads, they will say processing, and then they will go into a review. And once the review process has been completed, your ad campaign will start running at the date and time you set it to, and your ad will start being shown to people. So in the following lessons, I'll be showing you how to review the metrics of your campaigns for any particular product and how to decide whether you should turn them off and move on to a new product, or whether you should continue spending and trying to scale that product. In this lesson, I do want to cover a common mistake that a lot of beginners fall for when they first start running Meta ads, and that is having people reach out to you via email and in the comments claiming to be from Meta and trying to scam you by saying that they're going to shut your Meta account down or have it restricted. So if I just scroll into the comments, you can see that I have this comment here saying that my page has received a copyright warning. These are scammers. So if you receive anything like this, or you receive emails claiming a similar thing about copyright ownership, they're going to shut your account down or suspend your account, it's most likely coming from scammers. And the best way that you can see this is by having a look at the actual link or the email address that these comments are coming from. So if we actually have a look at this link, they want me to click on this link to send them a disclaimer. And as you can see, it's got meta/center.us. Well, this is not a real link. And this will be the same from emails that you might receive claiming to be Meta. Just make sure that you look at the email address. In 99% of cases, Meta will not email you or reach out through the comments. They simply will just restrict your account, and you have to appeal that restriction directly through the Meta Business Manager, not via email or through comments. So don't fall for scams like this. They are always 99% of the time scammers that will be emailing you these types of things or leaving comments. So you can simply just delete the emails and you can come in and delete the comments. So like I say, this is just a small lesson I did want to give for some of those beginners out there that might receive things like this and you are panicking and thinking that your account is going to be restricted or banned. Do not click on these links, do not engage with these emails because they will get your information and they are potential scammers. So here is an example of an email you might receive from these scammers as well. And as you can see, it looks fairly legitimate. It has Meta for Business and it has this button here saying request review, and it is saying prohibited content, copyright infringement, all of these types of things. So make sure that you look at the email address that it is sent from. If we have a look at the email address, you can see that it ends in @outlook.com, or it will end in something that is not Meta or Facebook affiliated. So just double check for this because like I say, most of the times these are scams. You click on the link and it will go and bring you somewhere where it can go and add a virus to your computer or try and get some of your data. So just be aware of these scams. Always make sure that you are looking at who is posting the comments, who is sending these emails, and try to avoid these scams as best you can. In this lesson, I'm going to be showing you how you can read the metrics for your first ads campaign and how you can decide whether you should move on to a new product or continue trying to scale the same product. So as you can see, this campaign has been running for 10 days now, so we can start having a look at some of the metrics. Now, the first thing you might be wondering is, how long should I run my first ads campaign? Well, I don't recommend running it for a set amount of days. I actually recommend running it based on the profit and loss. So what I want you to do is I want you to go and download this Excel sheet, which will be in the lesson notes below, and this will help you work out your profit and loss for any product that you are running ads campaigns for. And what I really recommend is that once you hit around $150 to $200 in a loss, then you should move on to a new product. If you are constantly breaking even or even making just a slightly bit of loss, I would continue running the product, and I'm going to explain why in a moment. So the first thing you are going to want to do is make sure that you download this and start tracking the profit and loss of your product so you can determine when to turn the ads campaigns off for that product and move on to testing a new product. So if we actually have a look at the ad campaign here, you can see that the CPM is under what I recommended in my earlier metrics lesson. So I recommended to have a CPM of under $40. This is just under £26, which is around $34. So it is about average for a CPM. You can see the CPC is slightly high. So I recommended to try and find a CPC of under $1. This is slightly over that. This is around $1.50, so slightly more expensive than what you would like to see. And then finally, the cost per result. So as you can see, the cost per result is quite high. Now, Meta hasn't tracked all of the website purchases, so it says 7 website purchases. But if we actually go over to the store, I got 11 website purchases, as you can see here. So it's 9 orders, but 2 of the orders ordered 2 of the bottles. So that's 11 website purchases in total. So that is why I definitely recommend to track your profits and losses yourself as well, because sometimes Meta doesn't track all of the data correctly. So in this instance, the metrics aren't looking that great. The CPMs are pretty average, the cost per click is kind of high, and the cost per result isn't great. But it doesn't really matter. The main thing that you really need to keep into consideration is the product breaking even or is it profitable? Of course, in some instances, all of these metrics can be not so great or around average, but if you're still in profit, then you should of course continue to run the product. It's pretty common sense. So if I actually just go and show you how to use this spreadsheet, and then we can go and have a look at whether you should continue running a product or if you should cut your losses and move on to a new product. So you are just going to put in your revenue for each day. So if we come back over here and we can come over to analytics, and you can just go and choose the first day that you were running ads. So as you can see, the revenue for the first day is $79.98. So I'm just going to copy this, and I can just go and enter this into where it says revenue. It will then work out the fees for you using this formula. These might not be 100% accurate, but they're pretty much close enough. Then you can go and add in your ad spend. So if we come back over to the ad spend for the 29th, so we will just come over to the 29th and hit update. And we can see the ad spend is $39.04. So we can just go and enter that in here. And then finally, you can go and enter in your cost of goods. So the cost of goods for the first day was £35.15. So you can see for the first day, I made just under £4 profit. So that's okay for the first day. Now, if we actually just go and have a look, so you'll want to go and fill this out each day. So now I'm just going to go and show you all of the numbers for the 10 days that this product has been running. So the second day, I got no sales, spent £40 on ads. So it was a complete £40 loss. The third day, I got just under £123 in revenue, £40 on ad spend, £51.17 on the cost of goods. So you can see on the third day, I made just under £30 profit. So if we do just come over to here, we can come and choose the 31st. Let's just go and choose the 31st on its own. And you can see the revenue of just under £123. And if we come over here and we choose the 31st, you can go and see the ad spend, $39.89. And then, of course, we do have the cost of goods. So you can work out your cost of goods by just going over to AliExpress. And you can just come into your orders and you will, of course, see the total of the product costs. So these are in US dollars, but I have a look at how much comes out of my bank account in pounds when I fulfill the orders. So that's how I'm able to go and put in the cost of goods in pounds. So as you can see, after 10 days, this product is £118 in loss, which is around $150. So in this instance, I would recommend just moving on to a new product. So as you can see, if we do come over here, I have just gone and turned off the campaign. So now you just want to basically go back to the drawing board, import a new product, create a new product page, new ads, and start testing a new product. There are a number of different reasons why the product might not have worked, but generally it will just be down to there wasn't enough demand for the product, or the product is too competitive and it has been run by too many other stores. I have seen quite a few stores running this hydrogen water bottle, so that can sometimes be the case. The product might just have too many competitors, or it simply just doesn't have enough demand. It can easily happen. Now, there is something else you need to take into consideration. So if we do just come back to analytics, and if I do go and choose all of the days that I ran this product, so we'll go from 29th all the way through to the 7th and hit apply, you can see that my conversion rate is 3%, and that is about average. But if you're seeing your conversion rate is really low, like 0.5% or under 1%, then it could potentially be your store. So you might need to go back to the drawing board and just improve your store. So really be quite critical of your store. have a look at it, see, does it look well branded? Have you put time and effort into the images? Have you used good colors and fonts? Does everything look clean and professional? Because if you do have a really low conversion rate, you could actually start becoming profitable if you increase your conversion rate. Like I say, you're looking for something between 3 and 5%, which is pretty decent and around average. If you're super low, then your product could still have potential to make profit. It just means that your store isn't optimized. So you need to go and improve the way your store looks. So be super critical of your store. Make sure that it does look completely clean and professional, and make sure that you are trying to optimize the conversion rate by improving your store as best you can. The other reason why your conversion rate might be super low and under 1% could be the pricing of your product. So if you have fairly decent margins, maybe you have a $30 or $35 margin, you could go and decrease the sale price of your product, and that could help you to improve the conversion rate, and that way you'll see more sales and you will be able to get into profit with your product. So just look at those things. If you are seeing that you're unprofitable every day but your conversion rate is super low, firstly concentrate on trying to improve your conversion rate by improving your store as best you can to make it look super clean and professional. And then if you do have enough margin, like I say, $30 to $35 margin, you could bring that down to $25 to $20 margin by reducing the sale price of your product. And you might actually see that you get more sales because you've reduced the cost of the product. Because if you have a low conversion rate, it basically just means people are coming over to your store. They're interested in the product, but when they actually get to your store, they're not purchasing the product. So that could either be because your site doesn't look good, they don't trust it, or the copy isn't convincing them to purchase, or simply that they think the product is too expensive, so you can bring the sale price down of the product, but you still need to have at least a $20 profit margin. Now that's basically what you need to do if your product isn't performing well. So you can go and have a look at your profit and loss sheet. However, if you are riding the wave and you're never going more than $150 in loss, I would say to continue to ride this wave of this product, because what Meta is doing, it is actually collecting data and it is still working out who your ideal customer is. So if you can ride this wave of profit and loss whilst still maintaining less than a $150 loss, you will actually be collecting data. So Meta will be finding out who your ideal customer is, it will be collecting data, and Meta works like a snowball effect. The more data it collects, the easier it will be able to find customers. So essentially, the more sales you make with Meta, the more sales it will be able to find for you. So that is why I say don't give up on a product too early. As long as you're not too far in loss, you can continue to just ride the wave of profit and loss whilst Meta is building data. Now, if you have a look at this article from Meta, you will see that there is a learning phase with Meta Ads campaigns. So as you can see here, typically performance stabilizes after an ad set receives 50 optimization events within a 7-day period. So if you can get to 50 sales within 7 days, then Meta will really collect a huge amount of data and it will be able to find your customers much easier, and it will be able to stabilize the performance, which basically just means your cost per result will become stabilized. So if you can see your cost per result is starting to level out to a point where you're able to become profitable, then you can start to think about scaling your product. So as I say, you really just want to be looking at your profit and loss. Try not to get into $150 loss. If you're less than $150 loss, keep riding the wave and collecting data. So you will see with most new campaigns for any product you run, Meta will be quite volatile whilst it is collecting this data. And that is another reason that I do recommend to run a niche store, because when Meta is collecting data, it is collecting data about your customer. So if you are collecting data on customers that are all very similar, it's going to be easier for Meta to find those customers even when you create new campaigns. If you run a niche pet store and everybody coming over to your store is interested in pet products, then Meta is going to be able to find those customers much easier because they're all interested in similar products. However, if you run a general store and you're selling products from the sports niche, from the pet niche, from the homeware niche, all of these different customers are coming to your store to purchase different things. So it can confuse Meta about who your ideal customer is and who to actually show your ads to. So that is another advantage of running a niche store. When you are going through this learning phase and when Meta is collecting data, you will be collecting data on similar types of customers that are interested in similar products. So of course, if your product does go into $150 loss like me, you are just going to turn off the campaign, go back to the drawing board, research some new products, import some new products, create some new product pages, create some new video ad creatives, and start running a new campaign to test a new product. However, if you are going through this learning phase, when should you actually start scaling a product? Well, if you do see that your product is profitable every single day, you can start to slowly increase your ad budget. So if you do see that you are making daily profits consistently for at least 5 days, then I would recommend upping the ad budget. Now, how much should you up the ad budget by? Well, I usually tend to up the ad budget in the beginning by how much profit I made the day before. So after around 5 to 7 days, if I can see that I am making consistent profits, I will just come over to the daily budget and I will increase this by the previous day's profit. So for example, if you're running at $40 per day and the previous day you made $30 profit, then you can just increase this to $70. And again, if you are running at $50 a day and the previous day you made $40 profit, you can just increase your daily budget to $90. And then you can see how that performs. If again you start making profit, again you can increase the ad budget and always just increase it by the previous day's profit. So for example, you started on $50 per day, you made $40 profit, then you increase to $90. The next day you only made $20 profit, then you can increase to $110. The next day you made $30 profit, you will increase to $140 per day ad budget. Of course, if you do make loss, you can always scale back down. So if you scaled up to $140, for example, and the next day you make $30 loss, you can scale back down to $110. Or if you're breaking even, then I recommend to just leave the ad budget as it is so you can let it stabilize until it goes back into profit. So that is how you can slowly start scaling your ad budget. Look at your previous day's profit and simply just go and increase the daily budget. Now, scaling really is quite simple. It's not anything too complicated. You really are just upping your ad budget and seeing if you're still profitable. So really the main thing is that you really want to be tracking your overall profit and loss. Now, one thing to keep in mind is don't get too caught up in the daily profit and loss. Have a look at your profit and loss over a 1 week period, because Meta will always take time to stabilize when you are changing things like the budget. So when you look at your ad campaigns every day, you might see some fluctuations, but really you want to be looking at your campaigns over a 1 week period. And if you can still see that you're making profit, then you can continue to increase the budgets. And that really is basically it in terms of reading the metrics. In the beginning stages, you're just having a look at your profit and loss and you're deciding whether to move on to a new product or whether to continue to increase the daily budgets to maintain profitability. So that is basically it for this module. If you can see that your product isn't performing very well, just turn it off and go back to the drawing board. If you can see that your product is showing promise and it is making daily profits, start to increase your daily budgets, and then you can move on to the scaling module. In this lesson, I'm going to show you how to accurately start tracking your profits for your Shopify dropshipping business. Now, as I mentioned in the last lesson, this is super important because this can help you to decide whether to cut a campaign for a product and when to scale a campaign for a product. But it can also help you keep a finer detail on the numbers coming into your business and going out of your business so you can accurately track your profits for your business. Now, in order to do this, we are going to be using a Shopify app called True Profit. What this app allows you to do is it allows you to plug in your Shopify store. It allows you to plug in your ad platforms. So you can see all of the revenue coming in. You can see all of your expenditures on ads. You can also go and plug in your cost of goods. So you can track all of your cost of goods, and it will also calculate all of the fees for your store as well, and all of the app fees and things like that. So it can basically track all of your incomings and all of your outgoings for your business. And this is the most accurate way to actually track your profits for your Shopify dropshipping business. Now, I will leave a link in the description to True Profit. It does start at just $35 a month. Once you start making some consistent sales, I do recommend to use it. I think it's very affordable to be able to track all of the profits for your business, and I'm going to show you exactly how to set it up. True Profit does also have a mobile app, which I'll show you later on in this lesson, and that's a great way to keep track of your Shopify dropshipping business's profits on the go. And the last thing that I do want to mention is that True Profit do have a free Discord community as well. So I will leave a link in the description to True Profit's Discord community. You can join that Discord to get updates and ask questions regarding all things e-commerce and to interact with other e-com and dropshipping store owners like yourself. So from here, we are just going to click on install, and then you can click on install again. You will then be brought over to your True Profit dashboard. Click on start with a plan. From here, you can choose your True Profit plan. Now, each plan has different features. I'm going to go for the enterprise plan because it has the marketing attribution feature. Now, this is a really important feature, especially when you are scaling your ad campaigns, because this can actually give you more accurate data than Meta ads can. So sometimes with Meta ads, you might notice that purchase conversions haven't been tracked correctly. So on your Shopify store for a day, you might see 20 sales and it's only tracked 15 of those sales. Now, it's super important to have accurate tracking so you can see which ads are getting you the most sales, which ad sets are bringing you the most sales, and which campaigns are bringing you the most sales. And when Meta's data isn't correct, this can make it tricky for you to track the data to decide on what to do next when you are scaling your campaigns. So with the enterprise plan from True Profit, it actually has the marketing attribution feature and it accurately tracks all of the conversions for your campaigns. So this is super important if you do want to start tracking your ad data with more accuracy. So choose a plan. I'm going to go for the enterprise plan. So we are just going to click on start 14-day free trial. You can then approve your True Profit subscription. So just click on approve and then you will be brought back to your True Profit dashboard. So just click on continue. You will then be asked what best describes your business. So you can just choose I dropship products and then you will see a few different platforms. We're using AutoDS, so we are just going to choose AutoDS and click on next. From here, you can choose how you would like to set up your cost of goods. We're just going to choose sync cost of goods from Shopify's cost per item field and click on next. It will then ask you to set up your shipping costs. You can just choose sync shipping labels from Shopify shipping and click on next. You will then be asked to choose your ad channel. So we're going to choose Facebook ads and click on next. You will then be asked how you heard about True Profit. You can choose recommended by YouTube and put my name in if you want to, and then click on go to dashboard. You will then be brought over to your True Profit dashboard, and from here you will see a snapshot of all of the numbers related to your store. So you'll see your orders, revenue, total costs of goods, your net profit margin, total ad spend, average order value, units sold, gross sales, and gross profit. Now, the first thing we are going to do is connect our ad channel. So we are going to come to integrations and we are going to click on marketing channels. From here, we are going to connect our Facebook ads account. So we are going to click on connect. You will be prompted to log into your Facebook account. So just click on continue and then just click on save and click on got it. You will then be prompted to choose the ads account for your store. So you can see I've got quite a lot of ads accounts. So I'm just going to choose the one for this store. Then we can scroll down and click on sync ad spend. This process will take a few minutes. So after a few minutes, you can now come back to reports and click on your dashboard. Now my ad account is still syncing with True Profit. So whilst we wait for that to sync, we will move on to the next part of the lesson where we will set up the marketing attribution so we can accurately track the data from our ad campaigns. So we can come over to marketing attribution, and in order to start tracking your conversion data more accurately, you will need to install the True Profit Pixel. So underneath, you will see Enable True Profit Tracking Extension. So click on Open Theme Settings and just make sure that you turn on the True Profit app embed and click on Save. In the other tab, you can come back to True Profit and we can now refresh this. So after your ad accounts have finished syncing, you'll now be able to have a closer look at the marketing attribution for your campaigns. So you can see things like ROAS, the amount spent on ads, impressions, clicks, click-through rate, add to carts, how much it costs you per add to cart, all of your purchases, what your purchase value is, so how much revenue you've actually brought in through those purchases, your cost per purchase, your conversion rate, your revenue, total cost, all of these different metrics that you can accurately track. And then these are broken down into campaigns, ad groups, which are ad sets within Meta, and ads, the actual ad creatives. Now, if you do want to utilize TrueProfit's marketing attribution feature to its full potential, you are also going to want to set up these TrueProfit URL parameters. So this basically just creates a custom URL that TrueProfit can track, and then you add these URLs to your ad campaigns so that it can track all of the data accurately. So if you click on how to add parameters, and you will see this guide on how to set up a custom URL. So like I say, you can set up a custom URL, and TrueProfit can track this URL and all of the data. So when you're setting up your ad campaigns, instead of adding the destination URL for your campaigns as your product page, you will set it up as a custom URL, and it will still go to your product page, but TrueProfit will be able to track all of the data for that particular URL. So that way, again, you'll get more accurate data for your campaigns, your ad sets, and your ads, even for particular products and ad campaigns. And this is much more accurate than using Meta Ads data. Meta Ads, as I say, sometimes will miss conversions. So if you had 50 sales in a day, it will only track 40 of them. So you can't really get a true picture of which of your ad sets, which of your campaigns, which of your ads is performing the best. So this is the best way to actually track all of that data as accurately as possible. So now that my ad channel has synced, if we go back to my dashboard, we can now see my total ad spend has been synced as well from my Meta Ads platform. If we scroll down to the bottom, you can see a monthly breakdown of all of your profits. So you can see all of the revenue that came in, your total ad spend, your net profit margin, and your cost of goods. So this is a really great way, again, to track your store's performance month by month and see which month is bringing you in the most profits. Next up, if you go to the P&L report, from here you can pick a particular time frame. So for example, if I just choose last year, then you can go and create a profit and loss sheet for that time frame. So as you can see, it will show you the gross sales, discounts, returns, revenue, cost of goods, shipping costs, so all of your expenses and all of your revenue, and you can go and generate a profit and loss sheet. This is really important if you want to sell your store. You can easily go and generate a profit and loss report, so you can go and display that to people that potentially want to purchase your store. You can also go and play with your cost of goods. So if we come into cost settings, you will see cost of goods, shipping costs, transaction fees, taxes paid. So you can go and edit any of these at any point. So if we go to cost of goods, for example, and from here, you can edit the cost of goods for any of your products. So if you just click on this little arrow, you can easily go and edit the cost of goods for your products. You can also go and edit the handling fees, and then it will show you a margin as well. If we come into the shipping costs, you can easily go and set up custom shipping costs for your product. If you come into transaction fees, you can go and set up the transaction fees for any of your payment gateways. Most of these should be done by default anyway. And then you've got some other stuff like taxes paid and custom costs. So for example, custom costs might be other apps that you use, and you want to put in the costs of those so you can accurately track your profits. Now, a couple of last things that I do want to mention. Firstly, is the TrueProfit mobile app, so you can track your store's profits on the go. So as you can see here, it will say Get Mobile App in the top right hand corner. So you can just click on this. And from here, if we scroll down, you can simply scan this QR code on your mobile, and then you can download the TrueProfit mobile app. And that way you can track all of your store's profits on the go just by having a look at the mobile app. So now that I've shown you how to accurately track profits for your Shopify dropshipping business, we can move on to the next part of the tutorial. So welcome to the scaling module, and in this module I'm going to be going over all of the key components that you need to consider when you are trying to scale your store. But the first thing I do want to mention is don't be overwhelmed when it comes to scaling. So you might think scaling is going to be a bit scary. You're going to be seeing so many orders coming in. You're going to be seeing high numbers on your store, high numbers of cash going out of your bank account, spending on ads, going to your supplier and things like that. But if you go through everything in this module and go through all of the lessons, you'll see that scaling isn't scary. It's actually the exciting part of dropshipping. This is the reason why you got into dropshipping, because you want to scale your store. This is where you're going to see the big profits. So don't be scared, be excited that you can actually scale your store and start to see some significant profits. And just keep that in mind when you are scaling your stores. You will inevitably run into some problems, and that's completely part of business. So just keep that in mind. If you ever do go through a moment where things are feeling a little bit tough, a little bit overwhelming when you are scaling your stores, just remember this is the exact reason why you got into dropshipping, so you can scale your stores and start to see some significant profits. So now that I've got that out of the way, I am just going to go over the key components that you need to consider when you are scaling your stores, and then in the next lessons I will break these down individually. So firstly, you can see on the screen we have 7 steps to scaling your stores, and I have just gone and rated them with a difficulty rating of how difficult they actually are. So firstly, you have increasing your ad budgets when you are scaling. So you will basically just be increasing your ad budgets. It's not rocket science. When you are scaling your stores, all you're doing is just increasing your ad budgets so you can spend more on ads in order to get more sales. So if you're on $100 a day, you might increase to $150, then you might increase to $200, all the way up to you are spending thousands of dollars a day on ads. Now, like I say, increasing ad budgets is super easy. You just go into your ads manager and you just increase the budget. It's not rocket science. So I'll be showing you how to do that in the next lessons. Next, you have cash flow, and this can be a little bit more tricky. So this actually ties in with increasing your ad budgets. And cash flow is basically making sure that the money goes from your ad account to your payment processor, so either Shopify payments or PayPal, into your bank account, to your suppliers, and then the rest back onto ads, so you can continue the cycle of scaling, spending more on ads, getting more sales, giving it to your supplier, spending more on ads, getting more sales, and so on. So like I say, that can be a little bit tricky, and of course I will be going over that in the next lessons to show you how you can actually manage cash flow in a better way. But when you are scaling, it is better to have some savings. So if you are thinking about scaling, or you're not even at that level of scaling yet, but you're just watching these lessons, just bear in mind that when you are scaling, you should have a little bit of cash reserved. You should have some cash saved before you actually start scaling. That's going to make things so much easier for you in terms of managing cash flow. So if you've got $3-4 grand saved that you can continuously spend on ads, that's going to make cash flow much easier. But like I say, I'll be going into that in more detail in the next lessons. Next up, you have customer service. I put this as medium. So basically with customer service, the more sales you make, the more emails you're going to get, the more refunds you're going to get, more things to deal with on the customer service side of things. Again, it's fairly simple to deal with. I'll be showing you how to do that in the lessons. It usually just comes down to hiring a virtual assistant to deal with that for you. But one thing to bear in mind is in the beginning, when you are selling, if you get to maybe, let's say, 400 or 500 sales and 50 to 100 customers have already asked for a refund, then don't scale the product. If you can already see early signs that the product is poor quality and a lot of customers are asking for refunds, then you're not going to want to scale the product. Go back to the drawing board and either find a new supplier that can source you the product with better quality, and make sure you inspect the product first to make sure the quality is actually better, or you're going to want to start finding a new product to sell. Because like I say, if you're already dealing with a lot of refunds early on in the scaling journey, then it's just going to get worse. If you've sold 500 of a product and 50 people have asked for a refund, imagine you've sold 10,000 of a product, how many refunds you're going to get. And that can be tricky, because that's when you can actually start losing a lot of money. So that's just something to bear in mind with customer service. See early signs of problems before you actually start scaling. Like I say, I put it medium category because it can really depend on the product that you are selling and the quality of the product and the types of customers that you are getting as well. But in terms of if you have everything down, the product quality is good, you're not seeing a lot of signs of refunds and things like that, customer service can be fairly simple. You just need to hire a VA. Now, next up, you have decreasing the cost of goods and decreasing your shipping times. Super easy. I'll be showing you some suppliers where you can try to source your products for cheaper and with faster shipping times. And you can go and connect those suppliers to your Shopify store So you still can automate the fulfillment process, and all of the tracking numbers and everything like that will be sent out to your customers, just how they are done with DSs and CJ dropshipping. So don't worry about that. But the thing is, with some of these private dropshipping agents, you need to have a certain amount of orders coming in every day for them to want to work with you. So for it to be worth their time. So that's why I recommend, as a beginner, use AliExpress CJ dropshipping, so you can start to get some consistent sales in. And then when you are scaling, you'll be looking at decreasing your cost of goods and decreasing your shipping times so that you can get faster shipping. And I'll be showing you some dropshipping agents that you can source your products with. Next up, you have increasing your average order value. So this is really, when you're scaling, where you can actually start to introduce bundles and upsells. So I'll be showing you how to set those up on your stores. Again, super easy to go and set those up and to start to increase your average order value, so you can actually bring in more revenue on your store. More revenue means more profits, which means you can scale quicker. And then you have testing new creatives and new audiences. Again, super easy. I'll be showing you how to do this in the lessons. It really just comes down to creating new campaigns with new ad creatives and testing new audiences. Very simple, and you can see what works. And if it works, you can continue to scale those campaigns as well. And then last but not least, you have white labeling, branding, or sometimes known as private labeling as well. Again, super easy. So when I show you how to decrease your cost of goods with dropshipping agents, most of those agents will be able to private label or brand the product. So that basically just means putting your logo on the product, or in some cases, just putting your logo on the packaging. So white labeling is usually the process of just putting your logo on the packaging. Private labeling is where you put your logo on the product and on the packaging. So of course, it's going to be slightly more expensive to put your logo on the product. So it really just depends if you want to private label. Depends how high you've actually scaled your store, how fast you've scaled your store. If you're building a brand around your store, you're going to want to brand it and white label it or private label it at some point. Like I say, super easy with most dropshipping agents. They'll be able to set that up for you. So that is basically an overview of the scaling module. So now we can actually start getting into the nitty gritty, and you can start with the first lesson, which will be increasing budgets. When it comes to increasing budgets on your ad campaigns, it really is fairly simple. Now, this is going to be kind of a boring lesson, so you might want to watch it on 1.5 times speed or something, because like I say, it's not going to be super exciting, but I do want to go through every single day of a scaling campaign with you, just so you can see exactly how it looks in terms of scaling a budget. So we are going to look at November last year. So this is Q4, one of the biggest months of the year where you will be scaling your stores. So if we just go to November the 1st to the 30th, you can have a look at how this store was actually scaled. So you can see started off at very low revenue and scaled all the way up to $66,000. And then the scaling continued all the way through December as well. So if we go over to December, you can see another 110,000, sort of all the way up to mid-December. But we will just go through November, because this is basically where we scaled from very low revenue all the way to fairly high revenue, and then that revenue sort of just continued through December as well. So I'm going to show you the ad accounts and also the revenue, so you can see how simple it is when you're actually increasing your ad budgets, when you can see a campaign is working. So if we just come over to the ad campaigns, I am just going to choose the 1st to the 30th, and we will just go and hit update. So you will see during this period, 17K spent, 66K brought in. Then obviously if you minus off the cost of goods and everything like that, you can of course go and watch the case study lessons if you want to see the profit. But what I want to show you in this lesson is how to actually scale. So we will just go to the first day. Let's go to the first day of November. You can see 274 brought in. Now if we actually go and have a look at the first day on the ads manager, let's go and hit update. You can see we started off at $100 a day. So you might be thinking, you firstly might be thinking, when should I actually start to increase the budgets? Well, if you're seeing some traction, like I showed you in the last module, and you're seeing some consistent sales, then you are just going to want to increase the budgets. This is basically where scaling starts. You've seen some traction, you've got about 40, 50 orders in a week, and now you're starting to scale the budgets. So this is basically where you are right now. What should I actually do? Like I say, it's super simple. It's not rocket science. All you're doing is just increasing the budgets. Super, super simple. Now, obviously there are a few things to consider, which I'm about to go through. because there are going to be ebbs and flows. There is going to be some, it will be volatile. Meta can be volatile when you are scaling. So that's just something to bear in mind. Meta can be very volatile whilst it's still building data, but the more data it builds, the more sales it can get. So I probably have mentioned this throughout the course so far, but I really want to drum this into your brain. It's like a snowball effect. The more sales it gets, the more sales it can find. That's how Meta works, until basically, you've exhausted all of your options, either with a creative or just with the product in general, and it won't be able to find any more sales anymore. Then you need to try a new audience, new creatives, or new products. But you're way far off at that point at the moment. You've just started scaling. So like I say, you can see that your campaign's doing fairly well. You've had quite a few consistent days. So from here, you are just increasing the budget. So if you have a look at the first day here, $100 spent and $275 brought in. Let's have a look at the second day. And just bear in mind, like I showed you, we've scaled this over a month, all the way from $274 on the first day, all the way up to $10,000 on the 30th day. So this can easily be scaled in under a month. So here's the second day. We hit update. $100 again, left it at the same budget. We'll come to the second and hit apply. You could see pretty bad day. Spent $100, brought in $100 in revenue, but obviously minus cost of goods and everything, this is actually a loss. So second day we're in loss. Let's come to the third day. Hit update. We scale back down to $75. So we were on $100, scaled down to $75 because we were in a loss, right? So second day we performed badly, we scale back down. So if you perform badly, you can always scale back down. You don't have to scale back down massively, just scale back down a little bit. So now we'll go to the third day. We can see we scale back down to $75. Again, we just brought in 2 sales, $100 brought in again. Let's go to the fourth day. And I'm basically going to do this for every single day so you can see exactly how much was spent and how you can increase your budget. So like I say, it might be a little bit of a boring lesson, but you're definitely going to take away a lot of information. So this is the fourth day. You can see we scale back down again because this day we spent 75, we only brought in 2 sales, $100, still not profitable. So we scale back down to $50. So this is the fourth. So let's come over to the fourth and we'll just choose the fourth and hit apply. You might hear a helicopter in the background, so just ignore that flying overhead. So as you can see, $50 spent, $75 brought in. Not a good day again, only 1 sale, not profitable. So basically you're just using common sense to up the budgets and to decrease the budgets. You're just using common sense. If you break even, just leave the budget as it is. Now, if you just make slight loss or slight profit, you can leave the budget as it is again. So you'll see that throughout this lesson. So the fourth, like I said, we're on $50 a day. Let's go to the fifth. We hit the fifth, hit update. We still left it at $50 a day because this day we didn't make any profit. We didn't make a huge loss either. So we just left it at $50 a day. You could see this day 1 sale brought in, $60. So another poor day. Just bear in mind, like I said to you in the previous module, if you can ride out this wave of ebbs and flows, ups and downs, where some days you're getting profit, some days you're getting losses, you're scaling up, you're scaling down. If you can ride this wave out, just bear in mind that Meta is collecting data, and you're going to see evidence of that in a moment. Meta is collecting data. It is finding the customers for you. The more data it gets, the easier it can find the customers for you. So that's what I really want you to take away from this lesson. Don't want you to give up too early, because you will see ups and downs, ups and downs. As long as you don't get too much into loss, you can start to scale your store. So on the 5th, we were still at $50 per day. We had another bad performing day. So let's go to the 6th. We hit update. You can say I scaled down. We've had some really bad performing days, last couple of days. So I scaled down $30 a day. We can come over to the 6th, hit apply, and you can see $30 a day, another bad day, pretty much break even, possibly even a bit of loss. So now we can come back to, let's go to the 7th. So pretty much at this time, we've had a week of kind of poor performance, not really any profit, pretty much losses, but not massive losses at this point. But you could see on this day, we spent $30. And let's go to the 7th and hit apply. And you can see this day, finally, we can see some increases. So only 2 sales, but the average order value is slightly higher. And of course, we only spent $30 on ads this day. So this day was actually profitable. So now we can come over to the 8th. If we hit update, still stayed around $25, $30 a day. So just letting it stabilize. Some days you can just let it stabilize. Of course, it depends on how much cash you have to spend as well. So you can see this day here, not really great, $99 brought in. But again, we've decreased the budget. So it's still profitable, very just slightly. Now we can come to the 9th, hit update. Still the same, $25 per day. Let's go to the 9th. And you can see on the 9th, we got $200 brought in, 4 sales. So finally, just going to drill this into your brain. Meta is collecting data. As you can see, we've spent $25 only on ads on this day. Because it's collected so much data over the last 9 days, it's finally been able to find 4 customers. Pretty good day, $25 spent, $200 brought in. So now let's go to the 10th. I'm sure you can guess what happened on the 10th. Right, so we've got $25 again, letting it stabilize. So, I was probably slightly reserved with this. You can be a bit more aggressive than this. So I probably, in hindsight now, I would have put the budget up at this point. So now we can hit apply. And you can see, again, a really good day this day. $175 brought in, 3 sales. So now we can go to the 11th. Let's hit the 11th. And, of course, increase the budget again, back to $50. Because 3 days in a row at $25 have performed well. So now up to $50. So you really are just using common sense. If you're making profits, increase the budget. If you're making losses, decrease the budget. If you're breaking even, let the budget stay as it is. So we've increased the budget to $50 a day now because we had 3 good days in a row. So now let's have a look at how this day performed once we increase the budget. And you can see it's kind of stabilized, $200. Not too bad. Let's go to the 12th. Hit update. You can see still at $50 a day because this day was kind of average. Now let's go to the 12th. You could see, wow. So on this day, and this is all part of collecting the data. So because Meta has collected the data over the past 12 days, we started on the 1st all the way up to the 12th. Now, once we've spent $50, it has been able to find 9 customers, right? $500 brought in nearly. If we compare that to the first day where we spent $100, we only brought $100 in. So a lot of people will just see that and think, oh, well, this is not going to be profitable, and they just give up. So that's why I always say, give it a little bit of time. If you're not going too far into loss, you will be collecting data. And you're basically paying for that data. So don't see it as a loss. You're basically paying to get that data. So in the future, you can find customers easier. So just think of it as an investment. You're paying for the data, so later on, you can get your profits back. So we're on the 12th now. Let's go over to the 13th. So we're at $50 a day. Let's go to the 13th. And now we've put it all the way back up to $100 a day. And of course, that's because it performed so well on this day. Really good profits this day. So we've just doubled the budget. So now we can come to the 13th. We can see how this day performed. So it didn't perform as well as the $50 a day previously, but when you increase your budgets, it can take a few days again to optimize and to stabilize. So just bear that in mind as well. That's another key takeaway from this lesson. It can take a few days when you're increasing your budgets to stabilize and optimize. So now on the 13th, still a pretty good day, considering $100 spent. Let's go to the 14th. So this is where we actually started to scale, right? So it's taken pretty much 2 weeks. 2 weeks of collecting data, ups and downs, profits and losses, to finally get to the point now where we're actually going to scale the ad budgets. Now you're probably thinking, how much should I actually scale the ad budgets by? And there isn't really one set rule. It really just depends on how much you have to spend on your ad campaigns, how much cash that you have that you can increase your ad budgets by. So you will see some of the increases here can be quite erratic, but I recommend, if you are feeling a bit confused, just go for the 20% rule. So I know I mentioned in the last previous module to just increase the budget by how much profit you made the day before. But once you start going into really high ad spends, that can be a little bit confusing, right? So once you start going to, past $300 a day in ad spend, then you can just follow the 20% rule. So basically the 20% rule is you're just adding 20% per day. So if we just start on, let's say you're on $300 a day and one day is profitable, then you can just increase your budget by 20%. Once you start getting even higher, once you start getting to, let's say $1,000 a day in ad spend, you can really start to increase your ad spend quite aggressively. So you can go from $1,000 a day to $1,500 a day to $2,000 a day, all the way up to $2,500, $3,000 per day. Like I say, of course, it really does depend on cash flow as well, which I will go over in the next lessons. If you don't have enough cash flow to increase your budgets that high, then just don't increase them that high. It's really simple as that. If you don't have the cash flow coming in to spend on the ads, then don't increase the ad campaigns to that high. It just means you, of course, won't be able to scale the store as high as it possibly could go. But if you don't have the cash flow, you don't have the cash flow. There's really nothing that you can do about it. You just need to scale a bit slower. So when you're scaling slower, just use the 20% rule. So always, of course, round it up as well. So let's say now we're on $360 a day. We have a profitable day. We can add 20% again. And you're not going to set your budget to 432, so just set it to 440. Just round it up. So now let's just say we're on 440. Have another profitable day. We add 20%. And now we're on 530. So you can always use that rule if you're feeling a bit confused, a bit overwhelmed about how much you should increase your budget by. Just use the 20% rule once you start getting into the higher numbers. Like I say, when you're in the smaller numbers, you can just use the previous day's profit. So if you've made $30 the previous day, just increase it by $30. Once you start getting into the higher numbers, the 20% rule is slightly better because you're going to be making higher profits, and the profits are going to be slightly more erratic. So it's going to get a little bit confusing by how much you should increase your budget. So hopefully that makes sense. Let's go back to the campaigns. So now you can see, like I said, on the 14th day, we finally started to actually look to scale this product. So we finally put it up to $150 in a day. So now if we come over here, let's go to the 14th, and you can see what a massive increase, right? $800 in a day, 14 sales. So now this is where the scaling can really begin. Let's go to the 15th, all the way up to 250. Like I say, this really comes down to cash flow. So you might think that's quite a big jump from $150 a day to $250 a day in ad spend. But if you've got the cash reserves, you might as well do it. So there were some good savings that were used to actually increase these budgets. But if you don't have those savings, those cash reserves, then you're just going to want to increase your budgets slightly slower than this. So you're going to see now some quite aggressive scaling. We've gone to $250. So now let's come over here. Let's go to the 15th. And as you can see, $1,400, almost doubled in revenue. Not quite, but almost. Now we can come over to the 16th. And as you can see, up to $300 a day now. And if we come over to the 16th here. So like you can see, it really is that simple when it comes to scaling with your ad budgets. You're just putting your ad budgets up. Once you've got enough data and the sales start coming in, theoretically, the more you increase your ad budgets, the more revenue you should see. Of course, like I say, it can be volatile. It takes some days to stabilize when you're increasing your budgets. So as you can see, we've gone to $300 a day now. It's pretty much stayed the same revenue. So still stabilizing, still optimizing to the new budget. Now, if we come to the 17th, we've gone to 350. Now, another thing you might be thinking is, if you had 2 days in a row where your revenue was the same, why are you still scaling if you can see that it's not optimized and stabilized? Well, the main reason is these days are still profitable. So if you're still making good profits and your days are still profitable, even if so let's just say, for example, on the 14th was a good profitable day, and then on the 15th was a good profitable day, and then on the 16th, so 15th was a good profitable day, increased the budgets, and it was a similar revenue, but it was still a good profitable day. Hence why increasing the ad budget again. So you don't always need to make sure you're making a certain amount of profit to increase the budgets. If you're making profit, increase the budgets. It's really that simple. You're chasing the profits. So if you're making profits, increase the budgets. So the 16th wasn't as much profit as the 15th, but it was still profitable, hence increasing the budget again. So now we can see on the 17th, the budget is up to 350. So we can come over to the 17th. And as you can see, another big day, 1700. Now let's go over to, so now I'm just basically going to show you the rest of the month. So we'll just go to the 18th. You can see 350 again, letting it stabilize and hit apply. Now, another thing you're probably thinking is, well, you just literally said, if you're seeing profits, increase the budget. And now you can see that I've done 2 days, 350, 350. But again, this comes down to cash flow. So you can only increase the budget if you have the cash. So let it stabilize again for another day, 350. This day wasn't as good. Now let's move over to the 19th. And you can see we're on 360 now. So just increasing the ad budget a little bit. Like I say, again, managing that cash flow. So now we can come to the 19th. Still a pretty good day. So these are still all profitable days. So now we can come over to the 20th and you can see again 350. So this period here, like I say, is all about cash flow. You can see we haven't increased the budgets for about 4 days in a row now, and they've still been profitable. So I know I mentioned earlier, if you have the profitable days, increase the budgets, but of course you need the cash flow to do it. So you can see this as a prime example of that. 4 days in a row of good profits, but not increasing the budgets due to cash flow. So now we can come back over here. You can see the cash flow is probably coming at this point. Not quite, not yet. So we're still on 350. So now let's go to the 21st. You can see another good day, really good profitable day here. Finally hit a 2K day. So I would assume that the cash flow is probably coming at this point. Let's see. So yeah, you can see. So now after 5 days, cash flow has come in. So basically from the payment processors into the bank account, gone out to the suppliers, fees have been taken away, and now spend the rest back on ads to continue scaling. So back up to about 415 now. So now we can come back over here on the 22nd, hit apply. And as you can see, now we've got $1,100. So it's gone down quite significantly. So as I've mentioned, it can take time to stabilize, to optimize on higher budgets. And you really are just going to have to roll with it pretty much when you are scaling. So you will, of course, inevitably have some bad days. It just happens. It's part of business. So you can see only $1,100 after scaling up. But if you have a look on the 23rd, you can see we've gone up to 470 now. And let's go to the 23rd and hit apply. And you can see almost back to a 2K day here. So now let's go to the 24th. And just bear in mind that when you're scaling, cash flow does get easier because all of the profit that you're making, you can continue to stack that profit, and then you can go and bump that back into ads. So as you can see here, this is a prime example of that. Stacked all of the profits from the last 12 or 13 days and basically doubled the ad budget here. So as you can see, if we come to the 23rd, ad budget is on 470, gone all the way up to 920. And that's basically an accumulation of 13 days profit, but waiting for that cash flow to come in. So now we can aggressively scale again. So now we're on 920. So this is where you should see some big revenue coming in. So let's go to the 24th. You can see a 4K day here. Really good day. And as I mentioned, it is a snowball effect with ads. The more you spend on ads, the more profit you can make, and the more of that profit you can put back into ads to make more profits. So let's go and have a look at the 25th now. As a matter of fact, what are we on? We're on the 24th. Yep. So let's look at the 25th. So now the budget has gone all the way up to $1,300. And if we go and have a look at the 25th here and hit apply, you can see again another good day, 4.5K. If we come to the 26th, $1,600 now. So this is really aggressive scaling. You don't necessarily need to do this. This can be kind of risky. It depends how risk adverse you are. You can scale slowly. You can scale aggressively if you want to. If you've got the cash reserves and you have the money in your account to spend on the ads, you can go for it. Of course, like I say, it can be risky, but that's business. If you want to take the risk, then you could end up with the reward. So $1,700 almost spent. Let's go over to the 26th, hit apply. You can see 6.5K, another really big day, even bigger profits. And now if we come over to the 27th, hit apply, $1,800. So you can see it's just going up and up. And now we can go to the 27th. And you can see another 6.5K day. So increased the budgets, but pretty much stayed the same revenue. And now if we go to the 28th, we're all the way up to $2,250 in daily ad spend. So now we can come back over here. Now, one thing I should mention, actually, if we come back, one of these days we duplicated the campaign to another country. So let me just go back to, let's say, the 23rd. Let's have a look. So yes, you can see the big jump to the 24th where the ad spend went massively up. Let's have a look. The 25th, let's see. So yes, you can see on the 25th, duplicated the campaign and started running it to a new country. So that's why you can see that towards the end of this month, the budgets were getting so high because we're running 2 campaigns and both of them are starting to become profitable. So you can see on this day, this one wasn't that profitable, only spent $300 on it. So basically just duplicated the campaign, and all we done is just change the country from Australia to New Zealand. So everything else is the same. And of course, just gone and changed the ad copy. So just tailored the ad copy from Australia to New Zealand. So let's go back to which day were we on? We were on the 27th. So let's go over to the 28th and hit update. So now you can see 2,250, and if we come to the 28th and hit apply, and you can see we've got 7.5K this day. Again, another really good day. And let's go to the 29th, hit update, and you can see up to 2.6K now. So let's come over to the 28th, and you can see almost a 10K day. And then finally, on the last day of the month, if we go and have a look at the 30th, we can go and hit update, still around 2.5K. And finally on the 30th, hit apply, you can see a 10K day. So that's basically the whole 30 days of scaling that you've just seen and how the ad budgets have been increased. You are just using common sense, like I say, bit of trial and error. If you have a profitable day, increase. If you have a break-even day, stay the same. If you have a bad day, decrease. And you're just going like that until you're increasing the budgets to such a high amount that you are bringing in big numbers. Now, in the next lesson, I am going to go over cash flow because managing all of this is the tricky part. Actually, just increasing the budgets is not hard. All you have to do is just come into your ads account and just go and increase the budget. So if we just come into the ad set, you can just go and simply increase the budget. So if we just scroll across, you can see the daily budget here. You just click on the daily budget and simply just increase it. Super easy. That's not the hard part. The hard part is managing the cash flow. Now, you might be thinking, well, what actually is cash flow? You keep mentioning it, but what actually is it? Well, it's basically just to make sure that the process of spending on Meta to get sales, which then go into your payment processor, Shopify Payments or PayPal, and then goes to your bank account. From your bank account, you pay your suppliers, and whatever is left over, you spend back on Meta ads. That's basically cash flow. I will go over that in the next lessons so you can get a basic idea of how to manage that. But as you can see, increasing the budgets is super simple. All you're doing is just using common sense. So hopefully that does show you how easy it is to actually scale in terms of increasing the budgets, and makes you slightly less scared to actually scale, because I know a lot of beginners, they are scared to scale their stores, or you might be a bit nervous, a little bit apprehensive, because you're going to have all of these orders to process and all this money coming out of your bank account and going into your bank account. But don't worry too much. Like I say, this is the reason why you got into dropshipping. So you've basically just seen a whole journey of 30 days of going from first day, $274, all the way to a 10K day. And if we have a look at the month overall, 66K. Now, obviously, this basically just continued throughout December. So if we just go to December, I'm not going to make this lesson super boring by showing you every single day of December, because it's essentially the same thing, pretty much just leaving the budgets. Now, you'll see that we're scaling down in December. This is a really another important thing that I should mention in this lesson is scaling down. You need to scale down as well. So in terms of scaling down is the same process as scaling up. All you're doing then is just decreasing the budgets slowly, slowly, slowly. Why would anyone ever want to scale down? Well, in Q4, you scale down because of shipping times. So you can see here on the 10th, we really started to scale down. And that's because you don't want customers purchasing products that they're not going to receive if they've purchased it as a gift for Christmas. So if they're purchasing so you can see on the 10th, we kind of really scaled down quite a lot. You can see here we started to scale down. And that's because we don't want to send out too many orders for people who might not get the product at Christmas time. And that also ties in with your supplier. If you're overworking your supplier, it means the processing times are going to be slightly longer. They might mess orders up. Inevitably, it just happens. If you're processing 200, 300 orders a day, some of them are going to be processed late. Some of them are going to take longer. Some of them are going to get lost. Some people might get the wrong order, things like that. It's just human error. There's not much you can do about it. So if you're scaling towards Christmas time, and people usually will be ordering as a gift, they will want that gift on the 25th. So you can see here, if we just go back to, let's just say the 21st, this is pretty much the last day of selling. And then you can see it's nothing after that. And that's basically because customers want these products as gifts. So in terms of scaling down, usually around Q4, you will want to start scaling down in mid-December. Depending on your shipping times and your processing times of your supplier, you will generally tend to want to start scaling down at least 10 days before Christmas, because you want your products to get to your customers in time for Christmas. Otherwise, you can get a huge amount of refunds in January, and that's really going to eat into the profits for the month. And I've done that on a store before. I got really greedy and I scaled all the way up to even Christmas Day. And then when it came to January, I had to process loads and loads of refunds, and January was basically a massive minus month. So just loads of refunds on the store. So you really don't want to do that. So in terms of scaling, another important lesson is just remember to also scale down at important moments. Now, if you have a product where you've started scaling earlier than Q4, then you can just continue to scale it as much as you can, all the way through to Q4 just before Christmas, where you might want to scale down again. And scaling down is super simple again. In terms of the ad budgets, you're just decreasing them daily. That's basically it. Just bringing them down. And if you really want to just be that aggressive, you can just cut them off. That's another simple way to do it. But I always think it's good, to scale them down so you can still get some orders in and give your supplier enough time to still be able to process those orders slightly easier towards Christmas or whatever event it might be. If it's Black Friday, or if it's Valentine's Day, or if it's Mother's Day or Father's Day, if it's a gifting product, something like that, where if it's for a specific day, then you're going to want to scale down. So now we can move on to the next lesson, which is managing cash flow. So in this lesson, we're going to be talking about managing cash flow when you are scaling. So as you've just seen in the last lesson, we were scaling the ad budgets, and the ad budgets got quite high, around $2,500, close to $3,000 a day. So imagine that's $3,000 a day coming out of your bank account. That's a lot of money. That's not an average normal amount of money to be spending every single day. So the first thing is, when it comes to scaling and cash flow, you're going to want to ring your bank, because you're going to want to notify them that there's going to be a lot of cash coming out of my bank account, and there's going to be a lot of cash going into my bank account. So you can explain to them, I run a business, I sell online. This is one of our busy periods of the year. We're starting to scale the store, and we're going to be spending a lot on, tell them, the ads platform. So if it's Meta Ads, you're going to see a lot of money coming out for Meta Ads, because when you are spending, sometimes your bank accounts, especially here in the UK, they will always try to confirm your transactions. And if you make big transactions, they will ring you up and ask you, was this you? They'll send you texts confirming yes or no, have you spent this cash? You don't want to keep dealing with that on a regular basis if you're constantly trying to scale and spend money on ads. And the same if a lot of money is coming into your bank account suddenly out of nowhere. The bank is going to be notified of this. They're going to think it's suspicious. They might think you're doing money laundering. So definitely ring the bank first and just let them know that I'm scaling my store. I own a business where I sell online. This is our busy period of the year. we're going to be spending a lot on marketing, and we're also expecting to see a lot of cash come in. Just have that discussion with them so that they have been notified. It is on your file, so that way they know that you're going to be seeing a lot of cash coming in and out of your bank, and they can probably offer you some things to help you with that as well. So like I say, so you don't need to keep verifying transactions and all of these types of things. And of course, so they don't shut your bank account down. If you keep spending lots of cash on ads and you're also going to be sending cash to your suppliers, they won't keep getting notified of this, that it could be fraud. And also they're not going to think that you're money laundering or doing something illegal when they see loads of money coming into your bank. So that's the first thing that you should consider. Ring your bank, let them know what's going on so they are aware of this. Next up, you can see that we actually have, this is the cash flow diagram. So I just wanted to mention that first, and now we can have a look at the cash flow diagram. So what actually is cash flow? So you're spending on ads, and from ads, people are making purchases on your store. And then when people make a purchase from your store, that money goes into your payment gateway. So that could be Shopify payments, that could be PayPal, whichever payment processor that you are using. Then the money goes from your payment processor into your bank account. But this can actually take a few days. So with Shopify payments and PayPal, it can take a few days to get the money from your payment processor into your bank account. So those few days whilst you're waiting, you still need to be processing the orders. So you still need to be paying your supplier in order to process the orders, and you'll also be going to be spending on ads as well. So that is why I say when you do start scaling, or if you're ready to start scaling, you should have some money saved so that you can continually spend on ads and increase the ad budgets, and you can continue to pay your suppliers whilst you're waiting for this money to come from your payment processes into your bank accounts. Now, of course, you do have a few options here. You can get a credit card. However, that does have some risks that come with it, because that means you're getting into debt to pay your ads and your suppliers. And if you do get a hold here, then you're still going to have to pay that debt off. So if you get a credit card where you need to pay a minimum amount to keep up with the payments, then that could potentially work. But if you have a 6-month hold on your cash, then that could be very risky. So I think it's best to have some savings. These could be some savings that you made when you initially started selling the product, or perhaps you have a job and you already have some savings in your account. If you don't have any savings, you really are going to want to scale super slowly. Of course, that means you're not going to make as much profit. Inevitably, that's just common sense. The slower you scale, the less profits you will make. But if you try to scale really fast and you don't have cash left over and saved, you're going to run into a lot of headaches. And those headaches are mainly going to be, you're not going to be able to pay your suppliers in order for them to process the orders. And because you can't process the orders on time, you're going to get more customers complaining and refunding. So that's one big thing to think about, because the money basically is taking, let's say, 2 to 4 days to go into your bank, so then you can pay your suppliers. Well, that's 2 to 4 days where your products are not being processed and fulfilled. And then once you actually pay the supplier, then you're going to have to wait another 1 to 3 days for them to process the order and then ship it out. So you're basically adding on an extra 2, sometimes it can take longer, it can take 5 days. You're basically adding on an extra 2 to 5 days to your customers' waiting times. And like I say, that's of course going to cause you more customer service emails, possibly more refunds. The second thing is you're not going to be able to increase your ad budgets as quickly. So just think of it this way. Let's say your ad spend is on $2,000 a day. Let's just say, for example, and you bring in $5,000, right? So now you've got $5,000 in here. Take away the processing fees. You've got $4,850 hits your bank account. And then you go and give your supplier $2,000, let's say. So now you're left with $2,850. So now you can put this budget up to $2,850. That's basically how cash flow works. So you started on $2,000 per day, and then you've gone to $2,850 once you've gone round in this cycle, because that's what you're left with. However, it's taken you 5 days to get all the way back round to spend $2,850. And within those 5 days, if you're set at $2,000 a day, that means that you would have also spent another $8,000, let's just say, or let's say 4 days. You would have spent another $8,000 because you're set at $2,000 per day before you can scale to $2,850. But if you don't have the cash to spend $2,000 a day, you're basically scaling back down. or you're going to put your ads on hold if you don't have any cash. You're going to put your ads off, which means you're not bringing in any more cash, and then you've just shut off the entire cash flow. And then that's where you run into big problems. Your business is in big danger there to not be able to continuously go around this cycle in order to actually scale. So what can you actually do? I'm telling you all of these bad things. What can you actually do? If you don't have cash reserved saved up, you need to scale slowly. So basically you start on, let's say you've got $1,000 in your bank. You start on $200 a day. So $200 a day brings you in, let's say, $600 in sales. These are just hypothetical numbers just to give you an idea of how it works. So $200 a day brings you in $600. Then after payment processes, you get, let's just say, $580. So you've got $580. You give your supplier another $200. That leaves you with $380. And then you can go and increase your budget to $300 a day. However, that whole process takes about 5 days, let's say, to go around in that complete cycle. So you would have been spending $200 a day, which means you would need about $1,000 in your bank. So if you've got about $1,000, you can start, and then you can slowly start to increase the budgets as that cycle goes round and round and round. You're basically just going to have to do it slowly. You're just going to have to increase the budgets every 5-6 days. Of course, like I say, with the snowball effect, it does get easier because you get more money going into your bank account. So if you're increasing slowly, if let's say the first day you go around this cycle, you've got an extra $300 or $400 to put into ads. And then the second time, because you've put an extra $300 into ads, the second time you go around the cycle, then you've got an extra $500 to put into ads. The third time you go around the cycle, because you've spent $500 extra on ads, now you've got an extra $800. And every time you go around this cycle, you've got more money to spend on ads. Like I say, if you're waiting every time to get that cash, then you're going to have to scale a bit slower. So if you do have money to start with, then you're going to be able to scale much quicker. So that's why, as I mentioned in the first lesson, cash flow can be kind of tricky. Of course, if you do have some cash reserves to start with before you start scaling, it's going to be much easier. So if you've got $5,000 in your bank when you get to scaling, then you'll be able to scale no problem, nice and easy, because whilst you're waiting for the money to come round, you can use that $5,000 to process the orders, to spend more on ads, and then you basically just get the ball rolling, and it's super easy to just keep going round and round then. Of course, if you're starting with a very low budget, just scale slowly. That's the best advice I can give to you. As I mentioned, means you're going to probably make less profit with scaling, but profit is profit. If you're making profit and you started with a small budget, then you should still be happy. The second thing that you can use, which is just a small trick, is if you are using PayPal, it really depends on where you're based, because some countries you can't use Shopify payments, or PayPal is the only processor maybe that you have access to, things like that. If you are using PayPal, you can connect your PayPal to your Meta Ads account, and you can also send money from PayPal to your suppliers if they accept PayPal. And that basically just means that your money, you're not waiting for your money to go from PayPal to your bank, and your money won't get stuck within PayPal, because every time you need to spend for your business, if you're spending on ads or if you're sending your money to your suppliers, you're sending it straight from your PayPal account. So if your PayPal account for whatever reason does get frozen and does get a hold where they hold your cash, you won't have too much cash in your PayPal account because you've continuously been spending it on ads and sending it to your suppliers. Now, the last thing to mention, I guess, is what happens if you do get a hold on one of your payment gateways where they hold your money. Now, thankfully for me, that's never happened. I've never had a significant hold where they've had loads of money in one of the payment processors for 6 months and where they hold it and check your whole business. And I think the main reason behind that is because of customer service. So if you really want to keep the cash flow going, you really just need to make sure that you don't get a hold in this area here within your payment processes. And to minimize the risk of getting a hold on your payment processes, the main thing you can do is just make sure you have really, really good customer service. If somebody asks for a refund, just refund them. Don't go back and forth and argue with them for for a $50 item that could end up in the long run causing you to destroy your whole business. Just refund them. Right? If you make a few losses here and there on refunds, don't worry about it. Think of it in the grand scheme of things. You argue with 10 customers 10 customers make chargebacks and you get a hold when you could have just refunded $500 worth. Okay, you lose $500, big deal. You can still continue to scale your store and keep the cash flow going just for the sake of $500. So that's one thing to keep in mind with customer service. Treat your customers well. If something's going wrong, refund them, offer them store credit, offer them another product, a replacement, whatever it is, keep your customers happy. If you keep your customers happy, you have a much less likely chance of getting a hold. So that's something to keep in mind. Keep your customers happy. Keep everything up to date. Keep your tracking numbers up to date. Answer your customers straight away, answer their emails and their messages on the same day that they send them to you. Don't leave them waiting for 1 to 3 days. You know what customers are like. People, if they send an email to a company that they don't really know that well, if you purchase off of Amazon, you might wait 1 to 3 days to hear back because Amazon are reputable, they're a big company, they're going to eventually reply. However, if you send an email to a website that you've never purchased before and you're not getting updates, you're basically just then going to go and contact your bank and say, I think I've been scammed. So answer them as quickly as possible. That's the most important thing. And I know this is the cash flow lesson, but this comes into cash flow. If you want to keep your cash flow going and you don't want your money to get held with your payment processors, you want to make sure that your customer service is spot on. So treat your customers well. If they ask for an update on their order, answer them as quickly as possible. If they ask for a refund, refund them. If they ask for a replacement, replace the product. Do whatever it takes to keep them happy, because at the end of the day, if you don't keep your customers happy, you are going to run into problems. If you get a payment gateway hold, potentially your business is done. Okay. So that is basically it for this lesson. The main key takeaways from this lesson are: make sure that you notify your bank that there is going to be a lot of cash coming in and out of your bank account prior to scaling. If you have some cash reserves, you'll be able to scale much quicker. So try to get some cash reserves. If you don't have any cash reserves, then you're going to scale much slower. And make sure to keep your customers happy so that you don't get payment gateway holds. In this video, I'm going to be showing you how you can test new creatives for your product, and then how you can go and scale those creatives. So when you want to test new creatives, you are going to create a new campaign. So just click on Create New Campaign. You are going to choose a sales campaign again, and then click on Continue. Choose a manual sales campaign and click on Continue. You can name your campaign after the product. Just add creative testing, and then you can just go and add in the date that you started the creative testing. And then you can scroll down. Make sure you turn off Use a Catalog, because you are just going to be running the ads to your product pages. We're not going to turn on Advantage Campaign Budget on this one. So as I mentioned before, if you turn this on, it will be a CBO campaign. And as we've covered in the previous lesson, CBO means that Meta has the power to allocate the budget to the ad sets. But when you are testing creatives, you want to allocate the budget to each creative individually, depending on how they perform. So if you can see one ad creative is performing really well, then you can increase the budget and actually scale that ad creative. So we are going to leave this off and then click on Next. You can then name your ad set. Again, I recommend to go for a broad ad set, and then you are just going to test many different ad creatives against the same broad ad set. So we are just going to choose our broad ad set. We will come in here and we will go and select the pixel for our store. And then we are going to select the purchase event. So just go and choose the purchase event again. And then we can scroll down. You can go and choose your daily budget. Now, when it comes to testing creatives, I recommend to start on a smaller daily budget. So I know in the previous lessons I mentioned on your first test campaign, you are just going to set your daily budget to whatever you're selling your product for. But because now we are going to be adding multiple different ad sets to test multiple different creatives, you can just go and set your daily budget to something smaller, because you're going to be testing loads of different creatives at once. So you can go and set it to something small, for example, $20 per day or even $10 per day, depending on your budget. Then we can simply scroll down, and we are just going to leave everything else as the default, because it is going to be a broad ad set. So you can just go and choose the location that you want to target and leave everything else as the default. And then you can click on Next. From here, you can add the first ad creative that you want to test. So just name your ad creative, choose your Facebook page and Instagram account for your store, and then you can go and add your ad creative. So we are just going to go for single image or video. So we can come down, you can go to add media. We are going to click on add video. Now from here, you can go and add ad creatives that you are already using from your previous CBO testing campaign. And you can, of course, continue to scale that campaign as well. And then you can go and add your creatives from that campaign into the creative testing campaign. So this campaign is going to be strictly for creative testing. So you're going to test all of the creatives against each other. If you do have some creatives that are already performing from your original CBO test campaign, you can add those creatives into this campaign as well and continue to scale them here as well. And you can, of course, go and upload new creatives that you want to test as well. So I'm just going to go and choose this video, for example, and click on next. We're not going to crop the video, so we will just click on next, and we will click on next again, and we are going to click on done. You can go and add in the copy for your ad, so the primary text, headline, and description, the same way that we done when we created the first campaign. And then you can, of course, go and choose your call to action. Again, you can do this the same way that you done with your first campaign. So you're just going to choose a shop now call to action. And then, of course, if we scroll down, you are just going to go and enter in the destination link, which is going to be your product page link. And then we can scroll all the way down to tracking. Just make sure that your store's pixel is chosen. And then you can click on publish. Once the campaign has been published, you can close this. And all you are then going to do is duplicate that ad set and replace the ad creative. So you can come into ad sets and you can come over to your first ad set, click on duplicate, choose original campaign and click on duplicate. You can go and name this UK Broad ad set 2. And now you are just going to change the ad creative. So you are going to come into the ad creative. You can go and name your ad creative. So we can just call this video ad creative 2. And then we can scroll all the way down. And all you then need to do is just click on edit media. You can click on change video and you can go and upload another ad creative that you want to use. So I'm just going to go and choose one of these ones that are already uploaded. But of course, if you are testing completely new ad creatives, you can just go and upload a brand new ad creative. So then you are just going to go and upload your ad creative. So we'll just click on next on these ad creatives. And I am just going to click on done on this ad creative. And again, just double check that all of your copy has been filled out. You have the correct call to action chosen. And you also have your website URL destination chosen. And you also have your store's pixel chosen. And then once again, you can click on publish. Once that second ad creative has been published, you can close this again. You can go back to ad sets. And now you are just going to repeat that process until you have all of the ad creatives that you want to test uploaded. So each ad creative will have their individual ad set. And from here, you can start testing these ad creatives. And whichever ad creatives perform the best, you can simply click on the pencil icon and up the daily budget to start scaling them. So if I just switch into my other ad account, so we'll just come over to this ad account. And if you have a look at our creative testing campaign here, we can just select this and then we can go into ad sets. And if you have a look at the audiences for most of these ad sets, they're all the same. We are just testing new creatives. So if we choose any of these ad sets and we come over to the ads, you can see that there are different creatives in each ad set. So if we get rid of this one and we choose this one and we go over to ads, you can see that there are individual ads in each ad set. And then, like I say, depending on which ads actually start performing, you can simply start upping the budget. So you can see that this ad here started to perform the best. So this is the one that we began to scale. As I showed you in the previous lessons where I went over scaling the budgets, whichever one of your ad creatives is performing the best out of all of the ones you are testing, you can simply continue to scale the budget for that ad set. And that is why we use ad set budget optimization, because this gives you the freedom to go and scale the budgets depending on which ad creative is performing the best. And it really is that simple when it comes to testing ad creatives. You are simply just monitoring them based on the metrics that we have gone over in the previous lessons. You are seeing which ad creatives are performing the best, and you are simply increasing the budgets and scaling the ad sets with the ad creatives that are performing the best. In this lesson, I'm going to be showing you how you can test new audiences when you are scaling your product. Now, in order to test a new audience, it is very simple. You can just duplicate a campaign that's already performing well, And within the ad sets, you're just going to go and change the country that you target, or you might decide that you want to try out interest targeting as well. So you can go and choose your original CBO campaign that you first started testing the product with, if it is performing well, or if you have your ABO campaign that I showed you how to set up in the last lesson, where you are testing new creatives and you can see that one of those creatives is performing well, you can simply go and duplicate that campaign. So just click on duplicate on whichever campaign is performing better. You can choose duplicate with current settings and click on continue. You can leave this ticked on, show existing reactions, comments and shares, and then click on duplicate. Once you have duplicated your campaign, you can just rename it as audience testing. And now all you need to do is go and change your audiences within your best performing ad sets. So you can come into one of your ad sets, and now let's say I want to start testing in the US. I can just change this ad set name to US, and then I can simply scroll all the way down, and I am just going to go and change the location. So you can click on edit. We can go and remove the UK, and now where it says search locations, I can type in the United States, and I can choose the United States, and now I can simply hit publish, and my ads will start running to that new audience. You can of course go and test out interest targeting as well. So we can just scroll down and you will see Advantage Plus audience. Under detailed targeting, you can come in here and you can go and choose different interests. So for example, if you're selling a dog related product, you can come in here and type in dog. You can choose an interest related to dogs. You will also see the audience size. So for dogs, the audience size is still quite large. And once you have done that, just remember to update the ad set name to reflect what you're testing. So we can come in here and I can go and type in dogs, for example. And as I mentioned, all you then need to do is hit publish and you will start testing that new audience. And then you can simply read the metrics and scale those audiences from there, as I've shown you in the previous lessons. You can of course go and test multiple different audiences with different ad sets. So if we've saved this ad set, we could come into this second ad set now, and I could just repeat this process to go and test out Australia. However, if you are already scaling in one country, I do recommend to just test out 1 or 2 countries at a time. Don't go crazy and start testing loads of different audiences and loads of different interests, because you might burn through your budget quite quickly. And if you're already scaling with another campaign, you'll still want to put most of your efforts on scaling that campaign, because that is the one that is already giving you promise and that you're already scaling. Now, one last thing to keep in mind when it comes to testing audiences in order to scale, the real main thing you should be focusing on first is testing creatives. So don't start testing loads of different audiences until you have found a creative that is working. Focus on testing creatives first, and once you have found creatives that work, you can simply go and duplicate those campaigns as I've shown you in this lesson to test out those creatives to new audiences. Because generally, if a creative is working for one audience, you might find a similar audience that a creative can work for. So if I just close this, and we will just close this, and if I just come over to the other ad account, as you can see, we had our creative testing campaign running in Australia. And once we found the creatives that were working well in Australia, we simply duplicated this campaign and we began to scale it in New Zealand. So we just went and changed the country, just how I showed you a few moments ago. So that is exactly what you'll want to do. Test out creatives in the original country that you want to sell your product to. And once you find the creatives that work, you can simply duplicate those campaigns to a similar audience. So generally, Canada and the US will have a similar audience. The UK will have its own type of audience. Australia and New Zealand will have a similar audience, and European countries might have similar audiences as well. So for example, if you've tested a product in Germany, then you could duplicate that campaign and try it in Switzerland or in France or in Austria or in Denmark. So think about the types of countries that are similar to the countries that you're already selling to, and that is how you can duplicate your campaigns and start testing new audiences. But as I say, don't try to test too many audiences and too many countries at once. You can see that we did attempt to test the UK, but it didn't work very well. So we just focused our efforts on Australia and New Zealand. So that is why I recommend to only really focus on a couple of countries, but really crack one country first try to get consistent sales with one country first. And once you have tested loads of creatives and you can see the creatives that are working for one particular country, then you can start testing new audiences. And you are basically then just repeating the process with the new audience. If it works, you can simply start upping the budgets and scaling that audience in order to bring in more revenue and sales. In today's video, I'm going to be showing you how to automatically fulfill your Shopify dropshipping orders from AliExpress using a platform called AutoDS. So I'll show you how you can actually go and top up your credits on AutoDS so you can sit back and relax and let your Shopify dropshipping orders from AliExpress be fulfilled completely automatically. So now, how do you actually go and fulfill an order? So when somebody actually purchases an order from your store, you want to go and fulfill this through AliExpress. So if you come over to orders, and from here you will see any orders that have come through from your Shopify store. So now you can easily go and fulfill these orders automatically. Now, in order to automatically fulfill an order, you'll firstly have to make sure that you have enough auto order credits. Now, when you create an AutoDS account, you will be given some free auto order credits by default, but you'll have to make sure that you always have enough auto order credits in order to automatically fulfill an order. So you can simply click on buy credits, and essentially one order will cost you one auto order credit. So as you can see, the credits are very reasonably priced. So you can purchase as many credits as you need depending on the amount of orders you are expecting. So you can go and choose a package and simply click on buy now. And once you have done that, we can just close this. Next up, you'll need a way to actually pay for your AliExpress orders. And you can do this by topping up your AutoDS balance. So your balance will actually pay for the products that you are fulfilling, and your AutoDS credits will allow you to automatically fulfill your orders. So you'll also need to top up your AutoDS balance in order to go and pay for the products that you want to fulfill through AliExpress. So if you come over to the top right hand corner, you can click on this and you can click on load balance, and you can go and top up your AutoDS balance. So anytime someone purchases a product from your store, it will be automatically fulfilled using your AutoDS balance. So as you can see, I already have $50 on my AutoDS balance. So now I can go and fulfill this order. So as you can see, it will say in order progress because earlier I turned on auto fulfillment, but you will need to connect your AliExpress account to your AutoDS account for these orders to be automatically fulfilled. So you can come to settings, and from your settings, you are going to click on buyer accounts and then click on add account. Where it says supplier, just go and choose AliExpress, and then you are going to click on connect with AliExpress. You will then be brought over to AliExpress, and from here you just need to log into your AliExpress account and then click on authorize. Once you have connected your AliExpress account to AutoDS, you will be brought back to AutoDS, and once again you can click on settings, and under supplier settings you will see AliExpress. So now just click on orders, and you're going to want to untick where it says process orders using the fulfilled by AutoDS service in order for your orders to be fulfilled via AliExpress. Now, if you leave this ticked on, your orders will be fulfilled by AutoDS. Now, I actually do recommend using this service. Since you actually have an AutoDS account, I recommend you trying out the fulfilled by AutoDS service, because in a lot of instances, they can actually find products for cheaper and with faster shipping in comparison to AliExpress. So I recommend to go and create some test orders using the fulfilled by AutoDS service and see if you can get the product for cheaper and with faster shipping, and then you can decide whether you want to use AliExpress or not. However, if you tick this off, then all of your orders will be automatically fulfilled via AliExpress. Make sure that you leave automatic orders ticked on, and this will mean that you don't need to go and fulfill any of your orders. As soon as an order comes through from your Shopify store, it will be automatically fulfilled. You can go and edit some of these other settings. So for example, your maximum purchase order price. So if you're selling more high ticket items, you could go and increase this price. So this basically just means that any order over $500 won't be automatically ordered. So you can go and set this higher if you are selling more high ticket items, and you can also go and edit the maximum loss. So for example, if your supplier on AliExpress increases the product price and you end up making a loss on the product, the order won't be automatically fulfilled if the loss is over the threshold that you set here. So for example, if you make a $3 loss, the order will still be automatically fulfilled. But at this point, if you make a $6 loss, the order won't be automatically fulfilled, and you could perhaps go and refund the customer. But in most cases, you shouldn't be making a loss on your stores anyway. Now, the last thing that you need to do is click on plans and add-ons, and you can scroll all the way down to the bottom and just make sure orders processor is chosen as part of your plan. If you don't have orders processor chosen, you won't be able to automatically fulfill those orders. Once you have done that, you can come over to orders, and now your orders should show as ordered. And as you can see, my AutoDS account balance has updated because it has taken out the money that I have paid for this particular order. Once the order has been fulfilled, all of the tracking numbers will be updated automatically from your Shopify dashboard. So don't worry about the tracking numbers being sent to your customers, because they will be updated automatically from AliExpress using AutoDS. So one last thing I do want to show you when it comes to fulfilling orders from AliExpress using AutoDS is the request sourcing feature. And this is where you can actually go and find your products for cheaper and with faster shipping. So you can click on request sourcing, and then you will have created a sourcing request, and AutoDS will be able to go and source the product that you are selling, and they will give you the source price and the shipping times for your products, so you can source your products for cheaper and with faster shipping times. So there you have it. That is how you can start fulfilling your Shopify dropshipping AliExpress orders using AutoDS. In this lesson, I'm going to be showing you how to deal with customer returns and refunds. So let's say, for example, a customer sends you an email like this. Hi there, I ordered this product. The product is broken. I would like to request a refund. Firstly, you are going to email them back because you need some information from them. So you're just going to say, thanks for your email. Sorry to hear you're having an issue with your order. We just need some extra information. Can you provide us with your order number? You can also ask them for their email address as well, but generally you should be able to see their email address here. And then you can say, can you provide us with images of the product's defects? Once we receive these, we can look to process your refund. Kind regards, your name, customer service assistant, your store name, just to make sure that everything looks and appears professional. So once you have got the order number and the images back from the customer, if you are using AliExpress as your supplier, you can go through the same process. So you can come to account and click on my orders. You can click on the order that the customer is disputing by clicking on order details. And from here, you can just scroll down until you see returns and refunds. So just click on this, and then you can simply go through the process of contacting the AliExpress supplier to let them know that the product arrived with a defect. You can send them the images that the customer sends to you. And once again, you can get a refund from the AliExpress supplier and then go and refund your customer through Shopify. You can then simply come into your orders in your Shopify dashboard. You can find the order, and then from here, you can click on refund, and you can simply select the product that you want to refund the customer for. So you can just go and click on this little arrow to go and select the product that they want to refund for. You don't have to refund them shipping. You can if you want to, but generally you don't have to refund them shipping. And then you can simply just click on refund, and the customer will be refunded the money back to their account. And that is essentially it. And then you can simply just go and send them an email back. You can just say, we have processed your refund. You should receive your payment within 21 days back to the same payment method. If you have any issues, please don't hesitate to contact us. And that is basically it. It's very simple when it comes to dealing with customer returns and refunds. In most cases, it will be fairly straightforward. And of course, you are going to have to deal with refunds at some point. It is inevitable with any e-commerce or dropshipping business. You will have to refund customers at some point. But like I say, don't worry too much and don't stress too much about it. In most cases, it is easier to simply just refund the customer and move on so that you can actually focus on marketing and growing your business instead of going back and forth over emails over something maybe that's going to cost you $10 for a refund. Now, of course, if you have a product that is getting a lot of refunds, let's say 3 out of every 5 orders customers are requesting a refund, I would of course then recommend to stop selling that product because it isn't a reliable product to be selling if you are getting a lot of customer returns and refunds. But as I say, in most cases you will only be dealing with a few refunds from a few disgruntled customers, and this is the easiest way to deal with it. In this lesson, I want to cover the actions you need to take in case you receive a potentially fraudulent order. Now, firstly, you will see this little error message that says your order might be fraudulent. So you can click on the order, and if you scroll down, you will see the fraud analysis. Now, if the fraud analysis is medium, you can do a little bit more of investigation. However, if the fraud analysis is high, I do recommend to refund the customer right away. So in order to refund a customer, we can just scroll back up and you can simply click on refund. You can select all of the items to refund the customer and simply click on refund. Now, like I say, this is only in the instance that the fraud analysis is high. And the reason you don't want to deal with high fraud analysis is because it has a much higher chance of ending up in a chargeback. And a chargeback basically just means that somebody has contacted their bank because they do not recognize a transaction on their bank statement, and usually the bank will always side with the customer, and that means they will force you to refund that customer and also charge you the fees to deal with this, which is usually around £10 or $10 to $15. It can vary between countries and between banks. So that's what you need to do if the fraud analysis is high. However, if the fraud analysis is medium, you can do some further investigation. So we are going to click back and we will just leave this page, and we can scroll down, and as you can see, for this particular product, the fraud analysis is medium. So then you can click on this eye icon to click on view details. So as you can see, it says some characteristics of this order are similar to fraudulent orders observed in the past. And the main one is that the location of the IP address that was used to place the order is different to the billing and shipping address. Now, in a lot of cases, when this is the instance, it turns out to be totally fine. The customer might have just been at work when they placed the order to their home address, or they might have been out at the gym or something like that. So as you can see, it says here shipping address is 11 miles away. So it's not really far. They could have been at work, they could have been at the gym, or they could have been at a friend's and family's house because it isn't totally far away. However, if you are worried about a chargeback, you can always follow up with the customer. So we can close this, you can click on contact buyer, and then you can contact the customer. So you can just say something like this: Dear customer, we hope this email finds you well. Thank you for shopping with us at your store's name. We are reaching out to confirm your recent order, and then you can put in the order number. As part of our commitment to ensuring the security and safety of all transactions, we noticed that the location from which you placed your order is different from the billing and shipping address. To proceed with your order, we kindly ask you to confirm the details and verify that everything is correct and valid. Then I have just gone and said, please review the following details of your order. You can then go and put in the billing and shipping address of the customer. Then you can say, if all information is accurate and you have authorized this purchase, please reply to this email to confirm. If there are any discrepancies or if you did not place this order, please let us know as soon as possible so we can take the appropriate action. Your prompt response will help us to process your order without further delay. We appreciate your cooperation and understanding in this matter. Thank you for your attention, and we look forward to your response. Best regards, and then you can just put in your information as a customer service assistant, your store's name, your store's email, and your store's website. And then you can just scroll down, click on review email, and if you are happy with your email, just click on send email. Now I will leave this script in the lesson notes below, so you can simply copy and paste this if you do want to send a similar email. So I'm just going to click on send email. Once the email has been sent, the customer should contact you back. If they confirm that they did make this order, you can simply then go and fulfill the order. And if they say that they didn't make the order, you can simply go and refund them.